Sure, you are able to go straight to the point. I do not want to play linguistic gymnastics. It's never my intention, though. Unfortunately, I always end up going down that road. Please be brief and be straight to your point. All right. Moonlight.
Hello, how are
Hello?
you? Hello?
What's up? How old are you, man?
I'm 18.
What year were you
Born in
born?
'06.
What you got? Is everything good
So
with
you're
the
saying
life,
that?
ladies and gentlemen? Is everything
Yeah,
good?
everything's great.
All right.
Yeah, right now it's good. Right now it's good. Right. So God is not real, right? So I want to see your stance on that, right? So what evidence do you say? Okay, first question, what do you need me to prove to you that God is real?
Whatever it is that makes you believe.
Okay. Well, for me, it wasn't just. It was actually logic and a lot more of scientific evidence that suggests that there has to be a creator of the universe, and also some ancient texts that were written like 36,000
No,
years
there's
ago.
nothing that suggests that there has to be a creator of the universe when, in fact, the universe is just an idea that human beings kind of made up to understand what they can see and some of the things they can't see. So it doesn't imply that there has to be a creator. It's like you saying that, hey, there has to be a creator for all cars. No, yeah, cars are manufactured, but they're not made by one person. So even if the universe was made, it wasn't made by one person. There's no logic that would precisely imply that it was made by one person or one deity.
Okay, so you're saying that that's your saying of how you're telling me that there
I'm just
can't
saying,
be
whatever
no.
conclusions you had to think through in
Okay,
order to get
so
to
I
the
want
point
you
where you
to
think there
think.
has to be a creator, when you say there has to be, you already messed up.
Okay, so let me tell you this. What you know about energy? You know energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? Let's go with this scientific
And I
route.
also know that energy doesn't have a brain, it doesn't think. It's not a person. It
Right, right.
doesn't
No,
it
no, I'm
doesn't
not
do
talking about
anything with
energy. Energy is
intent.
not God. Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm not saying energy is God. I'm asking you, energy cannot be created or destroyed, right?
That's a scientific consensus, yes, sir.
Right. And we live in an isolated system.
Yeah, that's me. You're not wrong.
Right. So an isolated system with a conserved amount of energy cannot happen unless this is how energy transfers. Energy transfers needs a mediator for it to transfer. It doesn't just transfer because it needs to transfer. It transfers if there is a mediator for it to transfer. So how do we know? So what we can we say that there's a mediator? Well, we know that there's some sort of thing that's transferring energy from an energy. And since we know energy is conserved, we need to make sure how did the energy get here in the first place? It doesn't just show up because the universe
I
showed up.
think I think you're
How did
dancing
energy get
around
here?
the hoop and not even understanding the words coming out of your own mouth. Do you realize that you started this whole thing by saying it can neither be created nor destroyed? So why are you then asking where it came from?
So I'm
Don't you
asking you,
understand that
how did it
logically,
get?
the
No, no,
moment
no,
you
no.
say it can neither be
The
created nor
reason,
destroyed, it implies that it's ever present?
no, no. Here's the you just told me that, and because I said energy cannot be created or destroyed, it cannot be created or destroyed because the laws of physics are prohibiting it from this, right? It's saying that it cannot be created and destroyed in this universe. It can, and since, like I said, this is why I asked you if the universe is an isolated system, because
The
if
universe
it's an
cannot be an
isolated
isolated
system,
system because universe means all systems. There's no system which is not part of the universe. Universe is
we
all
have no
systems.
proof. We have no proof to suggest that there's a multiverse. We have no proof of that.
Whether there is a multiverse or multiple dimensions, when you put them all together, that's what the universe is.
The universe is not multiple dimension. I
I'm
don't
telling you,
know.
listen. Every house, every room in the house is part of the house. So when you say the house, you're talking about every room in it. Think about
So when I
existence. Think about existence as in different rooms, right?
wait,
Different furniture. And when you say
okay.
universe, universe is kind of synonymous to the house. It's the whole thing.
So if I say
You
I'm
don't
in my
exclude
room,
anything from the universe.
if I'm saying I'm in my room,
You're still in
like
the
okay, let's
house.
say I talk to somebody and I say I'm in my house, but I'm actually meaning I'm in my room. Would it
Yeah.
bet it would it right? That doesn't make sense. You have to specifically say I'm in my room because my
No.
room. Wait, I could
No.
say I'm in my house and still be in my room.
Yeah, because your room is in your house, is it not?
It is, but my room is not the entire house.
It doesn't have to be the entire house because you were not precise. You don't need to be precise. But you've given enough information that if someone wants to come find you, they know where to go in your house. Somewhere in your house, you are there.
Okay, so you're saying that energy. This is see this. I'm trying to back up here. Are you saying that energy was just here forever?
That's what we can see based on what we observe, and there's no way that you can say it was created. So if
There's a
there's
conserved
anything,
amount of energy.
say that again.
There's a conserved amount of energy in our.
No, there's an infinite amount of energy you can't quantify. It's immeasurable.
We know there's a conserved amount of energy because energy is being transferred through galaxies. We know this, right?
And there might even be different
galaxy,
forms of it that we haven't experienced yet. But fundamentally, anything which has the ability to do work has energy. So again,
so
I
wait,
don't know.
wait,
I
repeat that
don't,
again?
you, bruh, that still doesn't prove that God exists, right? Arguing about energy is like you don't
Which
understand the very statement that it can neither be created nor destroyed. So it doesn't matter
right,
whether it comes from Wakanda or it comes from Mexico or it comes from the pyramids. The point is it cannot be created nor destroyed. Its very nature implies that it's not something which is created nor can be destroyed, because whenever a destructive force or anything which is destructive is applied to it, it simply changes its form. So what we are observing is everything made up of energy consistently changing its form. It's like water. Water is a prime example. You can either use cold or heat to destroy, right? But whenever you apply heat or cold to water, it simply changes its form. That's what is observed. We don't have any evidence that anything else can happen other than that.
okay, so if energy is not the case, so is energy right? So if you're implying that energy cannot be created, sure, then that's point, and that's the end of it. So what is so is that the okay? Trying to think of it this way, right? If energy cannot be created or destroyed, I'm asking if it was always here. Man, this is confusing.
Yeah. You know why it's confusing? Because your brain has been bakangalized. If you try to be illogical about that statement, you're going to end up confused. If you're trying so hard in your brain to fit in a God somewhere, you're going to be confused. You can just let things be what they are. Now, if we have any evidence otherwise in the real world, then guess what, bro? You can roll with that. But the point is that you're trying to defy what we already have as a consensus in order to feed in your God of the gaps, because that's what religious people
But
do, right?
but the
It has
universe
to
is
be,
so
it must have been God.
no, the universe is so precise. I mean, we have gravity is just perfect. If you look at it in the
It's
galaxy,
nothing in the universe is perfect.
there
Perfection
is
is not,
a.
listen to me, bro. Perfection is not a necessity for a
Oh, I shouldn't have
non-thinking
to say
thing.
perfect. I didn't mean to say perfect. I meant to
Yeah, hold
say
up,
for
hold
the
up,
right
hold up.
conditions.
Hold up, hold up. The universe identity is not dependent on its shape, its structure, its form. It doesn't matter if it's perfect or imperfect, if it's hot or cold. It's still the universe. Perfection, completion, fine tuning is only relevant to thinking beings. A rock doesn't care if it rains or it doesn't rain. That rock is not going to drown if it floods. Only a thinking being, a living thing, worries about that. So whatever impresses you about what you see, you're the only one being impressed. Majority of what makes the universe, which is non-thinking things, it's irrelevant from that perspective. So yeah, from our poetic perspective, because we human beings, we have the ability to observe and then experience reality in the form of beauty or ugliness or whatever. If you look at it and you're impressed from your perspective, sure enough, that's relative to you, no problem. But it doesn't mean that that's conclusive of what you've imagined in your head has to be a supreme being. Nah.
So, do you know about the Sumerian tablets?
I know about the Wakanda tablets.
No, the Sumerian tablets. These
Sure, I know
are
about it.
36,000-year-old tablets, right? And these guys believed in polytheistic gods, but then they realized that these polytheistic gods were actually scared of another god. And these guys knew actually about structures of the universe 36,000 years ago that were written in tablets. And they knew about what is this thing, and this is why I as me and myself, this is why I don't believe Jesus is God, because
Because you're
that's the thing
Muslim.
that, no, it's not because I'm Muslim, it just doesn't make sense for a
No, no,
human
no. It's
being.
because you're Muslim. You're Muslim, right?
Yeah, but I studied
Yeah, let's not,
Christianity.
because you're Muslim. If you're a
It's not
Christian, you
because
wouldn't think that way. Listen, bro. It's because you're Muslim. If you keep lying
Even
to
if I was an
yourself, if
atheist,
you
I
keep
wouldn't
lying to
think.
yourself, you know what I'm saying? You can't be a
But
Muslim and
here,
believe that Jesus
the
was
main
God.
thing is that there has to be a God. There's no way that we're just here
There only
by
has to
accident.
be a God in the brain of a person who is not okay with what they don't know, so they choose to fill in the gap. You understand, bro?
No,
If you say
it gives life.
there doesn't have to be a God. Even
Think
if there
about
was
it
a
this way.
beginning, it didn't have to have been something almighty and supreme. It could have been something far less great, far less superior to us, right? Not far less superior. What am I even saying? Something much lesser than we are. Just kind of like a domino effect, right? Like something that triggered something, that triggered something, that triggered something, and then as time goes by, the impact increases. But that original thing itself is really not that great. It could be something
So
like
you
that.
really, so I just wanted to know, you really think that
It can
when,
be, it can
because
be, it can be like a
society,
listen, bro. It
civilization,
can be a small spark that literally burns the whole forest. Think about it, bro. If you look at if you see a forest that's burned down, right? And then it's like literally, as far as the eye can see, the entire horizon, the whole forest is burned down. Everything is burned to ashes. And you tell yourself, wow, this must have been a supreme being that sent thunder and lightning out of the sky to burn this whole forest down. When the
oh
whole
no, that's
fire,
not what I
hold up. When the fire literally started with a simple spark, a small spark, a small electromagnetic, spark. The universe could have been, it could have originated like that.
by who, but you have to remember
That's the
what
point.
caused that
Things don't
spark.
always happen because of who's. Not in the natural
What caused
world.
that spark then?
No,
What caused
in the
that
natural
spark?
world, listen, you need to understand what the natural world means. In the natural world, things don't happen because of who's.
I'm not saying who. I'm saying what caused that spark.
That's what
Not
you need to do
ask who.
research. You didn't just
Okay, so
hold on.
what
Let me ask you a
caused?
question. Hold on. So you've asked a good question. You said who caused that spark or what caused that spark, right? Can you replicate the spark?
In that sort of scenario, yes.
Are you attempting? Okay, so when you replicated the spark, how did the spark come about?
What do you mean? How did the spark come about?
The
Like,
spark that started the whole universe, that brought everything into existence. Have you tried to replicate it? Because I'm pretty sure that's how investigation works. That's how the scientific method works. You don't just make a hypothesis, then claim that it's true. You have to test it out. So if you're asking what caused that origin or whatever, the Big Bang or whatever came before the Big Bang, if you're asking what caused it, what experiment have you conducted? What data have you collected that can be peer
we haven't
reviewed?
done that yet. We don't
Okay,
know.
good. So you know what that means? That your belief in God is just a hypothesis out of hundreds of thousands of hypotheses of where the world could have originated or the universe could have originated. It carries no substance beyond a hypothesis. In fact, a hypothesis most of the time is an intelligent guess. Believing that an almighty supreme being created the universe is an unintelligent being guess, because we clearly see things being created without having any influence from an almighty being. And it's also due to a
Like
complete
what?
lack of understanding
Like
of the
what?
natural world.
Like what?
Everything humans make.
Right, but that things that humans make, they don't have a consciousness. They don't have a soul. They don't have intelligence.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point, listen, even in the universe that you're claiming that God made, majority of it is non-thinking beings. And if you don't think that human beings could make things that have consciousness and intelligence, you don't know what artificial intelligence is.
Yeah, but wait. Artificial intelligence is basically just a code that
No,
learns as it's going on.
it's not basically just a code. It literally is sentient life in its
Hold on,
infancy.
you're making me think about this. Hold on, you're
It
actually
is,
making me think about this.
listen, artificial intelligence, it's just that when we haven't seen the finished product. It's gonna be the combination of the work of multiple human generations. But you come back 1,000 years from now, you walk down the street, you won't be able to know who is real and who's not. Okay?
Wait, you're actually right.
Exactly. So artificial intelligence is a new life form in its infancy. We're just currently witnessing it happening. So we can't see the bigger picture. But what we're trying to get it do, it's exactly what we do as conscious being. We're trying to reverse engineer the idea of a self-thinking being that can operate by collecting data on its own, analyzing and acting upon that data, that has a sense of self-identity. Now, believe it or not, if God exists and God created the world, human beings for sure can create life. Because if there's even any evidence that life can be created other than through natural causes, if someone at any point in time has ever created conscious life, then it's not beyond human capacity to do it. We can literally do it. So between believing in God and believing that AI can become intelligent thinking beings, You better be on that team.
Yeah, because when I think about it now, because an ape, we're only 2% DNA, 2% differentiate DNA, and we are so much smarter than them. We're so much smarter
I
than
don't know
them.
if we're so much smarter than them.
I mean, think about it. They just started using sticks and
Tap the
tools, and
screen,
we
tap the
are.
screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just because somebody's not using what you're using doesn't mean you're smarter than them. Maybe they just don't need it.
What?
You know, it's like a bird saying that he's smarter than a fish because he can fly. Imagine a bird thinking that he's smarter than a shark, or an eagle thinking that it's smarter than a shark just because it can fly and the shark can swim. The bird can't
Wait, so then
swim.
how? So then how did we get here? How did we get here?
That's what we're
Because
trying to find
that's
out. We're doing research.
I know, but here's the thing though: a singular cell still has DNA, which is like a code. So how did that cell get the DNA or the
What
code
are
for
cells
it to
made up
know when
of?
to split?
What are cells made up of?
Membrane,
Protein, right?
protein, right? Protein
Okay,
enzymes, yeah.
so yeah, you need to study proteins.
Huh?
Study proteins.
Yeah, protein, right? Cells are made out of protein. What is
RNA,
DNA made out of?
DNA. Study that.
I know, but what is DNA made out of?
Proteins.
Right. So if DNA is made out of proteins, did the proteins somehow configure themselves up to tell
That's what
the
we're observing. So unless we experiment, we can guess. We can keep guessing for the rest of eternity. Or you can do an experiment and see exactly how it happens. Or you can try to replicate it. You know, if we see an alien spacecraft hanging in the fields, we're not just asking ourselves, what is that? That must be from planet Krypton. Oh, maybe it was
Wait, you
Batman
think
who built
aliens are
it.
real?
Or we can
You
go and
think
break it down, reverse engineer it, and see how it works.
do you think there's other life forms, intelligent life
It's
forms?
not impossible. It's a
I know,
possibility.
but like, cause I actually like study this a lot. I'm trying to figure this out because
You ain't gonna find it in the Quran.
oh, it does actually say it says we have created stuff that you don't even know about.
Who's we?
Oh, it's called the royal we. It's actually used
No,
in
yeah, I don't
also.
care. It's called a we. I think your God got pronoun issues.
No. It's actually it's used. So just so you know,
What do you mean by
the royal
royal?
we
Why are you calling? Why are you using the word royal we? Is God a king?
because I'll tell you why it's
Hold up.
the
Is
called
God
the royal we
is Allah a
because
king?
no. Hold on, let me explain to you. That's literally just the term it's called in English. The actual thing it
Yeah,
comes in
I
Hebrew.
understand. If the word we, as from the perspective of a monarch, indicates the monarchy, it's titled as a king. I'm
No,
asking
that's what
you,
humans made. It wasn't called the royal we by God
is
Himself. Humans called it the royal we because let me tell
so
you
that means
why.
that
Let me just
humans wrote
explain.
the Quran and claimed that
No,
Allah
no,
wrote
no.
all those things.
No. Hold on. Let me just finish my sentence. You have to understand what it is. Kings and queens during that time to show that they are superior than you and to show that they have superiority over you. They would use sort of plural of respect. In all Eastern languages, there's two types of plurals:
Bro, it's
plurals of
called
respect.
speaking in third person. I know what you're talking about, okay? What I'm saying is that the fact that when you read the Quran, you just quoted something. Allah said, we have created. If Allah was the one who was talking to Muhammad, and if the word was coming from Muhammad, coming from Jibril, from Allah to Muhammad, he would have said, I. He would have not used a human way of speaking to address himself when he's not a
Okay,
king.
but you have to understand during that time, even kings during that time. So because if think about it this way, if somebody came to Muhammad and told him I, he would think, oh, you're just a regular human being. But when somebody uses the term and we have done this, and we have declared, because the Queen says it too, and we have declared this to be true, that means that it's not her and her friends and her family
I
members. It's just
understand. It's
who
when
declared that.
I
It
understand. It's called
shows her
speaking in third person, bro. Like I can refer to myself
right.
as us. I can refer to myself as us or we. I get what you're saying. What I'm
Yes.
saying is that it's a human habit. It's usually indicative with ideas which begin with human beings. So literally, you're arguing to prove that the Arabs invented the Quran, that it didn't come from
Oh
Allah. Because
no.
Allah, listen, bro, Allah will never have referred to himself from that perspective because Allah is not a king. Why would Allah use a human kingly or noble way
He
of
is the king.
talking?
He says it in the Quran. He's Maliki Yawmiddin. He's Maliki Nas.
Hold on.
He's
Allah is a king.
Allah is a king, the ruler, the king of the day of judgment.
Bro, is Allah a king?
A king, yes.
Where's Allah's kingdom?
The throne.
No, the throne is not a kingdom.
Oh, where's his kingdom? In the Quran, it states that it's above the seven heavens, or above or in which humans now, because when you did the research, the scholars said that the first heaven is literally space time. So his kingdom would probably be somewhere above space time, somewhere that we can't even reach, because he said you can't reach the you can't even reach. You're only in the
Have you
first
ever
heaven.
considered that the reason why it might be somewhere where you can't reach is maybe because it doesn't exist? Have you ever thought of it that way?
That we can't reach him? No,
Have
we
you
know
have you
that
ever thought of the possibility that maybe it's unreachable simply because it doesn't exist? Because bro, usually you can't reach things that don't exist. Okay, if I'm trying to reach out for something
No,
which
you
doesn't
just can't
exist,
see him. He could be an interdimension. He could be an
or
interdimensional
he could
being.
just be something which doesn't exist,
No, he could be an interdimensional being.
or
Something that is
or, or a non-existential being.
no. Okay, think about it this way, because you know how dimensions work, right? If somebody was living in a second in let's say somebody was living in the second dimension, right? If somebody was living in the second dimension, they can't see me, but I can see them, right? That's actually a theory by science saying that if some organism was living in the second dimension, they can't see us, but we can see them because we're a higher dimensional being. They're a lower dimensional being, right? So he could possibly be in the highest dimension there ever was, and he could see all the other
Bro, that's
dimensions.
science fiction.
No, the dimensions is science fiction now? Huh?
Yeah.
What? So a first dimensional plane, a dot doesn't exist. A a paper which
Yeah,
is
they're not
second.
living things. They're not living things in
I'm
the
saying
dark.
if there was a
That's why
living
do you know why
organism.
you use the word if? Because it's fiction. It's not real. That's why you said
So if
if.
I say if there is a white hole, does that mean white holes are a fiction?
If you say there's a white hole and you're just theorizing and without any scientific basis, which is observable, then yeah, it's fiction.
But we're pretty close to observing one.
Have
You
we
know what
ever
theory?
observed? And you're not claiming that white holes are living things. So that's different. So now, like I said to you, even if you're talking about from the human perspective, you draw a line, you make a dot, you draw a line where it's only width and length. That's the human imagination, bro. That's just us imagining.
So
The real world is the world in which we live. And when you talk of dimensions, bro, the word is not really dimensions. The word is realms. Realms. Do you know what the word realms mean?
realms like parallel universes and stuff like
No,
that.
the word dimension is geometric in nature, true, but the word realm is more consistent with what could be possible as far as different areas of reality of the universe where the laws of physics work differently. So technically, the animals that live in the water, they live in a different dimension than you and I. You understand?
Right.
Just
Wait,
from that
wait.
perspective, in a different dimension, like that. But they're still three-dimensional beings. But you can say they live in a
So
different realm. The realm of the water, the realm of the air, the realm of the land.
so what are we living in? The realm of the what?
We live on land,
So we're the realm of the land.
of course. Can you live in the
But
water?
so you're saying that dimensions is science fiction, but realms are real.
All dimensions have width, height. All dimensions where they are living things have width, height, and length.
Okay, so that means they're real.
Yeah, but that's the only dimension that we're looking at.
Because that's the only thing we can see. We can't. Okay, so think about it this way: a fourth dimension. If hypothetically, if something exists in the fourth dimension, then they just see us. They're gonna think we're just a box, right?
What
They're
makes
gonna
you
look
think
at
that things in the fourth dimension see? You have to make
because
that
fourth,
shit up.
right? And how do we? Okay, that's like me. That's like, wait. If I hypothetically think of it this way: if somehow, some way, I got myself in the second dimension and I was talking to you in the second dimension, and yeah, you just asked me that question.
Bro, if you want to write a script for a movie, just go ahead and do it. Still are real.
I'm just trying to figure out because
Yeah, bro. If you want to talk
where
about
is the
fiction, bro, we can
throne?
discuss
Where's the
all day,
kingdom
all
of
night.
where's the kingdom of Allah? And I told you that it's probably all we know based on the Quran is the throne is above the planet of is above the star of Cyrus,
Do we have
and it's
any?
above
Do
the
we have any evidence that it's there?
like I said, he could be an interdimensional being.
Oh, maybe he can be a non-existential being.
Okay, if he was a non-existent, then how did Muhammad know about that the universe was expanding? How would he know?
Because human beings have always had science, and the Arabs
Right,
were
but he
very
lived in
the
an
science were the Arabs were very curious people scientifically. I will imagine that they knew how to gather information from around the world and compile a document.
how? Well, Muhammad never left Arabia. He actually just went right
Yeah, and
to
Muhammad did not write the Quran with his hands either.
right, and he talked about this. He was talking. He was saying. There's a verse in the Quran which clearly states, and we have, and Allah says again, and we have created the heavens with might, and we are certainly expanding them. So,
Well, I don't know what the Quran
no,
told you, and I don't know why you believe that. But I read another book called the Bible, where it says, "In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then the Word took human form and came into the world. And there's nothing which was created which was
the
not
Bible
created through
says the
Him."
earth is flat, and that's why I don't believe it. The Bible says the earth is flat. So that
Whether it says that the Earth is a cone or a turtle, not matter to me. All I know is that those books are books of fiction, and the fact that you've invested so much energy into it, you don't realize that you're actually disconnecting yourself from reality and missing out on gaining real knowledge, real practical knowledge.
yeah, but it gives a meaning to life. Because think about it this way: if I live my
No, the
life
Bible and
knowing
the
that at
Quran
the end
doesn't
of
give
the
meaning
day,
to life.
no, let me just tell you this: if I live my life at the end of the day, and I'm just sitting there for the rest of eternity, knowing that, let's say I was an atheist, and I know that at the end of the day, I'm just gonna die and just that's it. Life is done. Nothing bad happens to me for my consequences. Nothing bad happens to me. But when you follow a religion like I do, I follow religion. I abide by the rules of that religion, which still gives me because if this is the system, if you do good in your life, you'll get a reward. And
Yeah,
most of these and most
I don't need a book to tell me that. That's common sense. I learned that when I was 2 years old. If I steal the cookie, I get an ass whooping.
wait.
No, listen. When I was 2 years old, I learned. If I take the cookie without asking mom or dad, I'm gonna get an ass whooping. But if I ask mom and dad, I might just get the cookie or I might not. You don't need the Quran to tell
Yeah,
you
but how
that.
do you know those people? Okay, think about it this way. How do you know those people, the first Mesopotamians, knew about this? They were using laws like the Hammurabi Code. It was literally based off of him saying, I got these rules from God, this God, Enki, and he told me how I should live your life. And one of the rules there, he followed a specific rule called what? Eye for an eye. And that's how, and throughout history, throughout civilizations, we were using God as a sort of a rule set. Like, for example, we got the Ten
You
Commandments:
see?
don't steal,
You
don't.
see? You're almost there, bro. You're almost there. You're correct. Human beings used to use God in order to establish their governments. That's why they used to make the gods in their images. Go all around the world. Kings and queens used to invent gods to make laws and rules to govern over people. That's literally how the idea of God was invented. That's why people
But
like me say that
but
man
Muhammad
made
wasn't
God.
governing over the people. He wasn't a king. He wasn't even governing over the people. He was literally telling them, do whatever you want in your life, but if you don't follow these rules, something bad is going to happen to you. And he didn't. You know what's crazy? He didn't get any money from this. He actually used to give away so much money to the poor. He used to live such a poor life
So did
that.
Gandhi, and so did Buddha. So what?
Oh
I'm not
no,
impressed. Shit, Bill Gates
Buddha
giving away more money than
Buddhism isn't even
Muhammad.
a religion.
Elon Musk is giving
Buddhism is
away
a
more
way of
money
life.
than Muhammad. Mark Zuckerberg gave away more money than Muhammad. Shit,
But
Mark Zuckerberg is creating the metaverse. He's creating a whole new dimension. Your kids are gonna be playing around in the metaverse. They're gonna be wondering which guy created that shit. It'll be like Mark Zuckerberg. Do
That's
not be
true.
so
But
listen. Do not be easily impressed by the works of men. Okay? Yes, men can do great things, wonderful things. Men can invent fantastic things, but it doesn't make them any better than you. They just had different priorities.
what? Okay, what was then? You said that Buddha was poor. Buddhism is not a religion. Buddhism's whole entire thing was just to get enlightened, just to sit there and get
That's
enlightened. And
the
once
whole
you're
point,
enlightened,
and that's what Islam is trying to teach you too. When Islam is telling you to follow the laws of Allah, so that you can get enlightened. You know what
no,
enlightenment is?
that's yeah. When you get like knowledge,
To see the world as it is. Of course, is the Quran not knowledge?
is my Quran like my whole entire source of knowledge?
Is the Quran not knowledge?
Yes, in some way,
You
it's a
you you
guide.
you believe it, right?
Yeah.
So Muhammad was just trying to. He made his own brand of enlightenment. So did the
Wait, but
Christians.
you
So
know
did
he was illiterate.
Shakespeare.
He was a
So
merchant.
so so did Tolkien. So did the people who wrote the who write Superman and Spider Man. You know what? Do you know what Uncle Ben told Spider Man, Peter Parker? He said,
What
"With
he
great
told.
power comes great responsibility."
But you think that was taken from someplace else? There's no way the other Spider-Man just said, "Oh, I got this in my head. Let me write it down." No, he probably got this from someone else.
The writers of Spider Man made it up and put it in there
How do you know? They just okay.
because Spider Man
That's
is fiction. That's how I know.
okay. Well, the hair. You know, the person who wrote Percy Jackson, who wrote a bunch of books, actually took from ancient scribes words of ancient. Like we've been. See, this is what I'm trying to say. When you believe in God and you believe in religion, you have a meaning to life. You have a
No,
sort
you
of
can
goal
have
that you
meaning to
need to
life
get to.
without any of those things.
Okay, what's your meaning to life?
To live.
Wow, that is such a. And
Listen,
you think
listen,
that's your entire
listen,
meaning is to
listen,
survive?
listen. To avoid death for as long as possible. It's simple, bro.
Is that your is okay? But don't you think if everybody has their own, if let's say everybody, since you said you don't need, because a lot of atheists say that everybody has their own meaning to life.
Yeah,
Everybody has their
because
own meaning.
everybody has their own booty hole. They take their own
Right.
shit. They wipe their own
Okay,
ass.
so let's say the entire country was atheism. Everybody's gonna try to get to their own goal, right? Nobody's gonna have the same goal. So it's just not gonna like life is not gonna be better. Somebody might just say, I want to take revenge on for my brother. No, I want to actually save your brother. No, I want to take revenge for your brother. So it's just gonna keep going on like this, and we're just gonna stay still. We're not gonna advance in society.
That's why we have countries, we have tribes, we have nations. Because though people have different goals and different meaning in life, we can still come together in small pockets and have certain compromises and form common laws. Common law. You ever heard of the word common law? Hey guys, you're my neighbor. I'm your neighbor. You know what? How about you agree not to burn my house and I agree not to burn your house? Now, what happens to someone if they burn somebody's house? Okay, this will be the punishment, regardless of who you are. Can we agree on it? Let's shake our hands on it. We shake our hands on it. Then we even create a police department to enforce that law. That's kind of how it works. But everyone still has their own personal meaning that they have in their lives. But because they've compromised and they've chosen to live around other people, in order not to violate those other people's freedom, they decide not to do certain things. And if you choose to do it, you understand the punishment. You know, if you decide to go and steal somebody's wife or somebody's goat or somebody's cow or somebody's pig, in Saudi Arabia, they'll cut off your hand. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they agreed to do. In America, they don't cut off your hand. They just lock your ass in jail. You know, in Saudi Arabia, they were like, bring that hand here. Bring that hand. Put it on the table. You know, just like that. Your hand is gone. Just like that. Don't you steal a goat. If you live in the Muslim world,
Oh no, they don't do
head.
that anymore. They used to do that. They actually stopped doing that.
Oh, really? They do? They stopped? That's amazing. That's amazing. Huh?
But
I could have only
here's-
imagined going to a Muslim country. There's a bunch of people with only like missing a wrist or missing a finger
No.
or something.
Okay, but you know, like religion still influences government, even though, like for
Of
example,
course, because religion is the old world order, and most Muslim countries are still ruled by religious authorities, like Iran. Iran is still a theocracy, you know, where the highest authority in government is a religious leader. In the Western world, they got rid of that shit a long time ago. You see, in the
but
old
there's
world,
still,
bro,
you
in
know
the
why
old
you have
world,
Saturday and Sunday off, right?
yeah, it's for a day of rest.
No, it's because Saturday usually it started in the 1700s. People used to you used to do Sabbath, and Sabbath. What was Sabbath? When you don't work and when you don't do anything, you don't work, you don't do anything. So they're like, a lot of people are actually going to do this. So how about this? Saturday is off, and Sunday they took that off because people went to church
Bro,
because the
let me
Puritans.
help you out. Let me help you out. The idea of having a day when human beings were forming calendars, a day, a neutral day, is really more of a neutral day. Okay, it's because in the ancient world, people used to do business by trade by barter. right? So if you were at war with a different country, but you were depending on that country maybe for water or maybe for salt or for grain, there was always one day in the week which was a neutral day where even if we're at war, we're not allowed to fight, where we can still trade. So it was really a trading day. You see, in some tribes in Africa, they actually have 8 days in a week. And the eighth day is the market day, where you can go and trade, you can buy and sell. Well, in ancient times it did. Now that we've adopted your European calendar, it's not like that a lot. But there used to be market days. Some calendars even have 6 days only, you know. So the market day is a neutral day. It kind of takes different shapes and forms in different human kingdoms and different human societies. But the general idea is to have a neutral day where people can rest, soldiers can rest, and then you can trade with people that you're fighting an active war. So as soon as the sun set, we go back to fighting. But as the sun rises on the eighth day, you can go to the market square, you can trade, you can go to the blacksmith who lives in a territory that's aggressive to you and buy a sword, things like that. That's where the
Okay,
idea came from. These different religions kind of shaped it in their own way as a day of worship.
I'll yeah, I'll look into this more. I gotta go though. Okay.
Hey, young man, you have a long life ahead of you. God's not real, and Jesus is not God. Do with it what you want. But I have told you the truth. I have told you the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's not forget to tap the screen. Let's try to get 50,000 likes. I will appreciate it. I haven't been online in a long time, so the algorithm is kind of slow. Definitely. Help me tap the screen. There is no God. There never has been and there never would be. Regardless of how you feel about what I just said, it is true.
Bakanga, Mr. Baka, how you doing tonight?
Chilling.
Hold on. Let me close my door.
Nah, man, I took a break,
Okay,
man. I've been
okay.
busy.
So Bakanga, look. So I've been, following you for a long time. No, it's been it's been over a year. But the only reason I watch your live is because you are really entertaining. You really make people live. That's the only reason I watch your live. You feel me?
I hear
Okay,
you.
so why do you say that God is not real?
Because it's the truth that anyone can observe.
Okay, and Jesus is not God.
Jesus obviously isn't God.
Okay, so do you believe in witchcraft? However you say, cause you from Africa, right? Which is voodoo. Do you believe in that?
Asking me if I believe in witchcraft is like asking me if I believe in aircrafts.
Okay, do you believe in voodoo?
Voodoo is the traditional religion of a group of people from Burkina Faso. So I don't really believe in it or anything.
Come on now, man. Look. So you trying to tell? Okay, you grew up in Africa, right?
Of course I did.
So you know more about voodoo than me. If
And
you
I
grew
can
up in
tell you
Africa,
that
so
90% of that shit is superstition. What made you think that Africans ain't superstitious? We the most superstitious that I know. We like to make shit up. And we used to know that we made it up. But I guess after the white man came, we forgot that we made that shit up. The part of it that we didn't make up, we just think it's evil. The part of it that actually works, the part of it that's actually scientific, we don't even look into it. We just invest our times in casting out demons that don't exist.
man, look, God is real,
In your
and Jesus.
imagination, bro. And I ain't fighting with your imagination, bro. God's real
I'm not.
in your
I'm
imagination,
okay.
but certainly not in the
So
real world,
if
brother.
if God is not real, so who made you?
Bro, what kind of weird ass question is that? My dad.
I already know what you gonna say. You gonna say your parents, right? So who made your parents? And when you look at nature, Who made nature? Who made them trees, bruh?
Nature wasn't made. That's
Who
why it's
made the
nature.
earth? All these trees, who made them?
Trees are a product of natural circumstances, and nature is not something that's made. That's the whole point of nature. So the different things
Look,
interact with each other, and then give rise to other things, just like that. It's a continuous cycle.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're not my brother, cause cause you don't
You,
believe in God. So
you
you
black, bro.
basically, I mean, I know I'm black, but if
So
you
what's
don't
up,
believe in
bro? So
God, so
what's
that
up,
means you
bro?
the son of
So
Satan, bro.
what's up, bro? That's all it takes, man. You ain't my brother
Look,
cause we came out of the same womb. You my brother cause you black and you human.
hell no, I'm not your brother.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
my
your
brother.
brother.
Yeah, you my brother.
Cause let me tell you why.
Yeah, you
I
my
believe
brother.
in God, Jesus. I believe Jesus died
Listen,
on the
listen,
cross.
bro. Listen,
Okay,
bro.
look, let me tell you one
Hold
last
on,
thing.
bro. Hold on, bro. What
One
made you
last
think?
thing.
What made you think that your belief would determine if you're my brother or not? I got many brothers that got mental issues. You sound like you
The
might be on
Bible,
the
the Bible,
spectrum.
the Bible say, if you don't believe in the Son of God, you the son of the devil. So you basically not my brother. So don't call
The
me
Bible
brother.
also says that
One
anybody
last
that
thing. One last thing. Look, make sure and your
hold on,
and
my
your
brother.
next live.
Hold on, my brother. Let me tell you
Go
what
ahead,
else the
King.
Bible say.
Yeah, go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
Bible also says the devil is the father of all liars. You don't lie.
Everybody sin.
Do you
And
lie?
me,
Do
look, let
you
me tell you
lie?
something.
No, no,
Let me
brother,
tell
brother.
you something.
No, no,
I'm not
brother, brother.
religious.
No, no,
I'm
hold on,
not
bro. No,
religious.
hold on, brother. Do
One
you,
last
my
thing,
brother? Do you
man.
lie? Do you lie?
One last thing. Hold on.
Do you lie?
Look, the Bible say everybody
Brother,
sin.
brother, do you lie?
Oh yeah, yes, I
Okay, the
do.
Bible says the devil is the father of all liars. So you my brother after all. According to the Bible, you my brother.
Oh yeah, you think you funny, man?
Oh,
Look, let me tell you
it's the
something.
truth.
Let
It's
me
the
tell you
truth.
something. Look, you put God is not real. Okay, look. So make sure next time you put Yahweh is not real.
Nah, I mean God. I
You
mean
gotta put
Yahweh. I say God.
you gotta put Yahweh is not real.
You can do that when you go
And
host your own life. That ain't what I put.
you gotta put Yahweh is not real. Just every time you go live, make sure you put Yahweh is not real. And look what happened in your life in maybe 2 months. I
Yahweh is not
guarantee
real.
you.
Yahweh, why Yahweh's slow
Just
as hell. Why does he got to
make
take 2 months? Why does it?
make sure you always
Why can't Yahweh
make,
make it happen instantaneously like the Red Sea? Why can't
make sure
Yahweh
you
make it
always
happen
put
instantaneously
Yahweh
like,
is not real in
bro?
every single lives.
My brother, what you're saying makes no sense. What
What
you're
you mean
saying,
what I say makes
bro?
no sense?
What you're saying kind of sounds stupid. I'm not saying you're stupid, but what you're saying sounds
You
stupid.
looking dumb right now, bro. Cause you go live every time, looking like a clown on the fucking screen, bro. That shit is sad for. Look, if your life is miserable, bro, don't be talking shit about God, bro. Do you have kids?
Can God defend Himself?
Let one moment. Do you have kids?
Did God? Yeah, I got kids. You my son.
I'm your son. You
Yeah.
wish. You
He said,
wish.
I wish. Bro, yo, bro.
Do you have a wife? Do you have kids?
I have many
Look, 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 look.
I
Look,
have many
how
wives.
old are you? How old are you?
Older than your dad.
Okay, then. So, do you have kids? Look, if your life is
Like I said.
miserable, please, bro, don't talk shit about how God, bro. Not you, basically, you're not
Listen.
my
You
brother.
think?
I just call you bro because you cool. You
Let me
feel
ask
me?
you a real question.
You
Let me ask you a
cool.
real question. You think that when somebody disagree with you, it's the equivalent of talking shit?
Talking shit. Who's talking shit?
If I disagree with you about something that you believe, it's not like you ever brought God and be like, "Hey guys, this is God." It's just a belief, and I disagree with you. Why do you think that's talking shit? Or are you saying that people shouldn't disagree with you because you have a belief? That's bro. That's really far on the spectrum of stupidity, bro. Of
Look,
course,
let
I
me
can
tell
say
you
what I
something.
want to say without you feeling some type of way. I just disagree with you. At the end of the day, bro,
Let
I'm gonna go
me
to my
let me let me
job and I'm gonna
let me
work and
tell
I'm
you
gonna get my
something.
paycheck just like you.
Mr. Baka, let me tell you something, Baka. Let me tell you something. You do this every time. I told you already. I've been watching your live for over a year now. The only reason I watch your live is because you make people laugh, bruh. You a clown. You a real clown. I'm not gonna lie, bruh. You a real clown. You look like a clown, like a fucking clown too, bruh.
All right. So what?
Okay, so what? So don't talk shit about how God, man.
Well, if I'm a clown, I'm allowed to talk shit. Isn't that what clowns do? Clowns make jokes, right? So how you gonna tell me I'm a clown, then tell me that I can't make a joke about something when literally comedians are allowed to talk about shit? Bro, listen, you're contradicting yourself. You're fighting yourself, bro. You said I'm a clown, but you don't want me to clown God. Man, what kind of clown would I be? I would be a bad clown, bro.
Look,
I would be a bad clown if I couldn't clown
guarantee
God.
you- Look, I guarantee you, if you don't turn to Jesus, you will be in the hottest spot in hell. I'm telling you.
I don't mind. In fact, I've been praying that God should increase the temperature in the part where He's gonna put me.
Oh, that's good, my
Yeah,
fellow.
yeah, bro. So I
my
can make
fellow
so
Satanists,
I
brother.
can make magma juice. Cause you think I'm dumb. You think I'm dumb. I'm gonna be scared of an imaginary place that a bunch of people imagine in their head.
Hell will be so sweet.
Yeah,
be
it'll be
sweet.
awesome, bro.
Oh yeah, look.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
I-
question,
no,
bro.
no, no.
Let me
Oh,
ask you a
yeah.
question. Does Jesus do things for you?
Hell yeah, he does.
Why ain't he stop you from masturbating?
Like I told you, look.
Why?
You
No, just answer my
really
question.
stupid.
Asking my question. Why
watch
Jesus?
your live.
Bro, answer
be
the
watching
question,
your live.
brother.
You be
Brother,
asking
answer the
these
question.
dumbass questions,
Brother,
bro.
why
I
haven't
just
Jesus
told
helped you
bruh,
yet?
Every fucking body saying, bruh. I told you already, I'm not religious.
That's why Jesus is
I'm
useless.
not fucking religious,
Bro,
bruh.
wasn't Jesus supposed to die for
You
your
are the
sins?
dumbass nigga alive, bruh.
Bro, don't say the N word, bro. It's all cool and dope, but don't be trying to get my life banned, bro. I'm cool with anything else, but don't be say the N word.
Man, look, you playing with fire, man.
Yeah, I'm playing with fire because I'm black, bro. I don't get
dumbass
burned.
shit right now. You talking shit about God, man.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
I'm talking shit about all of the gods. They don't exist. They're just imaginary characters
Not
made up in
all
the
of the
back.
God. Look, the Bible is the most popular, thing on earth right now. Like,
Yeah.
the most popular, but you can't even Google it. You can't even Google it. I know one thing he about to do. He about to go on my page. Watch. He about to go on my page and talk shit about me. Watch.
I ain't finna go to your page. I just used my pen. My pen. I clicked it accidentally, so it took me off the screen.
Oh yeah, bet that up. Yeah,
Bro,
look,
let me ask you a question. Have you read the whole Bible?
Nah, but
You a lazy believer.
I read. Look,
How many
I told
times
you
have I
already,
told
man.
y'all, go read the damn Bible before you come and try to defend the damn book? How many times have I told y'all, believers,
let me tell
you have a
let me
responsibility to
tell you
read
something.
the
I never
whole
told you I
damn
don't read the
Bible.
Bible.
Read
I never
the
told you I don't read the Bible.
Bible.
Who the hell is gonna read the whole Bible?
Anybody who
Who's
believe
gonna
that
read
shit.
the whole Bible?
Anybody who
Nobody's
believe that
gonna read
shit.
the whole Bible.
Bro,
What
why
you
you gonna
talking
believe in
about,
something
man?
that you're not willing to read?
Look, like I told you before, if
Bro,
your
why
life
you
is
gonna believe in
miserable,
something you're not
don't
willing
talk
to
about
read, my
God.
brother?
Don't talk shit about God, man.
Brother, you're talking shit
I
about
told you many
God.
times. I literally get my followers up just to talk to you on TikTok, bruh. Stop doing this stupid ass shit. You looking stupid right now, bruh.
At least I don't believe in
We're
talking
doing that's
snakes.
the dumb.
At least I
The
don't believe in
worst
talking
shit,
snakes
man.
like
I'm
you.
telling you, man. Look,
Bro, you believe, bro, let me ask you a real question. You believe that a man spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish?
if the Bible say it's true,
Who's stupid now?
if the Bible,
So your brain ain't got enough common sense to know when somebody lying to you? You ain't got enough common sense to tell that somebody's bullshitting you? How somebody gonna tell you that a man spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish and you just believe that shit? How somebody gonna tell you that a stick turned to a snake and you just believe that shit, bro? How slow do you gotta be? Or how disconnected from reality? You might not be slow. You might just be disconnected from reality. Because if you knew how the real world work, you would know how it don't work. And we know for sure that a stick don't turn to a snake. Snake for sure don't talk.
Bakanga, you want to see Jesus? Because I've seen Jesus before.
Bro, I ain't trying to hide. I ain't trying to do whatever you be doing, bro.
Come on now. I can call Jesus and he would show in front of you right now. He will be in
All
front
right,
of
go
you
ahead.
right
Go
now.
ahead. Go ahead. Call him. Call him.
You really want to see Jesus?
Hell yeah. Call him.
Hold on.
Hell no. Oh, hell to the nah.
Hold on one second.
Yo, bro, you can't find his number or what?
No. It
You trying to
just
dial the number? You know you can't make a
no,
phone call while you're on TikTok, right? You trying to call Jesus. You might want to use a spirit. I don't think a cell phone's gonna work, bro.
look. Okay, so you really want to see Jesus?
Oh hell yeah.
Okay, so you work on airplanes, right?
I work on a lot of machines.
But you work on airplanes though, right?
I work on a lot of things that fly in the sky.
A lot of things that fly in the sky.
I work on birds. I work on aircraft. I work on drones.
Hey, somebody please record this. Okay, so look, if you work on airplane, when the airplane is in the air, just open the window and drop yourself
Now,
in the ocean.
why would I do something that's stupid?
Nah, come on now, man.
No,
If
no,
you talking about you
no.
want to see Jesus,
Listen, bro.
if you talking about you want to see Jesus, then go
Listen
ahead
to
and
me.
do that, man.
Listen to me, bro. Let me ask you a real question, bro. So you don't sound like a dumbass. Give me one logical reason why I should do what you just said.
Give you one logical reason
Yeah,
that you should do what I just said,
yeah. Because what you just said
it's
sound dumb.
cause you do this shit every single fucking time, bruh. You
No,
be
no. I'm
talking shit
saying, can
about
you
God.
rationalize why you just gave me that
But
dumbass advice?
one thing I can tell you, if you are still alive today, just know God still love you. If he didn't love you,
Guess
you
what?
wouldn't be
Guess
alive.
what? It's like you telling me that Joe Biden love me. What good is that gonna do for me? I don't care. If God love me, tell your God to put $1 million in my bank account right now. Actually, $1 billion. I ain't that cheap. Your God can't even stop you from masturbating. You think your God can do anything for me? The day Jesus
Look,
saved you from that
it,
spirit of
okay,
masturbation,
look.
I might just believe.
So you want to talk shit about masturbating, but you look
Listen,
like you
bro, I'm just
45,
saying
right?
it because your
And you
Bible
got
say,
no
listen,
kids.
what
So
does the
what
Bible
the
say?
fuck do you
What does
do
the Bible
if
say
you
about
still
it?
ain't got no kids?
Bro, what
If
does
you
your
ain't got
Bible
no
say
kids
about
and
it?
you 45 years old,
What
so
does your
what the fuck do
Bible,
you do if
what
you be
does your
sucking?
Bible say about it?
What does the Bible say about it?
Yeah. Did Jesus not say, if you love me, obey my commandments? If Jesus not say in the Bible that if you look at a woman and you desire her in your heart sexually, you've committed sexual immorality? Did Jesus not say that many will come to him in that day and say, Lord, Lord, we went on
First of
TikTok
all, let
and
me tell
told
you
Bakan
something.
got to stop talking shit, and Jesus will say,
First of all,
depart
let me
from
tell
me,
you
you
something.
who practice iniquity? Didn't Jesus say
Let me
that?
tell you something.
Why you
Did I
out here
say?
defending Jesus when you wouldn't even do what
Did
Jesus
I say
says,
I do
bro?
that?
Bro,
Cause
why wouldn't,
you be
why are
bringing the
you on the
dumbass
internet?
questions,
Listen,
like
bro,
clown fucking
answer this next
questions, bro.
question. Answer this next question, bro. Why are you on the internet defending Jesus when you wouldn't even do what Jesus said to do?
Like I told you,
Why
man.
are you
Everybody
on the
said,
internet? Tell me why you're on the internet defending somebody that you don't give a shit about obeying.
okay, so if you want to see God so bad, so
Why
why
are
don't you
you
do
on the
what I
internet
said earlier?
defending a
So
God that you're not willing
okay,
to
so why do
obey?
you sit your bitch ass down every fucking time and talk shit about God?
For people like you that got mental illness. That's why you're always watching me, right? You say you're always watching me. So
Hell,
I'm doing it for you.
I never said I always watch you.
Oh, bro, now you
I'm
trying to
telling
change
you,
your
like, you can
words.
even check your
No,
thing.
bro,
Like, I
I'm
don't
doing
even
it
know
for
how
you,
TikTok,
bro. This is all
works,
for
bro.
you, bro.
Like I told you, I only watch your bitch ass for entertainment, bro.
Bro,
You a
stop
clown. You
using,
a real
bro,
clown.
bro, bro. You can still insult me without using trigger words, bro. You trying to get me banned
No,
or
no, no.
what?
Let me tell you. It's my third time on live, so I don't really know,
Yeah, don't use
the
the B
guideline.
word. Don't use the N word, bro. I know you can talk English, bro. Even though you're speaking hood right now, but I know you can speak English. Don't use those
I'm
words.
speaking hood. What you talking about?
You speaking hood.
Nobody speaking. I
Bro,
was
let me ask
speaking
you a
hood.
question, bro. Bro, if you ain't speaking hood, tell me, what is punctuation?
Look,
I rest
let's
my
talk
case.
about what's on
I
your
rest
screen.
my case. Bro, what
Let's
is
talk about
grammar?
what's on
Bro,
your
what is
screen.
grammar? Bro, what is grammar?
Look, let me tell you something.
Bro, what is a sentence? Okay, how about
Let me
what
look.
is a
Hold on, hold
pronoun?
on.
What
Let me
is a
tell you something.
pronoun?
Let me tell you something. You see people like you. People like you that are miserable. You got no kids, 45 years old, no kids.
Bro, you
And you
got a
talking
kid?
shit about people
Bro,
that
bro, bro,
masturbate.
bro, do you got kids?
Bruh, let me tell bruh, I'm in my 20s, bruh.
So what?
I'm in my 20s, bruh.
How old are
I
you
got
in
a
your
long way
20s?
to go.
How old are you?
You like 45 years old, no kids, and you talking shit about
How
people that
how how old
masturbate.
how old how old are you?
How old am I? You
Yeah,
ain't
bro.
gotta know that. That's my business, bruh.
Bro, you
It's
keep
not
saying that
none
I'm
of your business.
45. You keep saying I'm 45. Where did you get that from?
Where I keep getting that from?
Yeah, where did you get that I'm
Bruh.
45 from? Oh, you just lying
And
like your father the devil, huh? You just lying like the devil. Look at you.
my father the devil. Look,
Practicing that devilish
let me
shit
tell
over
you
here.
something,
So why
man.
you lying then? Bro, I never told you that I was 45. So why you lying? You keep saying it like it's true. Why you acting
45,
satanic,
32,
bro?
35. It don't matter. You older than me.
How old are you
You
then?
older than me. And you
Prove it.
talk and you be
Prove
judging
it.
kids that
Prove it.
masturbate, man.
Prove it. Prove it. If I'm older than you, prove it. How old are you?
You ain't gotta know that.
Exactly. Because you lying like the
You
devil.
don't gotta know that.
You lying like
It's
Satan,
none of
your
your
father.
business, like I told you.
You lying, bro. Stop lying, man. Jesus might love you if you stop lying.
Let's talk. Look. Talk about what's on your screen. God is not real. Okay. Before I go,
Bro, I know that you came
just
up here to vent, so I'm just trying to help you out because you seem like you crying in the inside. You might just go and cry. When you get off
nigga,
this live, you
what?
gonna go cry. Oh
Oh nah, I
Lord.
just said nigga again. My bad. Hey, you look, let me tell you something about Kanga.
Bro, I'm doing
Look,
this for my young black brothers like you.
nah, you just entertaining
I'm trying to
people.
fix your brain.
You
Somebody don't fuck that
entertaining.
shit up.
You entertaining people.
Somebody don't fuck your brain up, bro. Somebody
You might as
has somebody has dropped a whole bunch of bullshit in the back of your head. I'm just
you
trying to
might as
drain
well
that
paint
shit
your
out.
face. You might as well paint your face because you a clown. You stupid.
Hey, at least I don't believe in talking snakes.
Don't believe in talking snakes. I mean, it could happen. It was the old days.
Okay,
It
that's called
was the old days.
stupidity.
It could happen.
It could
It might
happen.
happen. You never know. It might happen.
Bro. If you
It
keep
was the
acting like
old
that,
days.
people gonna keep saying black people got low IQ when you think the way you think, bro.
Black
You,
people got low
bro,
IQ.
the next time you go for a job, even
It
if you
don't
tell them,
matter.
hold up, bro.
The
The
Bible
next time you
never
go for a job, even if you tell them that you believe in talking snakes and see if they hire your ass.
look.
Nigga,
I told you already. Did I tell you? I look. I believe in Yahweh and Jesus Christ. I believe in Yahweh and Jesus Christ. You hear me? Like I told you before, rather put in God is not real. Just put Yahweh is not real.
I can say it. Yahweh is
What?
not real. When I say God's not real, it's because I want to talk to both Christians, Muslims, anybody who believes in God. I'm not just addressing
Nah.
Christians.
There's only one God. There's only one God.
In the back of your head.
Yahweh. It's only one God.
There's only one
Yahweh.
God in the back of your head.
Yahweh and the son of Yahweh, Jesus Christ.
And the son of Trump.
Like I told you, man. Look, okay. It's Saturday. Today's Saturday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you see? Too much bullshit in your head. You even know what day today is.
I don't even know what it is, but I just said it though. I just said it though, right? So you see how stupid you are?
Are you sure that today is Saturday?
Look at your phone.
Are you sure?
Check your phone. You see how stupid you
Bro,
are?
do you have anything else to say? You've exhausted your time.
Yeah, it's my last one. Can you say that real quick? What I'm about to say, please?
What you about to
Cause
say?
you don't believe in Yahweh. You don't believe in Yahweh, right? So
Yeah.
just say Yahweh.
Yahweh, the next time I see you, I'm gonna whip your ass. Tell Yahweh I'm looking for him to whoop his ass.
Oh
Tell
yes.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Listen, bro. The next time you talk to Yahweh, tell him that there's a dude over here on TikTok called Bakanga that has promised to whoop his ass. Tell Yahweh that.
Look,
Then I'm gonna
look.
beat his ass, Cameroonian style.
I just think that every time you do these type of live, later on you just get on your knees and ask God to forgive you.
And why will I do that?
Cause you still alive. Cause I'm just like, damn, this nigga
Is
still
that what
alive.
you
Like,
do? Is that
you
what you
do
do
that
every
shit every
time?
time. Like,
Is
you still
that what you
alive.
do? Is that what you do every time you jack off? You go down on your
Look,
knees and ask
you
God to
keep
forgive
bringing
you?
the dumbass shit ever, bro.
I'm asking you, bro. That's your sin, right? Is that what you do every time you sin? Go down on your knees and ask Yahweh to forgive you just so you could get right back up tomorrow and whack the mole again? That's called insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
With all my respect, look, I really respect you, but you know, at the same time,
Yeah, bro. We're just conversating, bro,
I
using
see you
strong
got a whole
language.
kingdom. Yeah, I see you got a whole kingdom over here. Yeah. But one thing I can tell you, just know God love you if you are still alive. Cause
Bro,
Q-Top,
there's many
like
reasons
when
why your advice carries no weight, bro. Because how you gonna come on the internet, like I told you before, to defend a God that you won't even obey? You got a responsibility to do what you practice, what you preach. I don't come
I
on the internet
obey
and talking
God.
all this, making
Look,
all this noise.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you. I obey God. But at the same time, we all sinners. Like I told you already, I'm not religious yet.
You just a
But
hypocrite. You just a hypocrite.
real soon, look,
You
real
just
soon I will get
you
baptized,
just
everything, go to church.
you just
Cause
a
keep praising my
hypocritical.
God.
You're just a hypocritical lying masturbator. Right? Did I lie? You lie,
You
you
see this shit,
masturbate,
man.
and you're a hypocrite.
Look, the only reason you keep talking about that is cause you do it every day.
It don't
Cause
matter if
if you
I
still
do it
ain't got
because
no
there's no
kid,
law. Listen, let me
look.
tell you something. Let me tell
Your
you something.
balls probably
Let me tell you
dropped.
something. Let me tell you
Your
something.
balls dropped. You
It
got no
doesn't it
sperm in your
doesn't it
shit. That's
doesn't
why you still ain't
matter.
got no kids. Cause
Listen,
since you want to
listen,
talk about this shit, bro, we
listen,
can't go
listen,
forward
bro.
with this shit, man.
Listen, bro. Sexual immorality is a guaranteed ticket to hellfire according to Christianity. Did you know that?
Wait, say that again.
Sexual immorality is a guaranteed ticket to hellfire according to Christianity. Did you know that? If you're sexually immoral and you're constantly sexually immoral, you ain't going to heaven. You know
Man,
that, right?
you see what I'm saying, bro? Look,
Bro,
you are real funny,
do
man.
you
You
know
funny.
that if you
You
are
are funny.
sexually immoral, you will not enter the
Most
kingdom of
funniest
God
nigga I ever
according to the
seen.
Bible,
You the
according to
most
Yahweh?
funniest guy I ever seen.
Did you know that?
So I guess I got a ticket. This what you just said. But
I'm
even
saying
though
that you're
I
busily
never
defending
I
a
never
God that's
told you
going
I
to send your
masturbate,
ass to hell.
right?
If he real anyways, you're going to hell anyways if God is real. Because you're not doing what God said to do to get to heaven.
Okay, so man, look,
Exactly.
like
So
I
when
told you,
I keep pointing out your most, I listen, when I say masturbation, it's because I looked at the stat, okay? Somebody did a study. Most Christian men are ashamed and sexually insecure
who
because a
told you
lot,
that I'm a
bro, bro,
Christian?
bro
Who
stop
told you I'm a
talking.
Christian?
Bro, most Bible believers, let me put it that way. You're insecure about that and you can't even get the help that you need. So most of you are addicted to it because you see it as a bad thing. You can't stop it. And you can't go share it with your brothers and sisters in Christ because then they'll shame you, right? So 99% of the Christian men that come up here, you got a masturbation and pornography addiction.
Oh yeah,
So
look.
of course, I'm going to bring it up as
Is that
many
the
times as
only thing you
possible.
can say
Listen,
about?
listen. I'm going to bring it up as many times as possible because that proves that Jesus can't save you. If he can't save you from that one thing, what good is Jesus? How about you go to church and go and pray until Jesus casts that spirit of whacking the mole out of you, that you can come to the internet and
Okay,
tell us how
show
Jesus
me,
loves you?
show me one verse in the Bible that says what you just said.
Go and read the Bible yourself, bro.
Look, I
Do I
got
look
my
like your
Bible next
pastor?
to me.
Bro, you say you
I got
ain't,
my
bro,
Bible
you say
next to
you've
me. Can
never
you
read
hear
the
it?
whole Bible, right?
Can you hear it?
Bro,
Can you hear it? I got my Bible next to me. Tell me the verse.
you say you've
Tell
never
me the
read the whole
verse. I
Bible,
will
right?
read it. Tell me the verse though. I will read it to
You
you
said
right
you've
now.
never read the whole Bible, right?
Who said that?
Have you read the whole
Nobody
Bible?
said.
Have
I
you read
never
the whole
said that.
Bible? Have you read the
No,
whole
I
Bible?
did. No, I did not. I
Okay.
never
So
did.
listen to me carefully. Go and read your own damn book. Then you won't have to ask me to tell you what's in it. Stop being a
I'm
lazy
not telling you.
believer.
I'm not telling you to tell me what's in it. I'm telling you. I'm asking you for the verse.
And I'm asking you to go and read.
So just give me the verse.
You have the whole
Since you
damn
read,
Bible. If you search it, you're gonna find that verse. I ain't finna do
since,
your homework for you. You lazy. You
let me
one of
tell
them
you something.
students. You one of them students in
Since
class that
you
want
read
somebody
the
to do your
whole,
homework for
since
you,
you
right?
read the whole Bible. Okay, look. Let me ask you a question, please. I'll let you talk. So please let me talk this time. If you okay, look. If you put God is not real, Jesus is not God on your screen, so that means you read the whole Bible and the Bible. So that means you read the whole Bible and you know the whole Bible. If you put that on your screen. Okay, so please tell me the verse that says guys are not supposed to masturbate, even though I never told you I masturbate.
You're not qualified for me to tell you because you're a lazy believer. You won't even read it if I told you.
See? Nah,
It's your responsibility
just
to read it, bro. How can you justify how the guy who don't believe in the book read it, but you who believe you haven't read it? That's weird as hell. It's like you telling me that I spend all night doing my homework. I should just tell you the answer to the test. Go and read the Bible. Go and start from Genesis and read it all the way to Revelation. Then you would know if what I said is in it.
I watch your lives many times.
Right. Now you know
When your
that.
guest, when your when your guests ask you for a verse in the Bible, you be giving it to them. So why not giving me this one?
Because in this specific context, I decide not to because you don't read the Bible.
You sound dumb, right? You sound stupid
Listen,
right now.
listen. I'm gonna ask you 3 Bible questions. If you can answer it, then I'll tell you where it is.
Go ahead.
How many special trees were in the garden?
See, you keep bringing up. Look, keep bringing these dumbass questions up.
How many special
Okay,
trees
how many
were
trees is
in
in
the
your yard?
Garden of Eden?
How many rocks is in your yard?
Bro, thank you for your time, okay, bro? I appreciate you.
See, you running. You running.
Didn't
You
I just
running.
ask you a question and you couldn't answer?
Nah,
You're
you
weird,
running.
bro.
You running.
You're weird. There was the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. 2 special trees in the garden. If you're a Christian and you don't know that, don't ask me for a Bible verse. If you're a Christian, you don't know the basic. Listen to me, y'all. As a Christian, stop coming to the internet to defend a book that you haven't read. If you're going to join these debates on TikTok, whether God is real or not, the least you can do as a Christian is read the Bible. Read the Quran. Read your own book. Gain mastery over your own book so you can suitably defend your position. The moment you come out here to defend the Bible when you haven't read it, you make yourself look stupid. Stupid. Okay? Because whatever is making you not to read the Bible is the same thing that makes us say that God's not real. You know that, right? Because if you love God so much, you love Jesus so much, but you can't get yourself to read the Bible, ask yourself, why are you so lazy about something that you believe so much? Going to church and listening to your pastor lie to you about things that never happened is not the equivalent of reading the book. Read your Bible if you're a Christian. Before you engage in any debates on the internet, you would only make yourself look stupid. I'm giving you the best advice that your pastor won't give you. You hear me? Your pastor ain't even going to tell you what I'm telling you right now.
What's going on with you, man?
What's up, bro?
Man, you let that go on longer than it needed to.
It's okay. People like him, you'll be surprised how many of them are out there.
It was painful. But I'm not here to defend the position, right? I'll say that up front. But when you say God is not real, is it because are you saying that because of lack of evidence?
No, I'm saying that because God is actually a fictitious idea if you really look into it. Human beings invented it. We invent the idea of God and we invent the God characters. And it's different in every culture, in every group, in every nation. You want to know that God is
So
man-made? You can watch two people believe in two different gods with opposite qualities, and they both have the same level of sincerity. The Muslim sincerely believes that Allah is God, and the Christian sincerely believes that Jesus is God, while the old Native American believes that his tree is God. They can't all be right.
no, they
So,
can't all be right. But I mean,
but
people are.
but they can all be correct if God is in fact the product of human imagination. Then every human being gets to make their own God. Then they can be correct in that context. So Allah is a God to the Muslim because the Muslim decided to make it so. Not because it is so independent of the Muslim. No, he decided to make it so. Jesus is God to the Christian because the Christian decided to make it so.
So do you think that the truth is independent of mankind?
Yes, reality is independent of the truth. The truth as observed is independent of personal opinions. Let me put it that way.
Correct. So if three people come to a conclusion, and on the premise that there is a God, three people have a conclusion of that premise, which would be true, then they all could have a different opinion of that which is true.
Yeah, just like three people can get together and lie.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
both can
and you
be.
want
Both can be
you want to
true.
know how you want to know how you know that those three people are lying? If you interrogate them, they're all gonna have different stories. That's exactly what's like with people who believe in God. Okay, they'll all make the
Well,
claim. They'll all make the same claim. God exists, but when you interrogate them, they got three different stories. Three
but
complete different stories.
yeah, three different stories does not dictate that they're all um not telling the truth.
No, that's exactly what it proves. They're lying.
How does that
Especially,
prove that?
especially when the claim that they are making cannot be observed independent of what they're saying. Okay, it's
So I do
simple.
think a person can lie unintentionally, right? That's what we're
Okay, yeah, I
talking
get it.
about.
I get it. I get it. That's ignorance. Yeah, a lot of people who believe in God are just straight up ignorant. That's why they don't read their own books. I agree with you.
However, they can tell, now we're talking about their perception of that truth,
No, it's
right?
because it's not perceived. It's not something you can perceive. It's something imagined. There's nothing about God which is perceived. Everything about God and every God character is literally imagined. You're not perceiving. It's not something you're observing or interacting with your five senses. You're literally fabricating it in your brain. It takes the shape and form of people's emotions and biases. Everybody's God includes their emotion, their biases, what they like, what they don't like, who they like and who they don't like. Everybody's God is like that. And you know it because people don't all like the same things. So if you talk to one person, he's going to tell you what he likes, and then he's going to take the shape and form of his God. Then you go to the next person, he's going to tell you what he likes. Like the Christians don't mind if a human being is God. That's why they make Jesus God. But the Muslims will say, fuck that shit. The Jews will say, fuck that shit.
So do you believe the earth is going around the sun?
I don't believe anything in particular, but I understand the scientific consensus and I also understand my realistic experience. The way I experience reality, I don't experience the earth going around the sun. I experience the sun going around the earth. But the scientific consensus is that the sun is actually, in fact, going around the earth.
Well, the other way around, right? Based on
Like
what
I
you just
said,
said.
it's two different planes of operations. I always tell people, okay, anything that I can see with my eyes and experience it, I separate my experience from the scientific consensus and facts. I do not experience myself on a ball that is spinning. If you give me 1,000,000 years, I'll never be able to experience it that way. Now, we know how the scientific consensus got to that conclusion that we're actually on a ball full of water going around the sun. That's a scientific consensus. So because I'm not a believer, I'm simply a person who understands the difference between those two things I just told you.
So
I
it
don't
wouldn't
I
be
don't go
foolish to.
looking, I'm not a person who goes around looking for what to believe. Everything
That's
I
what
go
I'm
around
saying.
looking for, I look for what to understand. And did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I understand exactly
There
what
is
you
no
said.
human being in this world that experiences themselves on a ball spinning. No. Based on our perception, it actually appears to be a plane, a plateau, not a planet.
So you're just as critical on both ends of that.
I
You don't
understand
agree
both.
with
I understand both.
No, I'm saying no. My question exactly is, are you equally as critical? Meaning,
No, I cannot be.
those
I
who
cannot be equally as critical about my experience. I can't change it. Like I said,
I'm
like
not talking about your
what does a
experience.
human being? What does a
No,
human
you
being need to do?
misunderstanding the question. You misunderstanding the question. So you've told me about you, right?
Right.
So I'm talking about those who believe that the earth is going around the sun.
Yeah,
Are you?
those people are not me, and they don't believe it because they experience it. They believe it for the same scientific consensus that I'm quoting to you. That's why I'm not a
That's what I'm
believer.
saying to you. I understand that. I'm not asking about your personal belief, right? I'm saying that again, it was simply, are you use the same critical, like, is it just imaginary, or
No, it's not just imaginary because the same is
or is the lab coats of the scientists a switch for the cloak of the clergy?
listen carefully, listen carefully. That's why I said to you, what does a person need to do to experience the earth as a ball? You tell me, what's the real answer?
I have no idea.
You go to space. Right? If you go to space, you can see it. Then you wouldn't have to
I
see
can't.
somebody else's picture. If you are able to go to space and the earth is in fact a ball, you would be able to see it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
I imagine.
anyone that has doubts and anyone that necessitates as a matter of belief, you can conduct that experiment. Work hard and put yourself on the path where you can go to space. If you have doubt, if you're doubting that the earth is a ball, just go to space and you'll see it. For me, it's not necessary for me to even accept it or reject it. I just know the difference because I know how to use those two knowledge. So if I'm in an academic environment, of course the earth is going to be a ball. As I'm going about my day-to-day basis, it's a plateau.
No, I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. What
Okay.
I'm saying is they're equal in belief. Is my point.
But I'm not talking to you from a perspective of a believer.
I'm not talking to you like you are.
No, you
If
said
that if that
you
makes
said
sense.
it's equal in belief.
Correct.
Okay,
But
but
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
that.
talking about it as a belief. I'm talking
You
about it
realize
as it is.
which one is it? You're saying the earth to be
Bro,
a
I've never
ball?
been to space.
That's my point.
Okay, if I really cared about it, I would try to go to space. But I don't.
That's my point.
What's your point?
My point is saying that they're both the same when it comes to this. I'm saying the answer is, like you say, your direct experience is what you know,
No,
right? And
because
that's
our
what,
direct experience can also be misconstrued. There's many things about our direct experience that is not necessarily factually exactly as we experience it. So you just need to know the difference. You understand? I can be experiencing something in a specific way, which is real, together with every human being. But there is more data that sheds some more light that will change your perspective when you actually when you put into action that data. Or when, for example, go to space. Then you will have no doubt if the earth is a ball or not. Then you will know
do
if it's
you
flat
know
or not.
anyone? Do you know anyone who has been to space?
I know people who have claimed to be to space, go to space.
No. Do you know them personally?
No, I don't know anyone
Do
personally.
you know anybody who knows anybody who's been there personally?
No, I only know what I see through the media.
This is my point. I'm just going back to you. Well, I'm not on the other side of the argument. I'm just saying they're equal when it comes to saying, hey, this person believes and so does the other.
No, they're not.
Why?
Because to be honest, that science and that scientific consensus actually governs the operations of a lot of things that we actually experience on a daily basis, right? Like the idea of gravity, it really works good in the engineering, spacecraft and rockets. So, like I said, we do have rockets, we do have spacecraft, we do have transportation devices. Involve yourself in that school of life if you want to know for sure. If not, just know the difference between both and know how to use both.
But you can't create truth. You can only discover it, correct?
That's what I'm saying. You would not know if you want to know if your experience is exactly as it is, or if the data coming from science is tweaked or not a fact. You would need to go to space, or at least attempt to.
Correct.
Okay, so if you haven't conducted that experiment, you're not inclined to believe in either or, as long as you understand both. But one is more practical than another.
Why? Why would you say one is more practical than the other?
Because one of it governs our day-to-day life.
Well, I mean,
Technologically.
if you're saying that, if you're talking about gravity, right? That's what we're talking about specifically, gravity.
More than just gravity, the different laws of physics, as explained. Okay.
Yes, I mean the law, but the laws were in place. These are discovered laws, right? You know, dropping an object, it's going to fall towards the center, and so on and so forth. These things were in place, and we discovered it. It's like looking at the periodic table. The periodic table, you know, what was discovered, or it was named in what, 1619 or 1860? I can't remember what year exactly. But by that position, anyone who believed in oxygen prior to scientists saying it was so would be saying that they was believing in a myth, correct?
Not necessarily.
Because there was nothing to prove it.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
It depends on which experiments were being conducted in that day and time. It depends on how much data they had in that day and time.
I'm saying prior to any experiments.
It's not prior to any experiment, because we do know that they are toxic gases. So it's only logically conclusive. It would have had to always have been like this, even when human beings didn't have the technology that we have today, that some gases are toxic if we breathe it, and some gases are not. Now, we might not know how to differentiate both, but it's a fact that some air you can breathe and some you can't breathe. Then as science improved, we're able to specifically isolate which one it is that our body requires in order to function. Oxygen, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide.
That's what I'm saying. But it was that which was already present, correct? It wasn't like we went and found that which was non-toxic. It was that which was already present.
I'm not picking up on what you're dropping.
What I'm saying to you in essence is, it basically go back when you said look at nature and so on and so forth. It's observing that which is around us.
Okay.
So what I'm saying to you is, then you come from that perspective and say that it was already here, and you say it's a natural occurrence and things just came together. I don't know how you explain, or if you try to explain creation from that perspective. I rest on I don't know.
Yeah, there's no
Which is the truth.
There's no perspective, because we don't live in a creation. We live in an ever transforming reality where things transform from one state to another.
So nothing is being created, is what you're saying.
Not in essence, no. Everything is just changing form. Everything.
Okay. I mean, if that's, yeah, I mean, I could go with that. I can see it from that perspective. But even from that perspective, I'm saying that it's changing form and coming together naturally. But what is the why behind the what from your perspective?
Natural things don't have any whys.
Well, that's logically inconclusive, right?
No,
Wouldn't that be logical?
that's very conclusive, because nature doesn't involve intentions. So there is no why.
So
it is simply what it is. It's like you
So
saying,
you're telling me-
why did the rain fall?
No, what I'm asking you is, if you plant a seed, what is your expectation?
If I plant a seed,
Yes. What is your expectation of that seed?
that it should grow.
But why? Because you just told me.
Because of prior knowledge.
Correct. Prior knowledge of watching how nature transpires. But you're saying there is no why behind it. So if there is
Hold up. Bro, there is no why behind uh, uh, natural things happening in general. As it is subjectively applicable to me, I may have certain expectations, so I would have to find a why. That why always has to satisfy my curiosity. But that why, from my perspective, will not be another person's why. Now, like you said, when you plant a seed, what do you expect? Most realistically, you expect the seed to grow or to not grow. Because it's very natural that seeds cannot grow for different reasons. You know, if it doesn't rain, it won't grow. If the soil is not fertile, it won't grow. So yeah, my expectations might be for the seed to grow because I'm hungry or I need that plant, but that has nothing to do in the grand scheme of things.
You truly believe that to be true?
That's just the reality of the world. You see, bro. Listen, bro. I often teach people this. Listen to
How
my
can that
words.
be the reality, though?
Listen to
If
my
the
words.
reality, well, I'm just saying, if the reality has,
listen to my words. Learn to see the world as it is rather than what you want it to be.
that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, good. So when
I'm
you
saying
see,
you plant a
when
seed,
you observe natural
plant
things
the seed.
occurring, you don't see any
You plant-
specific intent. There's no intention. There's only consequences from different reactions, right? There is no intended end.
What I'm saying to you is, when you see things, you can conclude or you can imagine what occurred prior, right? And it's based
Only
on things.
depending on your needs. So the needs and the biases of the observer would always come into play when looking for whys. Like why does existence exist? There's no why to that.
I don't know.
It's you don't know because you're not thinking deeply about it.
No,
There's
I'm
no
just
why
saying
to
I
it.
don't.
It just is. It just is. For no
No,
specific reason. That is why if something can exist and not exist and it doesn't affect the grand scheme of things. Just like there was a time you didn't exist in this world, and now you exist in this world. In the grand scheme of things, your existence is irrelevant to the existence of all existences.
I guess what I'm saying in a nutshell is, my ignorance is not proof of non-existence of a thing.
You're correct. You're correct. Your ignorance,
Nor is
especially. Listen. That doesn't mean that illogical things are real. It doesn't mean that
No,
every
I'm not
claim that
saying
comes
that
out of a
either.
person. Listen. That doesn't mean that every claim that comes out of a human being's mouth is also real. Okay.
No one. I never made that claim.
Okay. When you say your ignorance is not evidence of non-existence,
No, my ignorance is not proof that something does not exist because I do not know it.
So what proves that something doesn't exist? What proves that something doesn't exist?
I don't have it. How can I have proof
No.
of that?
Ask me. Answer my question. How would you prove that something doesn't exist?
I can't.
That's exactly how we know that something doesn't exist when you can't prove it.
No, that just means you haven't discovered it.
Brother,
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist because you don't know of it.
brother, if you haven't discovered it, you don't know it, and it's in a state of non-existence.
Well, that would be subjective then, right? So you're
No,
saying
that's exactly how it is. Bro, with that mentality that you're saying, bro, you're saying that there's a possibility that Superman could be real.
What I'm saying to you also
No,
is...
hold on, bro. Are you saying that just because you're ignorant of the reality of if Superman is a real person on the real planet Krypton, you mean that it's possible that Superman actually exists? That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay,
You're
so
saying that.
do you then know how to distinguish between fiction and reality?
What I'm saying to you, can I say what I'm saying opposed to you telling me what I'm saying?
Brother,
Is
what you're
that okay
saying
with you?
applies. What you're saying applies
No, I'm
to
asking
what I'm
you.
saying, bro. If you are ignorant about something, it doesn't exist.
So you're saying that nothing exists outside of your knowledge.
That's why knowledge is knowledge.
So you're saying that anything that you do not know of does not exist.
That's what I'm saying.
So when you meet people for the first time, they started existing when you came of knowledge of them.
Duh.
Okay. Well, I mean, I see it from your perspective then. From your perspective, I understand. I clearly understand your point of view. I just think there's so much beyond me and what I know from my subjectivity. So I can't rule out, a creator in that particular
Listen,
perspective.
bro. Listen, bro. Let me show you how the real world works, bro. If I'm accused of committing a crime and you take me to court and you really believe that I committed a crime, but you don't have proof, it's the same thing as I didn't commit the crime. You understand that? The burden of proof is on someone who says that something is. Anytime you say something is, you cannot claim ignorance. You claim ignorance, we throw your case out of the court. Proof and knowledge and reality work hand in hand. There is a burden of proof, which people who make claims sometimes, who make positive claims, just like to forget and ignore. No one would ever get up in this world and say there is no God had someone else not first claimed that there was. And when the person who claimed that there is has had 5,000 years, and the best they have been able to accomplish is confusion. Literally, you put 100 people who believe in God in a room, come back after 10 years, you have 100 different religions. The only thing that the God idea produces is separation, division, and war. Simply because people are trying to make something fictitious real. It's fictitious. It takes the shape and the form of the person who's imagining it. That's why right now, bro, let me do an experiment with you. If you're an honest person, you tell me the truth. When I say the word Jesus, what image comes to your mind?
What image comes into my mind when you say Jesus?
When I said the word Jesus, what image of a man comes to your mind?
Oh, the one that they put up.
The white man.
Yeah.
That's
What's your
because
point?
that's Jesus. You don't know that the people who invented the story later on in antiquity invented an image to represent their story. It's all inventions.
No, I'm aware of that invention.
Same thing with the idea of God. So if I say Lord Shiva, if I say Allah, you know what the Muslims did? The Muslims don't want to give an image to Allah, so there's always an element of mystery. So they can say exactly what you just said. My ignorance is not proof of non-existence. Because they know that if they give us any image, no, bro, that's false.
So Christopher Columbus discovered America.
Listen, you cannot be ignorant while making a positive claim. You get what I'm saying, bro? The moment you make the positive claim, you are now claiming that you are not ignorant anymore.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you clearly. My claim is I don't know. That is my claim.
No, bro. That is
my claim.
Listen. No. That's not your claim.
That is my claim.
No. That is the statement.
That's not.
Yes, I'm gonna tell you because I don't know. You don't know what. The what you don't know is the claim. You saying you don't know is your follow-up analysis, or that's your defense for what you know or what you don't know. So what is it that you don't know?
When you start talking about
No, brother, tell me, what is it that you do not know?
I don't know how it all started, the creation, all of the things that are here.
Okay, good. Now, you want to know?
Not know.
Hold up. You want to know what your claim is? Your claim is that it all started. That's your claim. And then when I asked you to back up your claim, you said, I don't know. Then why the fuck did you make the claim? Based on what did you make the claim? How can you be ignorant while making a claim that it all started? What if it didn't all start? You would need at least some form of knowledge to conclude that it all started before you can then say, I don't know how.
And then you just uncovered another level of ignorance. So I don't know if it started or it's always been here.
Thank you. So this should have never been a point of conversation to begin with. If you just didn't know anything about it.
No, what I'm saying is I positively, affirmatively don't know. I think anyone who is claiming to know is not telling the truth.
We can know based on observation.
You can conclude. You can.
We can know based
You
on
can
observation.
assume.
We have
You
metrics.
can
We have
assume.
processes of operations logically
Correct.
established to allow us to distinguish between what is and what is not. We actually
Correct.
do. There's different levels to human intelligence. That's why we have something called IQ. Not everybody has the ability to receive information and process it in the same way, okay? You can literally teach a bunch of students in class the same information and 20 of them will come out ignorant. Not because the information isn't there, but because their brain cannot process it.
Correct.
So yeah, the evidences that we do have to point that there is no God is
Well, you
logically
don't have evidence that
substantiated.
there's no God. You don't have any evidence. You said that God. That
Listen,
your
listen carefully.
evidence is
Listen
that-
carefully. The
Your
evidence that I
evidence is
have.
that there is no
Listen,
evidence.
listen. What I'm saying to you about God is that if you want to know if God exists or not, you have to understand what God is in relation to human beings. God is a 100% human-made idea. It is synonymous to fiction. That's why it can't exist beyond human beings imagining it. It's not independent of human imagination. It's only as relevant as a man is willing to imagine it to be. That is why it literally takes the shape and form of whatever man it is that is imagining it. That observation alone shows us that even if there is something out there, it is not God. It's nothing that man has imagined or observed. Just like I can say to you conclusively, Superman does not exist because he is a fictional character. Santa Claus does not exist. The Tooth Fairy does not exist. It's not complicated. So even if we were to encounter some type of entity that has power, it will not be a God. It will not be a supreme being. It will not be anything we've imagined. Because what we have up to this point is the combination of the imagination of millions of men throughout antiquity. Every generation comes and put their own little twist to it. You know, it's kind of like what Marvel is doing. When the comic books were first designed, it was on hard paper, just a bunch of drawings. Then they started making cartoons with them. Then they started making real life animations with them. In the future, we're going to be able to go into the 3D world or a virtual reality and watch a movie that will make it resemble reality. We have a behavior of imagining things, then trying to make those things real. That's literally a human tendency. Bro, that's why you go to the movie theaters these days, you sit in the seat and the seat is shaking and vibrating, trying to mimic what you're observing on the screen. That's the same thing that motivated human beings. When we first started capturing images, we started with stick figures, carvings on the wall. Then that act evolved to like drawings with more details. As time passes by, we try to insert more details into our imaginary fabrications. Then we went from drawing pictures to snapping them. When we snapped them, we were not satisfied with just being able to capture a picture, but it didn't have color in it. So guess what? We worked hard, invented a tool that can capture the picture and the coloration in it. But we were not satisfied. Then we were like, you know what? Let's invent something that can capture not just the picture and the color, but the motion. Oh, what about we invent something that can capture the picture, the color, the motion, and the sound? Now, with virtual reality, we straight up want to experience that shit exactly as it was happening. We have this obsession. We do it with real things, and we do it with things that we literally just made up. That's why I tell people, bro, there is no human being looking at me right now who goes to the movie theater. In order for you to enjoy a movie, you have to pretend that it's real. Literally, there's something in your head. You shut it off. Your brain just takes that reality check that tells you that, bro, that's just a cartoon. And then if you watch it long enough in that state of pretending that it's real, it even begins to affect your emotions. That's why when people went and watched The Passion of the Christ, they started crying. Are there any Christians here who watched The Passion of the Christ and didn't cry? You're a wicked person. No? If I was watching a white man get beat up the way The Passion of the Christ was beating up that white boy, I would have been crying too. I'd be like, man, why does anybody deserve to be beat like that? How many of y'all black people watch slavery movies? Even some that are just made up. You don't get mad. You don't feel enraged. How many of y'all see pictures of the Holocaust and you don't feel sad? You don't think in your head like, damn, man, these Germans were fucked up. How many of y'all watch the old Wild West, old movies from the Wild West, and you don't hate the bandits? How many of y'all watch Superman and you straight up don't dislike Lex Luthor? How many of y'all watch Batman and you don't hate the Penguin? That's why we have a protagonist and an antagonist, bro. Not just in real life, but in our made-up stories. How many of y'all read Romeo and Juliet and you didn't feel sad as fuck? I know I felt sad when I read Romeo and Juliet when I was 11 years old. Hold up. She thought he was dead. So she drank the poison. Then he woke up, realized that she was dead. Then he drank the poison. Fuck. Is that what love is? You feel sad. That's just the reality of the world, bro. Human beings make shit up. God is one of those things we made up.
I agree people make things up.
I'm saying to you, my brother, God is one of those things. So if you really want to know the truth, you can't be looking for God. Just like if you want to look for a superhero in this world, you don't go looking for Superman, bro.
I think one of the things that people make up more than most, number one, a lot of people are afraid to say they don't know. They claim to know things that they don't know, and it's hearsay.
Brother, that's why I usually give this advice to people. Desire to have the strength to know the difference between things which you can know and things which you cannot know. Focus on what you know. Use it to investigate what you don't know.
But that was on my only position.
Have the wisdom to know the difference between what you know and what you don't know.
Correct.
Claiming ignorance is not a compliment. Claiming ignorance about something that you said is evidence that you don't really care about what you said, because you cannot make a claim from a position of ignorance. That would be stupid. So the moment you make a claim already,
from your perspective, that's subjective.
Bro, if you don't know something, bro, if you really don't know something, don't talk about it.
Well, I'm telling you I don't know, and I'm telling you that's the truth.
Bro, you telling me that you don't know and you not coming up on my show, for example, let's say you had never come up to my show, then I won't even know that you don't know, and it wouldn't change anything because you really don't know.
Well, I'm saying you don't know either.
Hold up. How do you know that I don't know when you don't know?
When?
Brother,
when did the first
you have already said that you don't know. That means you don't even qualify to say who knows and who doesn't know, because you would have to know something in order to say that somebody doesn't know. But you've already claimed ignorance. So you now disqualify yourself to allocate knowledge or to qualify knowledge or disqualify knowledge. You already said, I don't know. So listen, bro, a person who is ignorant cannot identify a person who's not. That's the negative of ignorance, bro. That's why ignorance is bliss. People who are ignorant about something are blissful about it. You will not be able to identify what you're ignorant about. Hence, it is your responsibility to educate yourself. I've already told you what I know. Did I tell you what I know? I know that human beings invent stuff. And the idea of God is very consistent with everything else that we invent, literally under the category of myth. Mythology. It's not just the Christian God or the Muslim God. We literally call it Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Babylonian mythology. We already call it mythology anyways. It's just because a vast amount of the population chooses to pretend, like they do in the movies, that it's not mythology. So it rubs off on us, you know? It's like you going to the movie, watching the movie, and then you come out still believing that shit was real. You know why? That's why some people are addicted to scary movies. It brings out emotions out of them. I know the difference between what I know. Okay? And I know that God doesn't exist. And I know that God is a figment of man's imagination. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with man imagining God. There's only
So to
something
know that,
sketchy when a man imagines God and then claims that it's real beyond his imagination. And then there's a problem there because somebody's lying intentionally, somebody's being disingenuous, somebody's
so,
attempting to manipulate.
from your perspective, water has always existed, correct?
From my perspective, water is a combination of different elements, right? Scientifically, we haven't pinpointed an exact beginning, but we can say that in one way or another, it's always been there because of how it behaves. So based on its behavior, so we're not going to make a baseless claim. Based on the behavior of the substance that's called water, it's always been there. Especially when you consider that it's one of the most necessary ingredients for life. If there's water and no sunlight, life can still dwell. There's some life forms that can live in complete darkness, like in the depths of the ocean, without any sunlight whatsoever.
And you saying there's no beginning to that whatsoever. It's just
We
has
haven't
always
pinpointed.
been.
We haven't pinpointed the beginning. If there is a beginning, we haven't found that yet. But based on what we
Correct.
understand as of now, it appears to not.
And that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah, but
Basically,
it doesn't mean that we ignore the fact of what we know now. We know that it changes its form when any destructive force is applied to it. It cannot be completely disintegrated. You cannot completely disintegrate water or H2O. It's just gonna
no,
change
you
its form.
can't. I agree.
All right. So something like that, at what point then will it have not existed?
My point is, you
No,
just
no, no,
said
no,
it.
no, no. Answer the question. When you observe it behaving that way,
You
at what
haven't
point?
answered my question yet. You keep going back to answer your question. My question was simple. At the point in which you said they haven't discovered it yet, at the point in which it's discovered, I'm saying man is still advancing, correct? And
Yes,
because we do
our
not have
assumption.
the
What I'm saying
tools,
to you is
okay,
that we are not
can
advancing
I
with the
finish the
assumption.
question?
Listen, bro, we're not advancing with the
You don't
assumption
let me
that
finish.
water has a beginning. We're not advancing with that assumption. We have a definitive
You are not
amount of
advancing with
conclusive.
that assumption.
When I say we,
You are not
I'm
advancing
talking
with that
about
assumption.
intelligent people. I'm not talking about people that like to make up stuff in their head.
You know all intelligent people now.
Bro, all intelligent people operate based on facts.
There's no
Anybody
such
who
thing as
claims
a
to be
future
intelligent,
fact.
listen, anybody who is claims to be intelligent but does not operate based on facts is a pseudo intellectual.
But there's no such thing as a future fact.
That's what I'm saying to you. That if I make
That's
a
what I'm saying
hypothesis,
to you.
listen. If I make a hypothesis based on present facts, that is the truth. Whatever
No,
it
it's
is
not
that
the
I
truth.
think, whatever it
A
is that I think,
hypothesis is not the truth.
listen, no, listen. If I make
It's
a
the truth that you
hypothesis,
made a hypothesis.
listen, you're not listening. If I make a hypothesis about something in the future based on present fact, that present fact in that present moment is the truth. If I make a hypothesis, for example, you're hypothesizing that water would have had to be created, right?
Correct.
Based on what we observe, water is not created, right?
Correct.
The fact is, water is not created.
The fact is, so you're saying the fact right now, you're saying the truth is based on
Observation and proof in the present moment. You don't accuse me of a crime that you have no way to prove, and you expect me to sit in jail for 20 years until you can prove it. Nah, I'm free until you prove it. You have the burden of proof. If not, you just made a false accusation.
So what if you actually did the crime based on your same scenario?
You would never know. That's why I said to you, a
Correct.
smart person, listen to me. If you can't
But
prove,
no,
listen,
don't stop.
listen.
No, stay right
If
there.
you can't prove that I committed the crime, no one will ever know if I did it or not.
So
And
you
guess
saying
what? In every present moment without proof, I will always be innocent.
so you're saying the truth depends on whether you know it or not.
It depends on proof, yes. All truth depends on proof. Something cannot be true
So
without
you're
proof.
telling me that again, So then that goes against the whole idea that the truth is independent of your feelings and your perception.
Yes, because once you've proven it, it's not based on how you feel.
Well, no, I'm saying
It's
to
based on
you,
what it is.
that's what I'm saying. The truth was the truth. If you did it and nobody
The
knows
truth
about it,
is only the truth because there is proof. Not that there is claims, there's feelings, there's theories,
no,
hypotheses.
that's not what I'm saying. The truth is the truth because it is the truth.
No.
Whether anyone knows about it or not.
The truth is not the truth because it's the truth.
No, it is the truth because it's the truth.
No, sir. No, sir. You don't use a word
You're
to
telling me
substantiate.
if you do something today, you're
You don't-
telling me if you do something today, you're telling me if you do something today and no one else knows about it, then it's not the truth?
No.
Fuck out of here.
Bro. Listen,
Fuck outta here.
listen carefully. Listen
If
carefully.
I steal your money
Listen,
and you don't know about it,
Listen, bro. I'm gonna ask you a question. Did O.J. Simpson commit the crime?
I don't know.
What's the truth?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know why you don't know?
Because I wasn't there.
No. That's not. It's not because you weren't there.
That is why I don't know.
No.
You don't either.
Listen. I can tell you why you don't know.
The
Want me to tell
truth
you-
is the truth, whether you can prove it or not.
No. I can tell you why you don't know. You're ignorant about how the court system works.
Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter whether or not how the
Yes,
court system.
it does.
Oh, my
Because
goodness.
based on your logic, we should accuse everybody just based on claims.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
then tell me.
saying
Okay, you know how I'm gonna help you out. Define truth. What is truth?
truth is reality.
That's not a definition of truth.
The truth is the reality of how things actually are.
How do you know
cannot
that?
put-
How do you know that things actually are?
You know,
How?
bruh. What I'm saying to you in a nutshell is,
Brother,
Without
brother, reality
Okay, you wanna-
is things as they actually are. Tell me how you know that something
Things
actually
are-
is.
bruh, most of the time we have a perspective of
Brother,
that which we
how
call.
do
I'm
you
standing on one
know? Not how do you believe? How do you have an opinion? How do you know?
What I'm saying to you is, and if you allow me to finish, I can explain it, right? You can only have a perception of that which you believe to be true.
I'm not
There is
asking
only-
you about that. I'm asking
I
you
know what you're
how
asking
do
me.
you know that something is true?
You don't.
So human beings can't know that something is true?
They have an idea.
So you don't know if you're a man.
I know that.
How do you know that?
Oh, because I have the body parts and so on and so forth. And I said
And
that
the
before.
the body parts is called what? Proof.
Yeah, the experience.
What if I told you that there's a possibility that you're actually just a woman? And
What?
because and just because I don't know how you're a woman doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Imagine me telling you that. Right? My ignorance doesn't mean that you're not really a woman. Right? Because you thinking you're a man, you just have a glimpse of reality, a perspective. You want to know what's funny, bro? I'm actually not wrong.
Bruh.
Because, listen, bro, I'm actually not wrong in my conclusion. Because every human fetus, before it develops in its mother's womb, is originally female. So from that perspective,
Bruh.
I'm actually not wrong.
Your perspective.
Every human being begins as a woman.
From your perspective, you're
No,
saying
it's scientific. It's scientific.
Listen, from your perspective, you actually said if you do something today and no one else knows about it, then it is not true that it happened.
Listen,
You're telling me
Listen.
straight up and down that you
Listen.
believe. No,
Listen.
no. You literally said, from your perspective, if another person cannot verify it, then it is not true. And what I'm saying to you is,
listen, bro. How will it be true?
What you mean?
If I did
So
something
you
today,
say that the
listen,
truth?
listen, hold up. If I did something today and nobody but me knows about it, outside of my subjective perspective, how can that be true?
Good luck with that one.
Brother, listen to me. Okay, I'm gonna
I
give you
heard
an
what you
example.
said.
I'm gonna give you an example. People go to sleep every night and they have dreams, right? Right, bro?
Yes.
How
People
do
have
you
dreams.
how do you really know that people have those dreams?
Do I know that they had a dream?
Is it
I
true that they
don't.
okay? So the question is it true that they had a dream?
I don't know.
Why do you not know?
Because I did not have the dream. I was not able to
Okay,
bear
okay.
witness to
So
the
so let me
dream.
so let me ask you: is it possible that they didn't have a dream?
It's also possible that they didn't have it.
Okay, there you go. I
Well,
rest
from
my
your
case.
perspective is
I rest my
your
case.
perspective. What you're saying basically is because you did not see the dream, they did not have the dream. That is your point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying to you. Your viewpoint on truth is strictly subjective. You are one of those people
Listen,
that believe
listen,
my
listen,
truth.
listen. I'm showing you how your subjective experience is not always necessarily truth. You're not getting it. You're the one who's not getting it. Okay? Truth has to be a common perspective. It has to be observable. It has to be checked and balanced. If not, if a woman came and said you did something to her, we need to take her word for it.
So you telling me basically, so what you're saying
Listen,
to me
listen,
is,
bro. If
hold
somebody
on,
came,
hold on. You said the truth needs to be a common perspective, correct? Yes or no?
yes, yes.
Okay. So if you go into a room right now and there's 30 people in there and they all say you are a white woman, is that the truth?
No, because it's not the
Huh?
common perspective that I'm a white woman. They lied
Why?
because
Because you just told me it's not. I just told you it
listen,
was.
listen, listen, listen. You don't know the difference between a common belief and a common perspective. Do you know the difference between perspective means something as observed rather than
Correct. That's how
as
they see
claimed.
it.
Yes, if I go into a room and people claim that I'm a white woman, I'll ask them to prove it. Okay? I suddenly I'm not the only white
Please.
woman in the world. Hold up, bro. I'll ask them to prove it. So you're conflating what a common claim would be with a common truth or a common perspective. Let me give you an example of a common perspective. Anybody who has eyes that works fine can look up in the sky and see a giant ball when it's noon, shining bright.
Bruh, what I'm saying to you
Listen,
is
I will give you an
basically,
example of a common perspective. I'm not going to put a number to it. I'm simply going to tell you. Any human being that's thirsty needs to drink water in order to quench the thirst, or at least something which is liquid, right? Any human being that is hungry needs to eat food or something that carries nutrients, something that can fill the stomach. Again, any human being that has perfectly functioning eyes can look up the sky and you will see a giant ball that is shining in the sky at 12 noon. That's a common perspective. Now, if I say to you that every human being, what if 100 human beings say, when you look up, you see the sun god? Well, fuck, I look up, I don't see no fucking sun god. I see a round circle that we call the sun. It's not a god. Certainly not.
bruh, based on your, I'm telling you, the truth don't give a fuck about your opinion. Don't give two fucks about it.
Because it is backed by proof. That's what I'm saying to you.
But you
Because the
saying
proof
the opposite.
the proof speaks for itself. So guess what? You just look at you perceive it and then you state it as it is, as a realist,
Basically, what you saying is not the truth until you understand it.
until you observe it. Yes, you can say
The
in
shit
another
was the
word.
truth before you came upon it.
You can say in another way, comprehend it. Yes, you have to be able to comprehend what you're observing in order
But
to
I'm saying
state
to
it as
you,
it is.
I'm saying it was the truth before you comprehended it. It's just
No,
like you.
no, it
Okay, so
wasn't.
let's say,
It
hold
wasn't.
on, hold
It
on,
wasn't.
hold on, hold on,
It
hold on,
wasn't the
hold on,
truth before
hold
I
on, hold
comprehended
on,
it.
hold on. I'm gonna do it a different way for you. I'm gonna do it a different way for you. You say that there is no God, correct? Correct? Okay. I believe there is a God, right?
Did you just hear your choice of words? You did not say, I know that there is a God. You said, I believe. A belief is just an opinion. I don't care about what you believe. You can
Okay.
believe whatever
You
you
say
want.
you know. Okay. Right?
Yes.
So,
I said, I know that
are
there is
you
no God.
okay? You know this, right?
hmm
So, someone says, I know there is a God.
Prove it.
Both of y'all are saying it, right?
I'll tell them to prove it.
But again, you told me until a person comprehends it, it is not the truth.
Again, listen. If you say there is a God, I will
Hold
say,
on.
prove
This is
it.
what you just said.
I would say, prove it.
You so now you're changing your narrative. Or
No,
you're changing
I'm
your point.
addressing when I said that statement earlier, we were not talking about God. Now we're talking about
Oh
God.
my
So
goodness.
if you
So
say to me
truth
there is a
depends on
God, if you say to me that there is a God, prove it to be true.
so you're telling me the conditions of truth change depending on what the subject matter is.
Based on the facts, yes, sir.
Depending on the subject matter, not the
Yes,
facts, the
sir.
subject
Yes,
matter.
yes, sir. That's why the truth
So
of
there
it.
are no
Listen to me, bro. That's why I said to you, it has to be a common perspective. We have to be able to see it as claimed. Anyone that has the ability to observe has to be able to see it as claimed, either by observation or comprehension or whatever way it is that you analyze data. You have to be able to see it as claimed. I give you an example of something that you can see is I've claimed. Whenever your clock says 12 midday, a clock that's working perfectly fine, go outside and you will see a ball in the sky without clouds on a non-cloudy day. Okay, let me just before you start throwing me some, semantics. Go out on a non-cloudy day, look up, you will see a round circle shining. If you go and do the experiment and you don't see it, then you can claim that what I said was not true. Because the proof that I pointed out to you did not support the claim that I made. If you claim that there is a God, prove it.
I can't prove it to you.
And then it would forever remain what I said it is, fictional, man-made ideas. People usually can prove things. Listen, bro, did you know that one of the qualities of something which doesn't exist is that it can't be proven?
Until it's proven and then it's no longer
You
fictional, right?
cannot prove something which doesn't exist. Exactly. That's why we're asking for proof, because it's non-existential
That's what
until
I'm
you
saying
make
to
it
you.
existential.
You were one of the people that would never believed in oxygen prior to oxygen showing up on the periodic table. It's just that simple.
Nobody believed in oxygen
Until
prior to
somebody
oxygen.
tells you
Nobody
something.
believed in oxygen prior to oxygen being put on the periodic table.
Apparently somebody did
Somebody had to.
beforehand.
Correct.
Okay then. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about before there was any idea of oxygen. Nobody believed in
Bruh, it's
oxygen.
okay not to know.
Listen. Before
It's okay.
before there was any, what just happened? Before there was any idea of something called oxygen, nobody believed in oxygen. That's what I'm saying.
No one believed in oxygen prior to
Yes.
oxygen being on the
And
periodic
even
table.
after the idea of oxygen was claimed, it wasn't believed until it was proven. It wasn't accepted, let me put it that way, until it was proven. So yeah,
Was
you
it a
can have.
truth? Was it a truth before people believed it?
No.
The way that truth works in your book is,
It's proof.
but it's
Proof
not the
is the
truth
truth.
until
Proof is the truth. That's how you know between the difference between a lie and what's true.
no,
Without
brother.
proof, it is the same as a lie.
No, it is not.
Yes, my friends.
You don't
If you
understand truth.
if listen again, without proof, it is the same as a lie. Bro, what
And
is
I
a
do
lie?
understand.
Bro, what is
I
a
do
lie?
understand. I do understand it from your
Brother,
perspective.
what is a lie?
It is something that is a lie does not exist.
Brother, what is a lie?
A lie does not exist. It is something that does not exist.
How do you know that it doesn't exist?
It
I'm trying
never
to help you
happened.
out, brother.
It never happened.
How do you know that it never happened?
It is something that never happened.
How do you know that it never happened?
I don't understand the question. How do I know that it never happened?
You see, you dug yourself into a hole. Of course, because there is no proof.
Because there's no proof.
Yeah,
I'm
that's how you
saying
know it's a
lack of
lie.
proof. Lack
Bro,
of
you
proof
can't
in it-
you can't just
No,
tell your
lack of-
wife, bro, you can't just tell
lack
your
of
wife that
proof-
she's cheating on you without proof.
Lack of proof in and of itself does not mean it is not true.
Brother, that's exactly
just
what
not
it
the truth.
means. That's exactly what it means.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you go on that one, man. Because if somebody
without
come
proof-
at your house,
Listen, bro, without proof, it is nothing more than just a claim, a baseless claim without a base, without a foundation. The proof is the foundation upon which proof is the foundation
I
upon which
understand
truth
it
is
from your perspective.
constructed, bro. Listen to me, bro. Truth is the foundation. Proof is the foundation upon which truth is constructed. Proof is the foundation upon which truth is constructed. If you construct a claim without proof, it is it's a baseless claim. It can be
Okay.
dismissed. It can be
I
dismissed like they say in
understand
court.
I promise you, I understand your point completely.
That is why there
is
is a burden associated with truth. And that burden is called burden of proof. It's a real burden for any intelligent person.
you're taking the word truth and you're putting proof and you're using them synonymous, right? And what I'm
Bro,
telling you,
because proof is one of the qualities of truth.
boy,
Listen, my brother, what are the qualities of water? It has the ability to quench your thirst when it is void of salt, but not completely void of salt.
What I'm saying to you is your lack of knowledge of having said proof does not make something not true.
I'm saying to you that is
That's
what
what
makes
you're
it
saying
not
to me.
true. Listen,
You're telling me
listen.
until
If
you
I
discover the
listen, you're
proof.
not getting it. You're not getting it. If I lack
No,
knowledge
you're not
about,
getting it.
listen. I don't think that you understand what you're saying. It's not in this
No,
situation.
I don't think you understand what you're saying.
Hold up. In this situation, when it comes to God, bro, it's not just that there is a lack of knowledge. It's not available anywhere. Anywhere. No one has proven it anywhere. So you can't tell me, go there and you're going to find the proof. There's a type of ignorance where I don't know something which is known simply because I haven't been exposed to it. But once I'm exposed to it, I can gain that knowledge. The issue with God is that there is no proof anywhere that can be accessed by anyone. It's not that it's somewhere. No. Every proof that people give for God is usually consistent with their emotions and their biases. That is why the existence of God, the character of God, is defined with irrational properties, unrealistic properties, something which is all-knowing, everywhere, at every time. That's hyperbole of the highest level. The exaggeration of man's desires and sentiments. It makes no logical sense that God could be everywhere at every time and still create. God would have had to be somewhere eternally before he created somewhere where we are right now. But there's nothing wrong once you understand that the God idea is fictitious. Then you can give it whatever qualities you want. Like if you write a fictional story like Star Wars, you can make as many planets as you want. You can manufacture as many characters as you want in a story.
All I'm saying to you is, you're a proponent on science, and you say the evidence and so on and so forth. And I'm saying to you, as far as you know, mankind has been walking the earth for I don't know how long, but I do know until 1869, and I bring this back up, there was no periodic table. And what I'm saying to you in a nutshell is the truth was discovered. It did not become truth when people found the proof of it.
Brother, you see, again, your semantics is working against you. When it wasn't
no
discovered,
semantics.
listen. When it hadn't been discovered, it wasn't true, neither was it false. Now, because it was discovered, it became true when it was discovered. So we can then infer that it always had been. Though we were not there, we cannot confirm. We can only logically conclude. But prior to us discovering, it just was something which was neither true nor false, like I said. It's just something we didn't know.
What I'm saying to you is the element.
It wasn't
By
a
your
truth.
own thing, by your saying, you're saying everything in existence has always been in existence, and the elements have always been here. This is what you've been saying, and I'm saying people did not discover them
Because those
until
neither can be
1869,
created
and you're
nor
telling me
destroyed.
everything you're what?
Bro, how do you create an element?
No one created the elements.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. No one created the elements.
Elements are not created from mankind.
No, without
How do I create?
mankind.
I can't.
Listen. The elements were not created by mankind or anyone that mankind imagines, including God. You get it? The elements were not created by mankind or mankind's imagination. They are ever present. They can neither be destroyed nor created. It can only be transformed from one state to another. That is observable reality. You wouldn't find any truth out there other than that.
Do you know anybody smarter than you?
No.
I believe you. And I rest on that point.
Do you know why they cannot? Do you know?
Makes sense from that point.
Do you know why they cannot be anybody smarter than me?
I'm sure you do.
No. I can tell you why. Because
I'm sure you can.
In order to be smarter than me, you have to be me, and then be a better me than me. So my smartness is not measured.
From your perspective, the way that you answer that question, you use all of your your faculties to answer that question.
Bro, I'm teaching you something. You listen, you understand. Nobody can be you more than you. So the only person that can be smarter than me is me. By gaining more knowledge, then I'll be smarter later on than I am in this current moment. Now, could there be people out there with a higher IQ than me? Yes.
No, my point to you is so they can know more than you.
Of course, someone who's lived longer naturally will know more than me.
But until you know what they know,
but it doesn't. Oh man, you see, let me help you out to understand the difference between intelligence.
You keep cutting me off.
No, let me listen, bro. I think you're conflating intelligence and smartness as used. They can be used synonymously, usually when you're speaking generically. But if you want to be really specific, okay, someone who is smart is what you can do with what you have will make you smart. To be intelligent is not just what you can do with what you have, but how you can use what you have to acquire more. So a spearman can be a smart spearman, but a swordsman is definitely not as smart with the spear as the spearman, because the swordman is not a spearman. So you can't compare both from that perspective. You can only compare the swordsman's ability to use the sword as it is common to people who use the sword, as much as you can compare a spearman's ability to use a spear as it is common to spearmen. For example, you cannot judge a shark's ability to be smart with an eagle's ability to be smart. The eagle flies and the shark swims. You cannot compare both. So in terms of smartness, we are all individualistic as human beings. It's based on what we do with what we have to ensure our survival.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Now, intelligence, how much information can an ego retain in its mind? How much of that information does the ego use in order to gain more information? So how does the ego hunt in its natural habitat? How does the shark hunt in its natural habitat? You can then compare the IQ, the intelligent quotient. Intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill.
Correct.
Listen carefully. The ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. To be
Okay.
smart is your ability to make something out of whatever knowledge and skill you have, or what you do with the knowledge and skill you have. Let's just put it that way. Okay, that's why you have a doctor who's literally perhaps the best surgeon in the world. He does it for free. Somebody can say he's not smart. He should charge money for his services. But that's always going to be a matter of perspective. Maybe he doesn't want to charge, right? It's like a good businessman who intentionally puts his money in a bad investment, knowing that he will lose all his money, he still does it. That's kind of foolish.
Okay.
So when you ask me, is there anyone smarter than me? No, because to be smarter than me, you have to be me. Is there anybody more intelligent than me? Very possible.
Okay. Well, then that's. I mean, me. I was using that word synonymous. So intelligent. Do you know anyone more intelligent than you? There you go.
Honestly, do I know anyone more intelligent than me? I haven't met them yet, but I'm guessing that there has to be. Because there's 8 billion human beings.
Okay. And if they know a truth that you do not know,
The
right?
moment
And they
I'm
can
exposed to
prove.
that truth,
Wow.
they're no longer more intelligent than me.
Well, that's not the question.
What's the question?
So, but you do have the ability to see the future. But
I have the
what
ability to
I'm,
predict things which have not yet happened. But
yes, I see.
and in some
Some,
cases, my prediction varies by percentages, just like the weatherman predicts the weather.
but I was just asking you, it's based on what you're saying is it not the truth? If they have a truth that you do not know, until you know it, it is not the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think we have a different definition
Check this
of.
out.
No, I'm
Belief is
saying
not the
I'm just
medium
coming to
by
a
which. Yeah, I get it. Belief.
before you go there, I just want to say this to you. I think we have a different definition of what truth is, right?
We
I
do
don't.
not have. We can't have a different definition of truth because we were not talking from subjective perspective. We're speaking from a common understanding of the English language, and there is standard definition for words. So yes, subjectively you can feel however you want to feel, but formally, one of us is wrong. Informally, it can be whatever you want it to be in your head. You get it, bro? But informally, but formally, it either is or it's not. It's like when Trump lost in 2020, some people were like, Biden is not my president. Yeah, your imagination.
Well,
But in the real world, Biden is
basically,
president. It's like Trump won, right? You have some salty Democrats that would be like, well, Trump is not my president. Well, shit, Sherlock, he is.
well, I'm using the definition to in accordance with fact and reality.
That's
That's
what I'm
true.
saying to you. You cannot have two different facts claiming two different things about the same thing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, but what you're saying to me, basically, until you discover it, it is not a fact.
Listen,
Basically, you're telling the
you are
facts are not the facts
correct.
until you know about it.
Yes, you're correct, bro, because I was about to tell you this earlier. Belief and opinion is not the medium by which reality is established. Reality is established by knowledge and fact. That's what we call truth. So that's
Well,
we
what I'm
use
saying,
that we use that to
I'm saying the
navigate the world.
reality.
We use that to
What I'm saying
navigate the
to
world.
what I'm saying to you is the reality precedes the knowledge of it.
brother,
You understand what I'm saying?
brother, it is
As a
not
kid,
real until proven to be. It's the same
okay,
concept that goes with innocent
all
until
right,
proven guilty. It's the same concept.
okay. I mean, I get it from your perspective. Like you don't
Bro,
believe
I'm
anything.
literally telling you that it's not my perspective. It's literally the fact of our real world, bro. Innocent until proven guilty. There is a reason why that
And
statement is structured that way. Bro, let me
and
ask you
I
a question.
understand,
Let me ask you a question. Why is it innocent until proven guilty? Would you have it any other way?
bruh.
No, no. Just answer my question on that specific topic. Would you want it to be innocent until proven guilty, or guilty because we think so?
Well, that's actually the way that it is. If you want to talk about it from that perspective,
No, sir. That's not how they
yes,
do it.
sir.
That's not the way it is.
That is exactly the way it is.
No, sir. It's
No,
innocent
that's
until proven
the
guilty.
words are one thing. The words are one thing, but the way that it's performed is the
The
exact
way that
opposite.
it's performed varies. It's true. I understand. From a black man's
No,
perspective,
the way that it's
ho-
performed, if they
brother,
lock you up first and then you have to prove your innocence, then you're guilty till proven innocent.
no, if they lock you up first, you're just
Bruh,
simply listen. You are being temporarily quarantined in order to give room for the investigation. And
motherfucker,
then,
you get so you get
brother, let me finish
where was you
talking.
the day before you got quarantined?
Bro, let me finish talking. I'll explain it to you, bro. The reason why we
Bruh.
arrest people when they are suspected of committing a crime is because there's the very real possibility that they could escape. So until we can prove beyond reasonable doubt that this person, in
Bruh.
fact, is worthy of going to court so that we can see if there is a worthy sentence, we quarantine them. But we also have a system that frees people. It's called paying a bond. That's why people can be out on bond. You get it, bro?
Bruh.
And when you're out on bond, you're literally making a promise not to escape
Bruh,
until
have
the
you
facts are established. But the reason why you get arrested, even when they haven't proven yet, is to eliminate the possibility of you escaping. Come on, bro.
so can I I'm gonna give you some anecdotal shit real quick. Me walking down the street, right? I was walking down the street, true story. Police pulled up on me and said, and locked me up for a bank robbery that had happened prior. They said that I fit the description. What do you want me? So was I guilty?
Hold up. How long were you locked up for?
Why does it matter? I was free.
Because listen
I
again.
was free and then I was in handcuffs.
Listen carefully. I don't think you understand incarceration, bro. How long were you
No,
locked up
I
for?
understand it, but
How
I
long?
understand it better than you do.
How long were you locked up for?
You realize that
Brother, how long were you locked up for? Please answer.
how long was I locked up for
Yes, sir.
before I bonded out?
How long were you locked up for?
I was in there for 2 weeks before I bonded out.
Okay, so you were detained.
Correct, till I had to go to court.
Yes. Now, when you were arrested,
Was
the
I
basis was that you fit the description, right?
Yes.
When you went to court, you had to prove, they had to prove that you truly, in fact, fit the description and that claim matches the facts, right?
But what I'm saying to you,
No, bro. When you went to court, they had to
gracious,
prove it,
bro.
right? The burden of proof was on them, but you
Bro,
had to
you
be
about to tell
detained.
the
Listen,
way
bro,
you talking, you about to tell me Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior.
brother, listen again. You were
I'm telling
detained.
you,
Listen,
you
bro,
don't believe in nobody, but you telling me that the
brother,
white man is God in this moment.
brother. What in the heck are you talking about? You were simply
I'm saying to
detained,
you, the
brother.
way that the system actually works and the way that you're
Brother,
describing it,
you're
you're
not
going with the
listening.
fairy tale.
Brother, listen. You were not detained because you committed
Bro,
the
you keep
crime.
talking about the fairy tale.
Brother, listen. Let me finish what I'm saying. Listen, bro. You were not detained because you committed the crime. You were detained because you were suspected of committing the crime based on the fact that you fit the description. That's two different things. You were never punished for the crime. You were only incarcerated, detained because you happen to fit the description. And there were some minor facts that circumstantially warranted that they detain you. But once the facts, all the general facts were put on the table, it became evident that you did not commit the bank robbery.
Bruh.
That is how the system works.
Bruh.
If you are suspected, you will be detained.
Bruh is guilty till you prove it innocent.
That's not the same thing as guilt. There's only guilt when a verdict is passed, bro. Nobody passed a verdict on you.
You're guilty until
yes,
you have to
the jury
prove
or the
you're
judge
innocent.
has to declare you guilty for you to truly be guilty.
No, you're guilty from the jump.
From the jump, you are suspected.
Yes.
Bro, do you know the difference between suspicion and guilt?
Bro, do you know the difference between
do you know the difference between suspicion and guilt?
Do you know the difference between locked up and free?
Brother, yes, I do. Do you know the difference?
Okay.
Answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Do you know the difference between suspected and guilt?
Suspicion and guilt.
What is the difference?
You're saying when they're suspicious of you, and then when you get found guilty.
What's the
Basically,
difference?
you're saying that when you're found guilty, that's when you do time, or whatever the case may be. Well, what I'm saying to you is,
brother, listen to me again, okay?
You know right.
You know what, bro? Let me just read the definitions of the word to you in the English language.
Bruh, all I'm saying to you is, if today you walk out your door and you go to jail today,
that's called being detained.
I know what the hell it's called.
Yes, they cannot just take me to jail for no reason. There has to be a reason why they take me there. And because
any reason they make up.
Brother, if they make it up, it will be proven once you're actually on trial. And then you will be compensated.
Bruh, where do you live?
Listen, bro. If you were simply
How long have you been here?
Listen, bro. If you were, that's why there is something in law enforcement called reasonable suspicion. Okay? If an officer doesn't reasonably suspect you, he will be penalized.
You don't believe in God, but you believe in the system. This is what you're telling me right now.
Because it's a man-made system, bro. It's not even a matter of belief. It's a matter of knowledge. It's not, bro.
I see where your faith is,
brother.
You got a lot of faith in the system.
Slow down. Stop being disruptive, bro. I do not need to believe in the system because the system is a man-made system. It works. Man made it. We never claim that it has divine origins. It's observable, it's practical, we can participate in it, and it serves its purpose.
Bruh.
It's not a belief. You don't need to believe in the system for the system to work.
Bruh. Your imagination is vivid.
The system works. If the system didn't work right now, bro, listen. Oh my goodness.
You're talking about how
listen. If the system didn't work, I don't think you understand what the jungle is, bro. Okay? The system that man has made for himself, what we call civilization. Have you ever heard of the word civilization? To be civil, civility, how we treat each other. We've come up with different ideas to govern how we treat each other and to penalize those of us that go against what we've agreed to do. It's not a matter of belief. It's a practical reality of the world.
No, we're talking specifically in America right now. You're telling me that the system works. Basically,
bro, the system works. It might not be perfect as a utopia, but it works. Bro, when your check engine light comes, your car doesn't stop working. It still drives depending on what is wrong with it. You can still drive it to the maintenance shop.
I tell you what.
Bro, do you understand that?
No, I tell you what. You get locked up and be broke. And I'm going to tell you like this. Based on what you're saying, is it's going to be a hard until proven guilty, right? And what
Bro,
I'm saying to
innocent until proven guilty.
I understand the rhetoric, right? But I'm telling you the reality. Like you said, the
Bro,
reality that oh my goodness
the
gracious.
reality is not what you're claiming. The reality is
Have you
that
ever been in that have you ever been in that situation?
not necessarily, but I know people who have.
Okay. Do you know anybody who's been in that situation?
Yes.
Do you know? I mean, because I don't know anybody. Look, if you don't have the proper attorneys and things of that nature, what I'm saying to you is when
Bro,
the claim is made
ignorance is
against
bliss.
you,
The system works. That's why you're on
what
TikTok
I'm
right
saying
now.
to,
The
only
system
point I'm
works.
the only point I'm making right now is it's simple. When the claim is made for you against you, it is your job to prove your innocence.
No, it is their job to prove you guilty. Come on, bro.
What?
It's like law 101. That's why there is a defendant and there is a plaintiff. In every court, there's a defendant and the plaintiff. That's why you have lawyers. Bro, the system freaking works, bro. We can't even do business without the system working. That's why Google
Bruh.
is a thing. That's why TikTok is a thing. It's not just law enforcement. The law is not just law enforcement in terms of criminal law. There is civil laws too.
Bruh. Okay.
We came up
I'm
with
gonna let
different
somebody else.
ideas to
I'm
govern
gonna let,
our code of conducts. You guys need to stop being so bitter against the bad things that people do or the undesirable things that people do that you fail to see the basic things that actually do work.
bruh, I see it both. You thinking it's either or.
You
It's
don't
either
need
black
to
or white.
believe in it. Whether you believe in it or not, it works. The court
What
system
I'm
doesn't work
saying to
because
you
of people's
is the way
belief.
that you're stating it. You're coming away, but then again, you don't believe something is truth until you see it for yourself, right? So
Brother,
the
I
way,
have experienced the law enforcement system from the
what I'm
perspective
saying to
of
what I'm
someone who
saying to
is not being judged, right? You can experience the court system in different ways. And I'm telling you that it works. It
I
might
know
not
I
be
understand I
perfect.
understand
It might not be perfect, but it works.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm saying from that perspective, on your foundation of how you determine what is the truth and what is not the truth, it needs a consensus of it to be true, right? And because people have a high consensus of a thing, then that makes it be the truth. But that's only
Brother,
on everything except
I don't
for
think you were listening to me the whole time. The consensus, it is not true because of the consensus alone. It is true when the consensus is consistent with what is observed. So the consensus is a common observation. When one or two or three people observe something to be true, and they can now present it, and somebody else outside of those people can also observe it to be true, everyone who comes and observes it to be so. That's the consensus.
so you're saying if a group of people are looking at an illusion, then that illusion is the truth. If they all see the same thing and they all say they seen it, then it's the
Listen.
truth.
If they all say that they saw it and they can prove that it is what they say it is, then it's the truth. That's how the consensus works. There's a difference between a consensus and then just simply generic claims.
No, I'm
Okay?
saying 1,000 people see the same thing at the same time.
They will
Then
have
that's
to
the truth.
prove that they saw the same thing. They still have the
Well, how
burden
can
of
you?
proof.
But do you have a time machine to rewind it back?
Bro, do you know that the consensus in how science works is not just that scientists believe
That's
other
not what I'm
scientists,
saying
is
to
that they
you. Look,
perform
look.
experiments?
You
That's
keep
how
going off the
consensus
point.
works. Consensus works based on experimentation.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just generally saying, based on what you just said, if a bunch of people see it, then it's the truth. Because you're telling me, even if it is,
Brother, that's not what I said.
that is
You,
exactly what you said.
no, let me say what I'm saying, then listen. If a bunch of people observe something to be so, and they present it to everyone else, and it can be observed to be as they have, then they have credibility. So the
Correct, but it
consensus, the
still doesn't make it the
consensus,
truth.
the consensus, it's not just the claim in of itself, it's the proof that backs the claim. For example, anyone that looks up in the sky when it is noon on a clear day would see a round circle that shines light. It is a human
Basically,
consensus for all people that have good eyes that look up. We all see that light when the sky is clear at noon. We all do. That's the consensus. The consensus is that if you're a person who has never observed it, go and observe it. You will be part of that consensus. You have to perform the experiment to be part of the consensus. It doesn't have to be at the same time. Consensuses are not things that are built at the same time. Is that regardless of what time it is that it is observed, it is proven to be so. Because there is proof.
all I'm saying to you is, and I'm gonna drop after this because somebody else, this other cat, want to come up. I can't think of it. Somebody down here want to come up. But basically, all I'm saying to you is, if you're familiar with the appeal to authority fallacy, that's how you are basically saying that truth is derived.
No, that's not what I
right?
said. I said appeal to
No,
facts and proof.
I'm saying
Appeal
the
to
end of,
proof.
I
Appeal
understand
to
what you
proof.
said. I'm
Okay,
saying to you,
that is my claim. That is my position. So don't misrepresent my position. You are the one
no,
who's
I'm
claiming the
saying,
appeal to
I'm saying
authority.
to you, I'm not representing it at all. I'm saying the conclusion of what you're saying is appeal to authority equals truth.
That's not what I'm saying. Appeal to proof equals truth, not authority.
Correct, but mine
Listen,
is getting your own
listen.
proof.
You know what? You know what? You know what? You cannot get your own proof.
So who are you getting your proof from?
Guess what? It is observable.
Who are you getting your proof from?
From those who have made the claim and provided the proof.
So that's
not-
appeal to authority in that
It's
case.
not my own proof. It is not the authority of what those people are saying. The authority, okay, you know what? Let me fix what I'm saying. The authority is not what the people are saying. The authority is that what they are saying is consistent with what is observed. Do you understand?
I understand what you're
Okay,
saying to me.
so listen to me, bro. If you come and say to me, yo, bro, there's fireworks out there on the square, I can just believe you. That would be an appeal to authority if I just believe you because you said it. But if I go out to the square and I see those fireworks myself, the authority is no longer you.
Yes, but
The
also
authority is the proof that it is
Yes,
in
but
fact
you-
happening as you claimed. So
But
the human being is the medium.
But I'm saying to you also, but the other claim that you made was if there were fireworks on the square yesterday, right? And you did not see it, then therefore it is not the truth.
If there were fireworks on the square yesterday and somebody has credibility, which is going to be backed by proof, I don't have to believe them.
You
bro,
just
bro,
told
bro, listen. You
Never
understand
mind.
that? You understand that you don't have
Never
to
mind,
believe every
because you keep going,
brother,
you keep
brother,
switching, and you don't.
brother. No, it's not that I
You're
keep
telling
switching.
me that
You just keep trying to misrepresent what I'm saying because you don't understand
No,
proof.
what I'm saying to you is the truth is independent of us all. It does
The
not
truth,
need your
the truth
observation to become
cannot,
truth.
the truth cannot be independent of proof because truth is literally the way human beings establish reality. Truth is a human thing.
No, the reality is the reality.
The reality,
Regardless.
listen. Oh man, let me give you a definition of truth. Okay, I'm
You
just gonna
could
give
have
you
a
the
group of delusional people talking about it's the truth.
yes.
It does not
If
matter.
they are talking without proof, then it's not true.
I'm saying things that people say things happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, basically what you're saying to me in a nutshell is
Listen. This is the definition of the word truth. Let me just help you out. That which is true or in accordance with fact or reality.
Correct.
Fact and reality is always observable. Do you understand?
Bruh, facts and reality are not always observable.
Fact and reality have to be observable to be fact and reality. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Something cannot be a fact if it's not observed to be a fact, bro. Come on.
Is it a fact that you have emotions?
Yes.
Measure them.
You can observe me reacting emotionally.
Can you not fake a reaction?
The act of faking a reaction is still an emotional reaction.
What?
Yeah, I have to be emotional to a certain degree to have to fake it. Something will have to
No, you don't.
motivate me. Listen,
No,
do
you
you know?
don't.
Listen again. I'm just gonna help you out. This is the definition of the word
No,
emotion.
let me help
I'm
you
not, no,
out.
no, 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 no. I'm not going down that tangent with you. I'll just give a definition of the word emotion. Listen. Emotion is defined as the natural instinctive state of mind deriving from one's circumstances, mood, or relationships with others. My state of mind is my emotion. Literally, everything I do, my state of mind is always going to be a certain way. Emotions are always flowing. That's the definition. So you just simply need to observe my actions to distinguish which emotion it is that is motivating me in that moment. Use your brain.
Okay.
Instinctive, intuitive
Abs-
feeling as distinguished from reasoning or knowledge. A natural instinctive state of mind deriving from one's circumstances. Circumstances. Observe my circumstances. You'll be able to tell what emotional state I'm in. Mood or relationship with others. That is the definition of the word. That's why definitions are very important. You learn English, formal English, okay? It's not complicated, bro.
It's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all. What you're saying, you
It's not
can't
complicated
measure.
when you know the actual meaning of words.
That's what I'm
You
saying
can't
to
just be
you.
making out your meaning of words, bro.
I never made up a meaning.
Then why did you ask me about emotions?
You said you can measure another person's emotions by looking at them.
You're the one who said that. I said to you
No,
that
you said that. I said
listen,
measure them.
listen,
You said that you can measure them by looking at them.
listen,
And I
bro,
told you just because a
bro,
person is
bro, bro,
acting in a
bro, bro,
certain
listen,
behavior, that does
listen,
not mean that they're having that said emotion.
listen, bro,
You can't measure emotions.
listen, bro. What is the definition
Yeah,
of the
you can
word
tell me to
measure?
listen.
What is the definition of the word measure?
What machine do you use to measure emotions?
Your
What
brain,
device do you use to measure it?
your brain,
Mr. Science,
your brain.
Mr. Proof.
Listen, I'll give you the definition of the
Prove to
word.
me that people
Brother,
have
brother,
emotions.
brother, listen, I'm going to give you the definition of the word measure. Ascertain the size, amount, or degree of something by using an instrument or device marked in standard units or by comparing it with an object of known size. You get it, bro?
Do you?
To ascertain the size, amount, or degree. Now, if you want me to give you the definition of the word size, amount, or degree so you can understand simple English.
Read the whole definition.
Using an instrument or device marked in standard
Okay.
units or by comparing it with an object of known size. Now listen. Second definition. Estimate or assess the extent, quality,
So you about
value,
to make it, you
or
about to make
effect.
emotion be an object.
Brother, listen.
No, I'm saying to you,
Estimate, bro. Speed is not an object, but we measure speed, do we not? Use your brain. Estimate, assess the extent, quality, value, or effect of something.
you measure speed because you have an object to measure the velocity of
You
it.
measure
There is an actual
emotions
object.
because you have
There is
a
nothing
real.
that
Listen, the emotion is like the speed. Okay, the speed is like the emotion. The speed to the car is like the emotion to the human being. Do you get it?
you're saying the human being is the object and the speed is the emotion.
Yes. The speed is how fast the car is moving.
Can a car move?
The
Can a
emotion
car, can a
is
car,
how
can
the
a,
person is reacting, how the person is acting.
correct. Can a car have a false speed?
No.
Okay. Can you misread a person's emotion? Can a person act in a way in which they do not feel?
No.
They can.
No.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying to you, listen, bro. If I begin to act, right, like let's say I decide to pretend that I'm something that I'm not, that pretense in of itself is reflective of an emotional state of mind. Like there's a reason, emotional reason why I need to be deceptive. You get it, bro? Sentimentals, my feelings, my emotions affect my state of mind. It literally is my state of mind. The only
Okay.
people that don't have emotions are dead people.
Okay.
As defined, it can be observed by observing the behavior of whatever it is that is being emotional.
Okay. I mean that's cool. That's cool. I again I see it from your perspective, the way that you explaining it. I mean it's not true, but I hear you.
It literally is as defined. Because I'm speaking English,
No,
bro.
I'm
I'm not
saying it's
speaking
literally.
hood.
I'm
I'm not
saying
speaking. I'm
literally.
not speaking hood, bro. I'm speaking English,
I'm saying you're literally taking the definition and then talking about something else.
bro. What was the definition of emotions,
Bruh, you could go to any psychologist, anything, and they will talk about how
bro?
emotions can't be measured.
Bro, you're confusing identifying a specific emotion and identifying an emotional reaction, okay? Someone can be
No,
emotional. Listen, you can
you're you're
observe.
def-
Bro,
you're saying that
listen. Bro, listen.
you're
You,
saying
you
that
can
the
observe, you can observe someone being emotional without knowing which exact emotion, without getting more data from that person, okay? But someone can be emotional because of jealousy, or because of anger, or because of hatred. But the reaction will tell you for sure that that person is emotional. But because you don't have more data, you won't be able to know which specific emotion. But you can still ascertain that they're being emotional. You get it?
what I'm
That
basically
is
going.
that is how you identify that emotions
Okay,
define a
I'm a,
real
I'm a, I'm a,
thing
I'm
that
a,
happens.
I mean, you can't clock a false speed, right? You can't a speed
Yes, you
can't be.
can if the speed measuring device malfunctions.
Oh my goodness.
There's different
I'm
units of measurement for speed. You can go miles per hour or kilometers per
correct,
hour.
correct. But I'm
Good,
saying to
good. And you can have the speed dial malfunction and tell you that you're going 70 while you're really going 60. But you still know that you're going at a specific speed. You just don't have the real data because you don't have the real
I'm
number
saying the
because you
actual.
need more data.
I'm telling you the actual speed is the truth, regardless of how you may clock
Bro,
it.
the actual speed doesn't change the fact that there is speed. If you want to know the actual speed, it doesn't take away from the fact that it is true that that object is speeding. If a
That's
police
what I'm
officer,
saying.
if
Something going at
listen, bro.
if
If
it's
I'm
going at 60 miles per hour, it's going at 60 miles per hour. Whether you say it's 50 and your device is malfunctioning.
bro, if
The
it's go
truth is the
listen, bro,
truth,
listen, bro.
whether
If it
you
is, if
know it
it's
or
if
not.
it's accelerating, if it's moving forward while accelerating, it's speeding, right? When it gets to a set speed, that's very different from the fact in of itself that it is speeding. You're confusing what the set speed would be.
Bruh, no, I'm not. What I'm
Okay,
saying to you is
you're
you're
listen.
talking
The
about shit
truth
that I
is,
ain't talking
listen,
about.
regardless of how fast you're going, if you're moving at more than 0 miles per hour, you're speeding. That's the truth. Now, if you want to know the
Bruh, what I'm
exact
saying to you,
measurement, you need to
bruh,
scale it
what
using different scales, units of measurement, bro.
Bro, what I'm saying to you in a nutshell is if something is moving at 60 miles per hour and your device is broke saying it's 50 miles per hour, the truth is it's going at 60 miles per hour, regardless to what your proof is saying at the time.
Bro, you wouldn't know that it's going at 60 miles an hour.
Bro, your lack of knowledge it does not determine whether or not it's the truth.
Yes, that's what it
That's my point.
determines. Listen, bro, because if you weren't able to measure the
Bro,
exact
your
speed,
truth,
bro,
your whole
listen,
definition
listen,
of truth
listen,
is strictly
listen,
subjective.
listen. You can only tell me that he was going 60 miles an hour if you measured it. If you
Bro,
didn't
what
measure
I'm
it,
saying to
if you
you
didn't measure
is,
it, if you didn't measure it, you don't know what speed he was going. That knowledge
what
doesn't
the fuck does
exist.
that matter?
It matters because that knowledge doesn't exist. The knowledge of how fast he was going doesn't exist because it was never measured.
Bro, you think because you don't know something, it does not exist. That's my
Yes,
point.
yes.
And that's what I'm telling you. That shit
So
is
guess
fucking
what?
retarded.
That is why the person who says that it exists has the burden of proof. Prove it.
Bro, it's 8 billion people in the
Listen,
world.
listen again,
You
bro. Let me
don't know
listen. Check
motherfucking
this out. Check this out. Check this out.
1%
Check
of
this out.
them.
check this out.
So you telling
If
me that everybody
hold up.
who exists outside of your
Brother,
knowledge don't exist?
brother, listen. Let's say I'm driving my
Bro, you
car.
nuts.
Listen,
You
bro.
nutty as hell.
Let's say I'm driving my car and my speed dial malfunctions. It's showing me that I'm going 60 miles an hour. Then later on, I get home and I discover that my dial was malfunctioning the whole time. Now tell me, bro, how fast was I going?
Bro, what?
If I'm driving my car at 60 miles an hour because my dial tells me that I'm going 60 miles an hour, then later on, I realized that the speed dial was broken. How fast was I really going?
How fast was you actually going?
Yeah, tell me.
No, you tell me.
The dial says that I was going 60, but the dial was malfunctioning. Now, I'm asking you, bro, answer my question. Stop, don't throw the question back at me. Answer the question. No, answer my question. How fast was I really going? Do you know why? That information doesn't exist. You have no way to know because it doesn't exist. If you couldn't know it in that moment, you would never know because it doesn't exist.
Bruh. Based on your statements, man, I get it. I get it. I'm just telling you, that ain't how the truth
It was
works.
never measured, bro. If it's not proven, it's not true. Use your brain. That's how you know what is and what is not.
Use your brain. It's true. It's true.
It is not proven. It's not true. That is how you know the difference between what is and what is not. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to my statement very carefully. That is how you know what is and what is not. When it's not proven, it's not true.
Bruh, based on what you're saying is if you live in somewhere in the woods somewhere and no one knows you, then your existence is not true because no one knew you. Are you kidding me?
If no one knew you, how do you know that I live down in the woods?
Oh my fucking goodness. Man.
Yeah,
okay.
I rest my case. You would have to know that I lived out in the woods to claim that I lived out in the woods.
I'm gonna go on that note because of you don't understand how analogies work.
Bro, you give an unrealistic analogy, self-defeating analogy. You're claiming that nobody knows, and yeah, you're saying that you know.
I'm saying
no one would be able to. Bro,
do you know you?
Bro, if I am in the woods, that's why you should say you should speak about yourself. The moment you make it, listen, if I'm in the woods and nobody knows that I'm in the woods, then I'm not in the woods.
Okay then, cool. You're not in the woods then because nobody knows it.
You get it?
Yeah, I get it.
That's how that is practical reality. If you stole the cookie, and no one saw you stealing the cookie, you didn't steal the cookie. That's the fact.
You believe in alternative facts. I'm gonna go on that one.
Bro, if it was a fact that you were in the woods, prove it.
Bruh, I get it. If don't nobody know it, you didn't do it.
If it can't be proven, it's not true. That's how you know the difference between a lie and truth. That's how you know the difference between reality and non-realistic things. That's literally how our brain works. That's the difference between what is and what is not.
All right. If that's how it worked for you, I hear you. Until it don't.
Bro, that's how it works for you too. Bro, that's exactly how it works for you too. If your brain doesn't work like that, bro, you're a delusional person who doesn't have the ability to distinguish between things which are, because you are inclined to believe every claim or to claim ignorance every time someone tells you something.
No. I'm just
the
opposite.
You are inclined to claim ignorance about everything in your life. You're ignorant about everything. No, if you don't know that proof is what establishes truth, bro. If you don't know that proof is what establishes truth.
I'm inclined to claim ignorance on that which I cannot verify. Yes. Because I don't know. You are inclined to say because you don't know it, it does not exist.
Brother, it's not just that I don't know it. You see, you keep conflating the way you're using this example. Every time you try to give an example, you said, if you were in the woods and nobody knew. Bro, if I was in the woods and 100 people knew, those 100 people can prove that I was in the woods to the other people who don't know. But if it's just me who is in the wood, and I'm not inclined to prove it to anybody, The reality is that I'm not in the woods.
You basically said that nobody seen it happen. It didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Well,
How are
you
bro?
that's the logic of a
How
pedo.
can you say that it happened if it cannot be proven to have happened?
Yo, man, I'm telling you.
How can you say it happened if it cannot be proven to have happened?
Yo, your way of thinking is
That
mad.
is why there is burden of proof, bro. The burden of proof is a real thing that everybody needs to consider. When you go around making truth claims, bro, you need to understand you have the burden of proof. Everyone needs to take that seriously and stop running your mouth without providing proof. There is a burden. Because without that burden being fulfilled, the truth cannot be known. If the burden of proof is not taken up by the people who have that burden, the truth cannot be known.
But you're telling me that lack of proof is proof. You're making an absolute claim.
Bro, the lack of proof is proof of absence. Absence is equivalent to non-existence until proven.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. If I'm absent from class, I don't exist in that class. I'm not there. Listen, bro, if I'm absent from class, I'm not there.
We're talking about your knowledge. Bro, you're telling me things that you don't know don't exist. Bro, if you don't know about it, it don't exist.
If you don't know about it,
you're telling me that basically that if you the next
if
person
you
that
don't
comes
know
up
about
on
it and nobody else knows about it, it doesn't exist. That is why there is burden of proof, bro. Do you know what burden of proof is?
But what I'm saying to you is,
bro, do you know what burden of proof is?
Bruh, yes, we done went over this already. I
know.
No,
we haven't. You haven't actually told me what you think burden of proof is.
We went over the whole
Brother,
thing.
tell me. No. Don't give me an example. Define it. What is burden of proof?
The burden of proof is to be able to give proof that something has actually happened.
No, sir. That's not what it is. Burden of proof is the responsibility that any claimant...
the person that makes the claim?
Listen again. Burden of proof is the responsibility of a person that makes a claim to provide evidence beyond shadow of doubt that is consistent with the claim that was made. It's a responsibility that must be fulfilled in order for what we call truth to be in fact true.
Correct.
If the burden of proof is not fulfilled, whatever is being claimed is equivalent to a lie.
That's what I'm saying to you. If you say something does not exist because you cannot prove it, right? You cannot prove it.
Brother, you can't prove things that don't exist. You're correct. Can you prove something which doesn't exist? No. Anything which exists, if it really does exist, and it can be claimed to have existed, it can be proven. That's why there's a burden of proof, because things that exist can be proven.
What I'm saying
But when something doesn't exist, it cannot be proven.
I mean, basically what you're saying to me is, until you have knowledge of something, it does not exist.
When the knowledge is backed by facts, it doesn't exist. Yes, sir. If the knowledge is not backed by facts, it doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying period. I'm saying you are not privy to the facts nor the knowledge, right?
So it doesn't exist. It's not just you. It's not just you. It's as a whole. I gave you this example earlier. If there is something that I don't know, but it is well known within a specific field of study, and all I require in order to know is to study or expose myself to it, then guess what? That type of thing can still be concluded to be known, because somewhere within reality it is known and it's already been proven to be known and it's accessible to anyone who desires to know it, right? That's different from something which is claimed by an entire world and yet never has been proven. So there is nowhere, there is no time, there is no place you can go to find that proof. That thing cannot be true. It's a lie. That's what a lie is. If I'm ignorant
Somebody
about something which is well known, like if I don't know how to drive because I don't know the traffic laws, that state of ignorance is curable because I can actually go and gain that knowledge.
All I'm saying to
But
you
when a
is
claim has been made and you cannot access the proof because it doesn't exist, then that is a lie. That's why there is no proof that there is God. Because no matter where you go in this world, you won't find any proof that God is anything other than what human beings invented.
I didn't try to prove it. Not at all. I never made the claim. I just said there's no evidence to claim, to prove that it does not exist.
Because the evidence is supposed to prove that it does exist. That's what
No,
the evidence is
but I'm
supposed to
not
do.
making the
Listen,
claim.
bro, the evidence is supposed to prove that it does exist, not prove that it doesn't exist.
Basically, you're saying ignorance is proof.
What I'm saying to you that ignorance about
Right,
something, listen again. That's, you keep saying basically, and I keep having to restructure it so you can get it.
No, I understand what
It
you're
is
saying.
not
You
just
said the same
plainly
thing over and over.
ignorance. It's not just plainly ignorance. When you're ignorant about something which has never been proven, it's because that thing doesn't exist.
And that's why I brought up the periodic table and all the elements until 1869, based on what you're saying. That was proof that the elements did not exist.
Brother, before 1989 or whatever you're saying, bro, the elements,
1869.
the elements were there. They were known. They just weren't classified on a table. You understand that? The day that the elements were put on the periodic table is not the day that they were discovered. Use your
Okay.
brain. Use your brain.
No, use yours. What I'm saying to you is
Use your brain.
I'm saying to you basically, based on what you're saying, with that same line of reasoning, prior to them being named and being known, they did not exist.
That's not what I'm
Or
saying.
it wasn't a truth.
That's not what I'm saying.
Was it a truth prior to someone naming them?
Prior to someone
Yes or
naming
no?
them, listen, prior to someone naming them, had it ever been called something else?
Was it a truth prior to being named?
Prior to being named, what you now know it as, was it ever called something else?
I do not know. Was it?
Okay, of course.
What was it called?
They were simply called the elements.
What was the elements called?
Bro, elements.
No,
Listen
I'm
carefully.
saying to you,
Listen carefully.
you're making a
I'll tell
claim
you.
that they were called something.
I'll educate you. I'll educate you. Okay. You know how when you put a candle, if you light a candle and you put it in an enclosed area, it dies off, right?
Bruh, I'm asking for the names.
Bro, it
No,
depends. They were called
bro.
different things. They were called different things in different
Okay, different
civilizations.
things have names. What are their names?
Which one specifically?
Anyone that you so choose.
Oxygen was simply the breath of life. So anytime human
Oxygen
beings
was
talked
simply
about
the breath
breathable,
of life.
listen. Anytime people were referring to breathable air, which is oxygen, it was referred to as the breath of life. Now, carbon monoxide was simply poison gas.
So all
get it?
poison gases were carbon monoxide based on what you're saying.
They might not have known those details, but generically, they still had an idea that was close enough to the truth, though it wasn't exactly the truth. So until it was discovered, they didn't know the truth. That truth did not exist. Yes, sir.
So that truth did not exist. And what I'm saying to you basically is the truth of them was there prior to people discovering them. I'm saying
Did
before
I look up the definition of truth? Right?
what I'm saying to you is basically before you know a thing, right? Until you know a thing, it doesn't become truth when you know it. It was the truth and then you discovered it.
Listen again. I'm gonna give you a
No, I'm just
definition.
saying,
I'm
get
I'm
the
gonna give
point.
I'm gonna give you a definition. Truth is defined as the quality or the state of being true. There is no state of anything unless there is one to observe it and claim that that is what it is. So what something is
As far as
prior,
you're concerned, the truth, I'm
brother,
telling you
brother,
the truth don't need you.
listen. The truth, in fact, does, because truth is not independent of relevance. There is a reason why
The
truth needs
truth
to
is
be true.
independent of
Bro,
you.
listen. Why does truth need to be truth?
The truth is just that which is. It is
Why
the
does
reality.
truth need to be true?
Why does truth need to be truth? The truth is the truth. It does
Why
not need
does
to be the
truth
truth.
need to be true?
The truth is the truth. It does not need to
Why
be the
does
truth.
truth need to be true?
Why does water need to be water?
Bro, answer my question. Or you can say
Answer
you don't
mine.
know. Why should I answer yours when I ask you a question and you refuse to answer?
What I'm saying to you,
No,
I
answer my
answered it.
question. No, don't say anything. Answer my question first. I asked you the question first, bro.
The truth does not
Why does the
need.
truth need to be true?
Why does the truth need to be true?
Because there is an observer. Without the
Bruh.
observer, truth is irrelevant. There is
Bruh.
somebody that needs to take that truth in order to make a real decision,
Bruh.
to make a correct decision, to
Bruh.
take a correct course of action. You understand,
Bruh.
bro? Without an observer, without an entity present, the idea of truth is irrelevant. That's why truth don't matter to a rock. As far as a rock is concerned, there is no truth. Nothing needs
What
to
do
be
you
established.
mean?
So truth is actually the dependency, is the method by which thinking beings establish their reality. That's what truth is. I need to be able to see the world as it is for me to dwell in the world.
Gravity is a
A
truth.
rock doesn't. A stone, a
Gravity,
mountain doesn't.
bruh. Gravity is a truth, right? Are you agreeing that gravity is a truth?
Is it or is it not?
It is.
Okay, what's your point?
Do you think that animals don't understand the truth of reality? I mean, of gravity?
They do.
Okay. So what's your point?
How about a rock? Does a rock understand the truth of gravity?
Does a rock think?
Thank you. Truth is a faculty that is relative to thinking beings. Thinking beings are the minority in our reality. There's more non-living things in the world than there is living things in the universe.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, bro.
I hear you. So you basically said rock.
Truth is what we call our ability to see things as they are and accept them as they are. A lie is our ability to see things as they are, then pretend like they're not as they are.
A lie is the
Truth is not without utility. Truth is only relevant as it is useful. Any truth which is not useful is the equivalent of something which doesn't exist. It's irrelevant, bro. I only need something to be true so that I can take a correct course of action. If that truth doesn't affect an action that I'm going to take, it's the same as fiction. Because it will not add value to my state of being.
No, that is not true. That is not true. That is completely false. If a falsehood adds value to your life, you're telling me that now it becomes the truth.
A falsehood cannot add value to your life. That's why it's a falsehood.
Why can the falsehood not?
A falsehood can only deceive.
You can benefit from a falsehood.
You can experience what you think is benefit, but it's not benefit.
No,
It's
you can definitely
doomed.
benefit.
No, you cannot.
I mean, from the perspective that you're talking, you can definitely benefit from a falsehood.
Bro, you cannot benefit from a falsehood. You can only suffer from a falsehood. That's why we claim that
But
human beings have something called a conscience, right? You cannot pretend that you did not lie. And then if you
okay,
pretend long enough that you did not lie, it would warp your perception of reality.
bruh, you just
You
told me
you
five
become
seconds.
delusional. Falsehoods
Bruh,
make
you
people
just told me.
delusional.
You the same person that just told me if you steal a cookie and nobody steal a cookie, it is not the truth that you stole the cookie.
Yes.
The fuck are you saying?
Nobody knows that you stole the cookie. Listen, listen, listen,
Bruh, what I'm saying
listen,
to you
listen.
is
Nobody knows that you stole the cookie. How can anyone say you stole the cookie?
the truth is you stole it.
Prove it.
Did you steal it?
No.
Okay, in the scenario, you stole it,
No,
right?
no. You see, you don't get it. That's what I'm saying to you.
No,
There
you
is a
don't get it.
reason. There is a reason why nobody knows that I stole the cookie and why I don't tell anybody that I stole the cookie. So the
Did
reality
you
is that
actually
I did
steal
not
it?
steal the cookie. Listen, as the reality from everybody's perspective is that the cookie is not there. The reality is that somebody stole the cookie. The reality is that we don't know who stole the cookie. So in as much as it could be me, it could be you, because nobody know that it's me.
So what you're telling me is your lie becomes the truth.
What I'm saying to
Because
you is,
basically the truth
listen,
is
it's
that what
not.
you actually
Listen,
did, well, that what you actually did in this scenario, you're telling me that if no one else knows the truth, right, then it did not happen. So the lie that you did not do it becomes the truth. And that's what I'm
bro.
saying.
If
You have the
nobody
ability to,
knows, truth is
you,
knowledge. If
what I'm saying to
nobody
you is,
knows, then it's not true.
you're basically saying that you can establish truth on a lie.
That's not what I'm
You're
saying.
saying
Why
if
do you keep, bro? Why do you have to keep saying you basically when that's not what I'm saying? You don't
are
have
you
to keep
not saying
you
that?
don't have to keep basically what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Okay.
exactly what I've said.
If
If you want to
that which
quote me,
actually
quote
happens,
exactly what I'm saying. Don't say basically.
okay.
It seems like you don't want to hear what I want to say. It seems like you're trying to you're listening to me and you're hearing what you want to hear rather than what I'm actually
No, I'm hearing
saying.
exactly what you're saying.
So then why do
You're
you keep
saying
saying basically?
you actually
If you're
went
if
in,
you're hearing
you
exactly what I'm
actually in
saying,
the
listen,
scenario,
listen, bro.
you
If
actually
you're
went in a
hearing, if
scenario,
brother, if you're
you
hearing
actually in the
exactly what I'm
scenario,
saying, if
actually in the
brother,
scenario,
brother, if
actually
you're
in the
hearing
scenario,
exactly what I'm saying, repeat exactly what I'm saying. Don't basically me. You keep
actually
basically
in the,
you keep basically me because you're not
I
actually
said
hearing
actually.
exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, in the scenario,
It's
you
called
actually
selective hearing.
in
You
the
have
scenario.
you have selective hearing. So if you're gonna quote me right after I speak, quote exactly what I said. Don't say basically. It's not basically. Tell me
You stole
exactly.
you stole a cookie,
Yes.
correct?
No.
Correct?
No.
In the scenario, you did not say you stole a cookie.
Why will I say that I stole the cookie? If the point is that nobody knows, why will I say that I stole the cookie? If that's the point of this whole conversation. If you're trying to establish the truth of who stole the cookie, why will I say I stole the cookie if everyone is not supposed to know?
Okay.
Right. So if you're
I'm
trying
gonna
to get
leave you.
it,
I understand what you're saying, but it's that's not how truth works. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth, the way that things happen, they happen. Whether you know about
if
it or
you
not.
want to know the truth of who stole the cookie, it will never just be a claim. Even from someone who is making a confession, there needs to be evidence to back it up. There needs to be proof. That's why people make false confessions. Okay, bro? If I say I stole the cookie, there will still be a burden of proof. Because there's a possibility that I didn't steal the cookie. So if nobody saw me stealing the cookie, and I don't have a way of proving that I stole the cookie, I cannot be incarcerated simply because I said I stole the cookie. Especially if the facts don't match me stealing the cookie.
Okay.
Things that don't exist cannot be known as fact of reality. It can only be known as fiction.
Okay.
Like God and the devil
Okay.
and heaven and hellfire. Those are all figments of people's imagination that have been carefully threaded and sewn into our day-to-day lives to the point where we forgot that we made that shit up to begin with. There's going to be a generation of Americans who are going to think that Superman really was real. There's going to be a generation of Americans who might just think that the Avengers had to fight against Thanos in New York City in 2012.
Active imagination at work.
There is burden of proof. Burden of proof is a real thing, bro. That's why anybody that want to get up and be intelligent and carry credibility, a person who makes a claim without proof has no credibility. No credibility.
I'm
That
not
person
denying
is equivalent to a deceiver.
I'll say this and then I'm gonna go. I'm not denying that proof has a point. All I'm saying is,
The point of proof is to make something true.
why don't you never let me finish, man? I'm trying to get off of here. I'm
Bro,
just saying to you.
I simply made a statement that I don't want you to ignore. The point of proof
No, I
is to make
understand
something
that.
true.
I understand your point. But what I'm saying to you is very clearly, just because you do not know of a thing does not mean that thing does not exist.
So what would then make that thing exist?
The fact that it exists.
And how can it be a fact if it's not known?
Things exist outside of
How
your
can it
knowledge.
be a fact if it's not known?
Bruh, things exist outside of your
Brother,
knowledge.
answer my question. How can it be a fact if it's not known?
You're missing the point.
You don't want to answer the question. Answer the question. How can it be a fact if it's not
The
known
question
to
is
be
not
a fact?
equivalent to what am I? The question is it's just as an independent statement, or is this in response to what I just said?
It's in response to what you just said. How can it be a fact if it's not known? I rest my case.
Because it's not known by you does not mean that it does not
Thank
exist.
you. That's why I said to you, you keep making an argument that I'm not making. If it's not known by me, but it's known by other people, that means I very much have access to it. That is called willing ignorance. Willing ignorance and ignorance in of itself, there's a slight
You would have to
distinction.
know that other people know for it to be willing ignorance.
Yes, I will only know that other
But if
people
you
know
don't know
if
that
people,
other people
brother,
don't know.
brother, hold up, bro. Listen, for example, is there anyone that knows that God is real in this world? Let's
I
use that
don't
example.
know. I
So
don't
what?
know.
Okay, so you can't talk on that subject at all. You can talk about the subject.
I never brought that up as far as the subject. I just said you don't have enough evidence to say it does not.
Does anyone have evidence to say it is?
I didn't say they did.
Okay, then what is it?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
I don't know.
Hold up. How can you not know when you live in a world where there's literally more than 10,000 years of data that you can examine? Are you just lazy? That's why you don't know? How can you not know in a world where there's a church on every street, there's a mosque everywhere, there's religion everywhere? Are you just ignorant? Why have you never interrogated the people who make that claim? You see, your type of ignorance that I don't know that you're giving right there, bro, it's not pointing to ignorance. It's pointing to laziness. So yeah, you don't know, not because you're ignorant. Listen, no, you don't know because you're ignorant. You know because you're lazy. You don't want to analyze the data. Because if you analyze the data will speak for itself. You know what the data you know what the data proves? That human beings invented the idea of God in the same way that we invented the idea of Superman. That is a fact. That is a 100% fact.
You say that with such conviction.
It's not just conviction, it's the truth.
Almost like a believer.
as a knower.
You have a belief. You have a strong belief, man.
Listen. If that's what you have to tell yourself to reconcile
No.
how you feel about the truth I'm telling you, like I said again, you're lazy. So you don't seem to be the type of person that goes and investigate. You're the type of person who wants to know who committed the crime without investigating. And if
That's
you
not what I
if,
said.
if you don't know who committed the crime and you don't want to investigate, you just claim ignorance.
No,
Investigate. Listen, this is what I'm
what
telling
you're
you.
saying
Listen, this
is
is what I'm telling you in a nutshell, my brother. Investigate things you don't know.
no, I don't
Have you
fall short
investigated?
of
Have
it.
you investigated the subject of God?
Yep.
What conclusion did you come to after looking at the data?
I don't know.
You looked at all the data about God, all the religions. You studied humanity very well, and you came to the conclusion that you don't know.
Correct.
What do you know about God?
What do I know about me or God?
No, God, the subject of God.
That was the conclusion. That was the height of my conclusion
No,
that
no,
I
no, no,
don't
no, no,
know.
no, no, no. There's no way you analyze the data and there's not something that you know about the data. You have to know something about the data. The data will tell you something. I analyze the data. The data tells me that man invented God.
And I do understand that from your perspective.
It's not from my perspective. Show me any God which was not
It
invented by
definitely
men.
is.
Okay, show me, if you've looked at the same data that I looked at, show me any God which was not invented by men, which doesn't take the image, the shape, the form, the culture, the traditions of the people who invented it. Show me any God. Show me any God in this world which does not take the shape, the form, the culture, tradition, the language, used and implemented as a form of government within whatever territory it was invented. If you would have looked at the same data I looked at, you understand that there is a reason why Yahweh takes the image of the king of the Jews. The God of the Jews takes the image of the king of the Jews. The God of the Babylonians takes the image of the kings of the Babylonians. The God of the Greeks takes the image of the kings of the Greeks. The God of the Scandinavians.
All
Even
I'm
King
saying,
Jong-un in North Korea claims to be a deity to his people.
you like the way you sound when you say that. Say it again.
Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un.
Yo, all I'm saying
Bro,
is,
bro,
listen.
the data will
I'm not
tell you
necessarily.
what is, okay, bro? If there was
All I'm
any
saying,
evidence within the data that showed that, look, there is a God as claimed, then even me, I won't be able to argue. That's where my arrogance comes from, bro. That is why religious people, they don't even hide it. They tell you that we don't believe because we have proof. It's by faith. So they are choosing to accept it without proof. There's a reason why. Because it is sentimentally soothing for them. Which there is nothing wrong with that, but it's not good enough to be classified as truth.
I mean, but if you ask the question right now, what is the most acceptable or what is the most agreed upon source of truth today?
There's not a singular agreed source
Well,
of truth.
there is a singular source that's the most agreed upon.
No, truth doesn't have a source like that. That's not what truth is. Truth is not something
No,
that's
you're missing my
sourced.
point. You're missing my point.
That's
Come
why I'm
on.
asking you to rephrase it. When I tell you that truth doesn't have a source,
I
rephrase your
promise you,
statement.
this is not a point of argument, right? This is just what is the most agreed upon source of truth.
What I'm saying to you is that I don't know of any agreed upon source of truth.
So when two people start arguing now, and if we're doing, when we were talking about the definition of word, where did you go?
The dictionary.
You got an actual physical dictionary and picked it up?
No, I have it on my phone.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Google.
Google is an encyclopedia. There can be truths and lies on there.
This is my point. But it is the most agreed upon source of truth. So
No,
you could find people
Google
that,
is not a source of truth. Google is an encyclopedia. It simply is a storage platform for information, regardless of the quality of that information. So you still need to be able to put in work using your intellect to decipher based on certain principles that you understand to distinguish between what is and
you
what's
realize
not.
I'm not talking about you. So remove yourself from this statement or from this conversation for a second. Think about the average Joe. Think about the average person. Two people arguing. They say Google it. Whatever they find on Google will be the truth, or that's what they will settle upon. Case closed.
You know what? Some people do that. Ignorant people do that, but intelligent people don't do that. That's why every information on Google is cited, and different citations have different credibilities, right? There's some information on Google which has already been checked and balanced. You have access. That's why I say it's an encyclopedia. It's just a place where information is stored, like a library. In the library, you have nonfiction and you have fictional books, all the same. People go to a library to read books. Google is like a library.
Okay.
So if you're using Google in the context of a library, then I agree with you. Some people go to a library not to go and read nonfiction. They go to read fiction, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. Some people go to a library to go and read a scientific research paper, to go and read a biology textbook, a chemistry textbook, to understand organic chemistry, to understand anatomy and physiology. Some people, they study in university and there's a textbook that they don't have handy in their hand, but it's at the library. So they go to the library, check it out, study it, then return it.
So Paradox is saying he want to come up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop, man. Go ahead and drop me so you can get him up here. The truth
Brother,
is the truth, though, my brother.
If you got anything from me tonight, take this with you. Use your brain. Stop wasting all that brain power that you got. Something is not true without proof, and you should never settle for less. You settle for less, you've been scammed. If you're going to claim ignorance, just make sure it's not out of laziness. Because if the data is out there, go and analyze the data. And since you're an intelligent person, which I think you are, you would be able to arrive to the conclusion that is evident by looking at the proof. Human beings made God. The real mystery is, how are human beings? Who's man? The mystery is not who's God. God is man's imaginary friend. Okay, Santa Claus for adults. The mystery is who's man, and unfortunately, there's no way for us to know who's man without doing experiments, without studying man's biology, learning the building blocks of man's body. It begins at the cellular level.
Well, that was my point, but that's been my point from the very beginning.
Yeah, bro.
You wouldn't.
In Christianity, there's something they call easy believism.
So
right?
so from your perspective, mankind has always existed, right?
From my perspective, following the data, mankind began as a cell in its origins. The origins of mankind points to cellular origination. It's even practical, even in the real world. There's no human being right now that was not a sperm cell at some point. I mean, unless you can show me a human being that just popped out, fully grown out of somewhere, then maybe we have some data. But the data and the evidence, what we see, sperm and egg,
But ain't nobody. But from that perspective, nobody started. You can't shoot sperm on the ground and it start walking.
That's why you have to know what the sperm is made of to know how it would have originated without coming out of the body of a man. And a sperm, I think, is a singular cell organism, right? So we need to keep studying single cell organisms, and we'll see if it's possible that they could have come about naturally, the way we say it, proteins, or if they were engineered. But we would not know until we study. That is why some things we don't know. It's not because we cannot know. It's because it requires time to research. Some things we don't know simply because they don't exist, like I said.
Well, that's my point. But
so you need to know the difference. You need to know the difference between the things that you don't know simply because you haven't looked at the data, and the things you don't know simply because it doesn't exist. As for the matter of God, we're not void of data. We have enough data related to the idea of God to be able to draw conclusions.
I'm saying that you're drawing a conclusion that you can't draw a conclusion whether mankind has been here in the state that he's in now or he started from a single cell organism
Yes, we can
and
draw the
grew to.
conclusion that man starts as a single cell organism. It literally happens every day.
Yes, but
Somebody's fucking right now.
you can't draw a straight line from the single cell organism
It's
to
never a
man.
straight line. It's never a straight line. It's quite complex and it's consistent with natural things. Because there was no specific order to it, it can't be a straight line. If it was a
Well, it
straight
had to
line,
be
listen.
straight. I mean, in
If it was, if
chronological, straight line meaning chronological order of development, right?
yes,
Like
yes.
your
So
life has
so
been in a
so
straight line.
so we know that it's not in a straight line because
Well, it would have to
literally
be.
a lot of the changes that take place in the human genome is mutations. So
Yeah, but it would have to be.
human beings are literally what we are today because of
No,
mutations.
what I'm saying to you is it would have to be a straight line.
For it to
We're talking.
it will have to be a straight line to be a complete product of engineering. But if it's natural causes, because there was no specific intent, it could have taken any shape and form, and it happens to be in this shape and form in this moment. So we cannot draw a straight line back to the origins. We have to study multiple things to collect data from it. There's different
I
cells.
guess
There's
you.
single cell organisms. There's multi-cell organisms. We have to study all those organisms. We have to actually
What I'm
perform
saying,
research.
I'm talking time. I'm talking time, sir. I'm not talking about all the things that happen in time. I'm just talking about time from beginning to end. Like you was a boy and you became a man. There's a straight line there. There's things that happen in between that time. You can draw a straight line from when
Let me ask you
to
something.
then to now.
What makes you a man? Is it how you behave or is it the development of your biology?
It depends on how you're defining it.
Thank you. It's both.
Correct.
Okay, so you have some people who biologically are men, but character-wise, they're infants. And you want to know exactly what type of adults
You
are grown in grown-up bodies and yet infants? People who have imaginary friends.
I'm
We,
talking about
we
mankind, sir.
listen, that's what I'm saying to you. Listen, bro. In the human
No,
world,
I'm saying with
in
mankind.
in the human
I'm
world,
just talking about mankind.
yeah,
From
listen,
the
bro.
be-
In the human
how
world,
did mankind come from a single cell organism to that which we see now?
we study the single cell organisms. That's what we're doing. We're gonna study biology, bro. Anatomy and physiology. There's a lot of data out there. You can go to any
So we
university today and invest your time studying that information, and you will get to the truths revealed by the conclusions, by the data.
that's what I'm saying to you is there is no conclusive
There are many conclusions. You simply need to study.
no. There are many hypotheses. There
No,
are no conclusive.
there are many conclusions. Many conclusions because the data is there to be analyzed, bro. If you haven't analyzed the data, you're ignorant out of laziness. Not because the knowledge is not available. You just don't want to know. It's different. That's
Which
why
scientists need.
I couldn't get up and say there is no God without studying religion, without looking at the
What I'm
religions of
saying.
the world.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and
Listen,
I'm gonna go ahead.
listen. What is the
I'm gonna
word that
rest
we
on the
use?
idea.
What is the word that we use? We use the word evolution. You know what evolution means? The changes over time when something goes from a simple to a more complex state. That is a conclusion that we've drawn by observing. It's a fact.
That is not the conclusion that has been. Okay,
Listen,
I'm gonna
it's
leave you
a
with that.
fact that human beings are a product of evolution.
Go look at this.
Human beings go from a simple state to a complex state. Sperm and egg is a single cell organism. By the time a human being reaches its prime, it literally is trillions of cells. So it goes from that simple state of a single cell to a complex state of billions of cells. We need to study the anatomy to understand. It's not rocket science, y'all. The educational systems might be a failure to many people, but it is not a failure in general. It is actually an efficient way of transmitting information from generation to generation. All the technologies we use today would not be if the educational system was a failure, bro. You can go
I'm
to
just
school and
saying.
you will learn physics. I went to school to
What
train as an aircraft engineer, bro. As an aircraft
what
maintenance
up?
technician, bro. I went to school to study. And I learned all the principles that govern an aircraft. I learned all the parts. I learned how they work. And then when I went out to the field, I took that knowledge and I put it to practice.
And that's what all the laws of physics were discovered. No one created the laws of physics.
That is why even the name laws of physics is something we invented. We describe those things as laws because of their behavior, but they're not laws inherently.
Bruh, you getting caught up on semantics.
It's not semantics. Words have definition. It's simply understanding. I have the ability to comprehend English. It's called English comprehension, bro. 101. English 101, bro. It's not
Correct.
semantics. Okay?
It
Those
is
things, listen
semantics.
carefully to my words. The laws of physics are not inherently laws. They are only laws as described from the human perspective because of the behavior that we observe. But it's not inherently a law.
True. And that's because it leaves it open to error.
Thank you. That's why it's not inherently a law. But we
I
choose
get
to
that point.
verbalize it that way to facilitate utility, to make it easy for us to use it the way we see fit.
What I'm saying to you is whatever you want to call it, whatever the utility is, none of them were created. No man created any of
Nobody
them.
ever claimed that it was created by a man or any other thinking being. Those things are
No
not
one
created
said
at
you
all.
did. That was
Okay,
my point.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that it wasn't
I'm
created
just
at
saying that
all.
this. I'm
I,
saying, but but the truth of whatever you want to call it existed before we applied a name to it.
do you know that the
Gravity
name?
didn't start working when people named it.
Listen. You are correct, but listen carefully.
That's all
Okay,
I've been saying.
listen. You're correct, but listen carefully. What a thing is and what we name it is two different things. You understand, right? What a thing
Correct.
is, and then when we name it, we only name it based on how much of it we can observe.
Correct. And we don't name it until we are aware of it.
Thank you.
Correct. But before our awareness, it's there.
We cannot say it's there or it's not there precisely.
Bruh, if you're
Listen,
in a
listen,
dark room and you don't know
listen,
something is there
listen,
and it's actually there, it is
listen,
still there whether you know it
listen.
or not.
You cannot know that
You
it's not
listen.
there.
No, it's
I mean,
there.
you cannot know that it's there. I mean, bro,
No, I'm saying it is there.
how long
It
has it been
doesn't
there?
matter your knowledge. It
How
doesn't
how how
matter.
how, how long has it been there?
It doesn't matter.
Are you saying that
It's
they're not
there in the
something?
moment.
Hold up. You don't think that some things can come into existence right at the moment of observation?
Bruh, you're moving around. All I'm saying to
You do
you
you
is
not think that some
you're
things,
asking a question,
brother,
right?
listen. What you're claiming to be there is what you don't know. What you do know is
What
from the
I'm
moment.
saying to you,
Listen,
what I'm simply saying
what
is,
you're claiming
what
to be
I'm
there
saying to
is
you
what
is,
you don't know. What you
no,
do
what I'm
know
saying
is
to
what you've called it that began when you observed it.
what I'm saying to you is, it was there before I knew about it.
What was there is not what you know. There's a reason why you didn't know about it before.
It does not mean it does not exist because I don't know
It
it.
definitely means that its existence, the moment you know it, is not the same as its existence before you knew it.
What?
Yes, sir.
So
Its
you saying
existence before you know it is not the same as its existence after you know it.
no? It because now you know about it.
What you
Yes, there
know
is a
about is
difference.
what you have seen.
Correct.
What you have
But
not
that what you
seen, you
don't
do
know.
not know. Bro, you couldn't observe it to have always been there. You can only infer. That's why when we infer, the energy can neither be created or destroyed. It's not because we were there to observe it. So guess what? Anybody who makes a claim that energy can be created we are willing to accept it as long as they can provide proof. That's why the truth. That's why the truth of a thing can change when more data is added. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. The truth can change when you gain more data. Did you know that?
But the truth does not change.
Yes, the truth can change once you have more data.
Bruh, your understanding of that which you have looked at has changed. The truth of it is that you was incorrect the first time. When you're incorrect, if you tell a falsehood, if you're incorrect.
Listen. That is why,
if
bro,
you
I said to you that you didn't understand
5.
burden of proof, bro. That's why I said you didn't understand burden of proof, right? Listen carefully, okay? Is a house without windows still a house?
Yes.
Is a house without people living in that house still a house?
Yes.
Okay, now listen. Burden of proof is not a matter of 100% elimination of doubt. It's just that it has to be consistent to a level which is beyond shadow of doubt. So the doubt cannot outweigh the possibility of that reality. So it needs to be at least 51% to be considered true.
So you're telling me,
not 100%.
So you're telling me if you're in a dark room, right? And there's a book in the middle of the room that you did not know about. It does not exist. But when you cut on the light,
listen.
Hold on. When you cut on the light, you're telling me your burden of proof is it just poofed and showed up there.
Listen.
You about to tell me you believe in talking snakes?
If you were in that dark room, before you knew that there was a book, if I asked you, does a book exist in this room? What would you say?
No.
Then I tell you, search the room. You search the room, you don't find a book. Is there a book in that room?
I don't know of a book.
Bro, I said search the room. You search the whole freaking room. You don't find a book. Is there a book in that room?
I don't know the book is there.
Based on your search, what truth do you come to?
What conclusion do I come to?
The conclusion is the truth of what the process has led you to.
The conclusion is not the truth.
Bro, answer the question. Answer the question.
Do I know if there's a book in the room? No.
Bro. I did not ask you if you know. I said, once you search the room, what truth did it lead you to?
What would I say?
No, what truth? No, after you searched the room, you didn't find any book. You searched every nook and cranny to the best of your ability. You did not find a book in that room. What truth?
In the dark.
What truth do you conclude? Even when I turn on the lights, you don't find a book in that room.
But that's a different scenario.
Bro. Okay.
You're changing the scenario to fit your narrative.
Okay, let's say in the dark. You search it in that you search.
It's my scenario.
Bro.
It's my scenario.
Bro, if it's
and
in the dark.
Gonna change it.
Bro, if it's in the dark, how would you ever know that the book is there?
I'm asking you.
Bro,
you're
if it's
telling
in the dark,
I'm asking.
If okay, give your scenario to begin with. Let's start over again, okay? Because you're trying to play
Okay,
game.
you're in the dark.
Yes.
Right? I ask you, is there a book in the room?
Yes.
You say what?
Let me search.
Okay. You search around in the dark, you don't feel a book. What do you say?
There's no book in the room.
I turn on the light, you see a book. What do you say?
Oh, there is a book.
Was it a truth that the book was in the room when you was in the dark?
No.
Okay, then we're done.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
If you don't know, how can you say it's true? Use your brains, y'all. Burden of proof. You cannot say that the book was in that room. The book was only in that room the moment you began to observe it. You can only infer, but there is a possibility that that book was not in that room. That is why some of you guys believe in imaginary gods, okay? Because your brain cannot do simple math in your head. If proof is not necessary, then you should believe everything someone tells you. The book was only in the room when it was proven to be in the room. If you want to claim that the book was always there, you have to prove that the book was always there. You have to prove that it was always there. Every truth must be proven. I don't know why this is a hard concept for you guys to understand. That is how burden of proof works. Okay? All truth must be backed by proof. Ontological evidence or empirical evidence. One way or another, you need evidence. Not faith. Anadil Ramirez. There's no way you waited that long. No paradox. Analytic. This Ramirez person was here since the beginning. Can you prove to me that someone did not put that book in that room right at the moment when you turn on the light? The person that told you to search the book, can you prove that they didn't put that book in that room right at the moment when you turn on the light? Use your brains. Use your brains. That's how magicians do tricks. You know when a magician holds a ball in his hand, he does this and you can't see? Can you say that a ball was... If a magician does this, let's say I was a magician, right? Let's say I was a magician, right? And I hold this thing in my hand. And I do all this bullshit. I do all this bullshit. Then I'm like, which hand is this thing in? The trick.
Hi, man.
What's up, bro?
I just thought that the topic there was very interesting. I just wanted to say something on that. So interestingly, you were talking about proof, right? And it makes sense. It's totally makes sense what you said. And he made a point when he said that if the book does not exist, if you search and you didn't find the book and you turn on the light and the book suddenly appear, it was actually there. See, I see
That
things
is
a
the
bit
second
different.
claim that needs to be proven. The first claim
Right.
is that, is there a book in the moment you turn on the light? Yes, because the moment you put on the light, you can see the book. But at what point that book came into that room, you still have the burden of proving that. So
But,
I cannot say that it's
okay.
true that the book was always in the room.
So the fact that the book is in the room and the fact that the book was in the room shows that the book exists. The book actually exists.
The fact that you turn on the light and found the book, yes.
But as an individual having that experience, it only exists for you when you see the book. Meaning,
that is a level of thinking that I don't think that he was able to get to. Understand the simplicity of it.
yes, exactly.
That the perspective of the observer also matters.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because if the
So
observer's perspective doesn't matter, then any claim made should be considered true, regardless of
yeah,
proof.
absolutely.
Then we wouldn't be able to distinguish between
Interesting.
what is a lie and what's not a lie. Then lies don't exist.
So yeah, so the thing is with I don't know, like I guess people like you and people like me see things differently than a lot of other people do. So that simply probably mean that the Bible talks about forgive them for they do not know what they do. Oftentimes people say things that they don't know what they're saying because they have not risen to the level of frequency. They can't really comprehend. They could only see it's that dimensions. We rise to different dimensions, and obviously you are the dimension that person has not. So
Bro, I'm simply a realist. So reality is the
well,
state of the world as it is, rather than what is inferred, notional, or conceptual. Okay. The moment for example, with the book experiment, I can only idealize or conceptualize that book was always there. And even if it logically makes sense, it is still possible that the book was only put in the room at the exact moment when I turn on the light. And I don't know how it was put there.
What if I said that the book always exists? Always exists.
If you said the book
Always.
was always in the room, you would still have burden of proof.
No, what if I said the book always exists? You just have to raise the frequency to be aware of the book in the room.
Listen, to say that the book always existed is still a claim that will require you to substantiate beyond shadow of doubt that it always existed. What I'm saying to you is that
so let me
claiming that
explain
the
that
book
to you.
was always in the room, be it as it may that I understand how reality works, that's not beyond shadow of doubt. Simply
let me
because the
explain
book
that
was
to
there
you.
once you turn on the light. Remember, you've already searched the whole room before turning on the light. So you didn't search
Yeah.
part of the room and you didn't search other parts. You searched by touch, right? Every nook and cranny of that room, you didn't find the book. When you turn on the light, the book is right in front of you.
Right. So I want to say something. Let me ask you a question. If something exists, can it be non-exist?
If something exists, it only exists if it can be proven to exist. So
No,
the moment
but
you infer that something exists, that implies that there is already enough evidence beyond shadow of doubt to establish that thing as existent.
right,
So you
exactly.
can
So
never use the word exist to define something which has not been proven to be. That's why
okay,
existence is the state of being. To be.
but
That's what existence means, to be.
existence is simply that which is it is existence.
Yes, to be.
You cannot say exist and then said, oh, non-exist. The word exist itself simply means something exists.
Right.
If something exists, it can never be non-exist.
No, actually, if something
So
exists, it can
therefore,
go out of existence. Things can go out
no,
of
never,
existence.
never. If something exists, it could never be non-exist. Never.
Yes, it can.
So hold on. So then,
So
how does the
because
word
because
exist? How
because
does the word
exist
exist applies? How does the word exist applies
exist
to
is the
something that
present
exists?
tense. Exist is present tense. So
No, exist is just is.
no. It's present tense. Existed will be past tense. Will exist will be future tense. Okay, it's still a verb. It's still a verb. It's not a noun.
Remember, if something exists for you and and you're not living that experience anymore, that does not mean it do not exist anymore. It simply means that you are not experiencing that existence anymore, but it always exists.
No,
it will always exist.
It's past tense. If it existed and it's no more, it doesn't exist.
My friend.
For example, right? For example,
what is
our
existence
ancestors,
to you?
our ancestors don't exist.
On listen, okay then. That's another level, actually.
No. Think about it. Our ancestors don't exist. They're of late. They're no more.
They
right?
always exist. They could never not exist. You are your ancestors.
Now you're going into a poetic way of
But that's
talking.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm not talking from a poetic perspective. I'm talking from a literal perspective, as it is, rather than as I infer that it should be. So I'm talking about the state of the world as it is, rather than what I want it to be or what I feel like it should be. Right? This is the definition of the word
This,
existence. Exist. The fact or the state of living or having objective reality. Continued survival. A way of living. Those are the different definitions. The similar words are alive, existent, extant, existent, actually, being, continuance, continuation, subsistence, living, quiddity, ease. Present, for something to exist, it must be present. For it to continue existing, it must be continuous. Present
so
and
let me ask you a
continuous.
question. Let me ask you a question. Your ancestors, are they continuous?
No, not in the literal
So
sense.
how do you talk about the ancestors if it does not exist? How can you possibly speak about the non-existence?
We talk about them ideologically and conceptually.
My friend, you exist, right? You could only speak that which exists. If something is non-exist, how can you verbalize or experience the non-existence? Explain that for
I'm
a
going to
second.
explain that by
How can
giving the
you communicate?
definition.
How can you
Listen,
communicate about that which does not exist?
that
How
is
is it
why that
possible?
which, for something to exist, it must have objective reality, bro. You're not.
You.
Listen,
So
listen,
right now you.
listen. This is the definition of how you can talk about something which doesn't really exist. You can talk about it as an abstract idea or a general notion.
No, you cannot, my friend.
That's
You
the definition
cannot.
of the word concept. Concept is defined
The
as a
definition. The
listen,
definition of exist is
listen,
non-exist.
listen,
The
listen,
definition
listen,
of
listen.
non-existence is
The
non-existent.
definition of the word concept is an abstract idea or a general notion, a plan, intention, or conception, an idea or invention to help sell or publicize a commodity. You see that, right? And
I
synonyms to the word,
I'm reasoning with you
concept
here.
is idea, notion, conception, abstraction, conceptualization, theory, hypothesis, postulation, belief, conviction, opinion, view, image, impression, picture. Those are synonyms to the word concept. So when we talk about our ancestors, we talk about them representing the concept of human beings who have died and no longer exist. A dead
I don't
person,
think you
a
even.
dead
I don't
person,
think you.
a dead
I don't think
person
you
is
even.
not a human being. You understand that, right?
I truly don't even think you believe what you just said because man, you are simply in existence right now. You exist,
Because I
and if
have what
you
would be
and
defined as objective existence, bro. The
my friend,
objectivity is the proof. You cannot infer that something exists outside of being observed to be so. That's why we have past, present, future tenses in the English language to describe things that were but are no more, things that are
okay,
and continue to be, and things that
so I
will
see.
be but are not yet. For example, let me ask you an example. Listen, I'm going to ask you a simple example. Are you married, my brother? And do you have children?
I do
How many children do you have, if you don't mind?
too.
What is the name of your fifth child?
What is the name of my fifth child? You just
No,
asked me if I have
let's not
children.
get
I
to the
told you
fifth child.
two.
What is the gender and the name of your third child?
So So how did the third child come into play when you asked me how many kids I have and I told you two?
Because is it highly possible that you could have another child before you die?
Yeah,
Are you
but
are you and your wife considering having another child?
no,
Huh?
no, we do
Okay,
not.
so your third child will never exist as of right now. You have no intention, and you better be putting on those condoms, or you better be pulling out on time now, because if nature has its way, you will have a third child.
So let me
And guess
let
what?
me tell you,
Listen. Your
my
third child doesn't exist right now,
yeah.
but your third child would soon
So
exist. For example,
every
me, I don't have any children, right? But I intend to have as many children as possible. So guess what? My children don't exist right now, but my children will exist the moment they
your
become
children, my
children.
friend, any child, anything. Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? The simply your thoughts. When you think about something, that is the only thing that exists.
No, sir.
When hold on, let me say this. When you have a thought, you that's when something is in existence. That's when it exists. Your thought. So
No,
when
sir.
you when you
No,
change your
no,
vibration to another frequency and you rise, that's
no,
when you live in that
no, sir.
frequency.
I can give you a thought right
Your
now which doesn't
thoughts,
exist.
your thoughts,
I can give
your
you a
thought.
thought. I can give you a thought right now which doesn't exist. You want me to give you a thought that doesn't exist?
If you have the thought, it simply exists.
Your wife is my girlfriend, and you're my son.
You see, you're saying something that's not a thought. You
Listen
see, it's a
again,
difference.
bro. That's a
It's a
thought. I
difference.
just thought about it. Hold up. I just thought about it. Didn't I not? You are my son. I gave birth to you, and your wife right now. She's my girlfriend.
So here's the thing. My wife do exist.
Brother,
She
listen carefully.
absolutely
Listen
exists.
carefully. Listen
Yeah.
carefully. Listen carefully. This is the statement. This statement that I make either exists as a true reality or it doesn't. Does your wife exist as my girlfriend?
Oh, you asking that question? Are you making a statement?
Does your wife exist as my girlfriend?
So do you have a thought
Does
right
your
now?
wife exist as my girlfriend?
Is that a thought you having? Because I don't understand.
How would I speak about it without thinking about it, bro?
So here's the thing.
Brother, does your wife
What
exist as my girlfriend? Yeah or nay?
No, it's not yeah or nay because
Brother, I've asked you, it's a yeah or nay. Answer me
I
with a
would
yeah or
I
nay.
can explain something to you.
Either your wife exists as my girlfriend, or she doesn't exist as my girlfriend, bro. It's simple. It's not complicated. That's why I said, does your wife exist as my girlfriend? Yeah or nay?
Yeah, she exists as your girlfriend. Yes.
Do you exist as my son?
Yes, yes, that is I also exist as your son.
I rest my case.
Okay, listen. Let me tell you something.
Brother, wait.
Hold on. Hold
Let me
on.
give you a
I want to
license.
tell you something.
Hold on, let me give you a
No, no,
license
no,
of
no.
madness. Hold on, bro. Let me give you
No,
your
no.
license of
Listen.
madness.
No. I want to tell you
No,
something.
wait now, bro. Let me give you a license of
Until
madness.
until so you see words. You see it. I could take this conversation to a level in which what's that? I can't see. I can't even see. It's glass. I can't see. Uh Man, I don't know. I can't see what you have there. Hold on, I can't see.
I can read it for you. It says you are
What do you have
mad.
there?
It says you are mad. This is your license of madness. Anywhere you go and you act like a
What is
madman, and
that?
if people persecute you for being a madman, just tell them that Bakanga has your license.
I'm absolutely 100% saying now, when you throw things out there like the way you throw things out there, you're acting like a madman. But I'm only here to reason with you, though. I'm only here to reason with you. So understanding that words and everything doesn't simply have the meaning. If you have a significant meaning towards a particular word, and I do not own those meaning to those words, see, you cannot put me in a spot to agree to your questions. That means that I'm
I'm not
buying into
putting
the
you
idea.
on a point
Hold
to
on, hold
agree.
on, hold
I
on.
was just
Okay,
hoping
let
that
me
you
say
have
something.
basic English comprehension skills. You did not invent the English language, neither did I. If I communicate to you as within standard meaning and definition, you should have the skill to understand what I have said in English and respond
No,
appropriately.
I understand what you said
Okay, but
perfectly.
you just said to me that you're my son.
I said I exist as your son.
You're probably older than me.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it matters. My brother, that is why. That's how you
Okay,
go into the
so
realm of cuckoo gaga. You know what I'm saying?
let me ask you
Intentional madness,
let me ask you a question. Let me simply
brain
ask you a
relocation.
question. Let me ask you a question. Do you understand in reincarnation? Do you understand reincarnation?
I understand that reincarnation is bullshit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just
So
like
you
resurrection.
understand.
Just like resurrection. Bullshit. Very well packaged, designed, and cooked. Bullshit.
Okay.
To satisfy the fantasies of people who are scared to live and die.
So you don't think the words that you were taught in this English language is to satisfy you,
No, the words we were taught was to
to
communicate
convince
meaning.
you that everything that you're saying right now means what it means in your
Yes,
head.
it means
You
what
don't
it
think that,
means because it has no
you
ulterior
know,
motive beyond communication. Words have no meaning ulterior motives beyond communication. Every time there's a meaning to a word, its only purpose is to communicate intent and an idea which is in someone's head.
okay then, but then you understand that that word that you put a meaning to is not someone else's meaning until they buy into the idea of that meaning.
No, it is the meaning of the word as established by the standard of that language system, which is an algorithm of communication. If you're going about making up your
Okay.
own meanings for every
Okay,
word,
well,
then you're living in your own imagination.
Bakanga, you have a lot to be aware of. Simply. You still have a
Hey,
lot to be
hey,
aware of.
bro, if my awareness is that I
One
have to be
day,
aware in the same way that
one
you're
day,
aware that that you exist as my son and your wife is my girlfriend, bro, then I don't know what kind of
one
awareness
day
that
you're
is.
gonna one day you're gonna remember this conversation and know exactly what I was talking about. But you obviously have a wide vocabulary with the English language,
I'm
but
a
I'll tell you this
realist. I
much.
am a realist. If
But
what you say cannot be observed as said, then you lie.
okay,
If anyone, which is not me or you, were to observe you and observe my life, they will find out that I have no relationship with your wife. I don't know what she looks like. I've never met her. I've never spoken to her. Anyone that was observing this show can tell that this is the first time you and I are ever
Bakanga,
meeting. It's impossible that I could be your father. You're probably older than me. I'm 31 years old. How old are you?
I'm 50.
Hey! God damn. And you think I exist as your father?
No, I do not.
You said I existed as your father.
I gave you the benefit of answering you those questions.
No, you didn't give me the benefit. I think you were being
Yeah.
smart, trying to avoid the yeah or nay. So you intentionally made a
No,
false
but
statement.
I wanted to come to the next point to tell you, I wanted to come to the next point to tell you that the meaning of a word, simply because you mention it, does not mean that I agree to that meaning of the word. So
You don't have to agree to the meaning of a word that is
Bakanga,
standardized,
hold on.
bro.
If you said that, am I your father? Or I am your father, right? And you mean that, those words are not my meaning. They are simply not my meaning.
Brother,
Even if I
brother,
say
with
yes,
all
they are
due
simply not my
respect,
meaning.
brother, the language we're speaking
Mhm.
is called what?
It doesn't matter whether the
Brother,
language is
the
speaking or
language
not.
you and I are speaking right now, what is it called? It's not called
It's
Lu,
called
and it's
English.
not called
It's
Bakanga.
called English.
Exactly.
It's
How
called English.
was English around before you and I were born?
I'm pretty sure it has, yes.
Did anybody ever teach you that you go around making up your own meaning for words in order to communicate in English?
So understand.
There's a
one
reason
thing,
why you
though.
went to school to go and learn it, bro. So you can learn a standardized language which is not presenting any dogma. There is no dogma within the definitions of words. It is when you combine a certain group of words that you create dogma, doctrine. You see what I'm saying? The words themselves are a tool. It's like a knife. It's like a gun. It's like water. They're
How do you know
neutral.
the things you know? How do you know the things you know?
By studying.
And where did you study? How did you study? By reading the book,
And dictionaries.
right? By reading the book, right?
And dictionaries.
Do you think there is intelligence beyond the book?
Of course.
So if there is intelligence beyond book, and you had to read a book or be taught by someone to become quote unquote intelligent, then you haven't touched the basis of intelligence.
I had to be taught to gain a specific intelligence. That's not the sum of
Logic
what
is
makes
what
me
you've been taught.
intelligent.
You've been taught logic. So you're being taught logic as well as being
There
indoctrinated
is some logic that you learn just from day-to-day experience, and there's some logic that you learn by understanding principles and concepts.
Yeah.
Okay, bro, I can almost bet you don't know the meaning of the word intelligence, the way you're using it. What does it mean? Bro, what does intelligence mean?
So, Makanga.
Brother, what does intelligence mean? Brother, what does intelligence mean?
Don't differ from
Brother, we were just talking about meaning. Tell me, what does it mean? We were just talking about meaning. Okay, what does it mean to you? What does intelligence mean to you?
Obviously, I've asked you the question and you answered it. I asked you,
brother, and I'm asking you a question in
beyond
return. I'm asking you a question in return. What does intelligence mean to you?
Everything. Everything. Simply everything.
Bro, thank you for your time, my good brother.
Simply everything.
Have a good night. No, it's okay, brother. Have a good night, okay? Brother Lou, have a great night, bro.
So I noticed that okay, so you don't want me on the show anymore.
No, I think we've got a good stopping point. I'd rather not have to insult you. So I think it's just safe, you know.
But Bakanga, you could never insult. Because the word that you would use as you call insult, I would have to buy into the idea.
Of course.
Listen,
whether you buy into the idea or not, I'm not talking to you so you can buy into the idea.
I would have to buy into that idea of insult
you
to
see,
be insulted.
I think you're misconstrued it. When I'm communicating to you, it's not so you can accept what I'm saying, so you can understand what I'm saying. Understanding means that.
But that is the reason I'm communicating with you.
You don't need to have any intentions specific to what I'm saying. You don't need to feel a certain way about what I'm saying to understand what I'm saying. And you need to be able to understand what I'm saying as I mean it, using that standardized meaning system, which is the dictionary, right? So if I say something to you and how you feel about the meaning of what that word means, you don't like it and you just choose to change the meaning, that's you. You're living in your own reality. I don't live in that world, bro. Can you imagine a police officer say, put your hands up? And you're like, oh, I don't know the meaning of put your hands up. Putting my hands up doesn't mean that to me. How about the doctor say lay down and then you get up and you start jumping? You say to the doctor, well, laying down to me means jumping.
So that's where you understand logic. Logic is absolutely necessary because you're having this experience. But understand that there is also intelligence. That's what I'm telling you. Now we
Brother,
are.
what is intelligence?
Intelligence is everything, my friend. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, then that's the end of the conversation, bro.
Do you understand that?
Bro, do you know that it is very unintelligent to claim that intelligence is everything? That's dumb. It seems like you've never been to school. It seems like you've never been to school your whole life.
It shows me that you are still.
Intelligence is not the equivalent of everything because they are unintelligent things. You understand that there is such a thing as unintelligence, right? Or stupidity, foolishness. Are you claiming that foolishness, stupidity is also intelligence? You cannot say that intelligence is everything. It can't be, literally, by the definition of the word and by the existence of other words. It just can't be. Intelligence
Yeah,
is the
Bakanga.
ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. That's the definition of intelligence. The ability
That's
to
what you've been
acquire
taught.
and apply knowledge
That's
and
what
skill. That's
that's
not what I've been taught. That's the meaning of the
that's what you've
word.
been taught.
Brother, that's the meaning
Okay,
of the word.
that's what you've been taught.
That is the standardized meaning of the word. Yes, I have been taught the standardized meaning of the word, and there is no other meaning. You cannot create
So
a meaning
logic.
for a word in a language that you did not invent. If you were the one who invented the English language, bro, then your definition will stand, because obviously you invented the language and you get to prescribe meaning to the different words. But we're speaking a language which has been standardized prior to you and I being born. So what we're
So let
doing
me
is
ask you.
we are using it as a tool, just like you don't decide that, oh, my car is a horse, right? My car is a horse.
So
I didn't make the
Bakanga,
car, but it's
but
a horse.
let me ask you, when you use something as a tool, it doesn't mean that that tool is limited. Does it mean that the tool is limited, or it can go beyond more than what you think it
You
you're
can
using it
use
for?
a tool beyond what it was designed for, but you must
Okay, so
never
let's
you may, you
so
must
hold
never
on. So hold
stray.
on.
Listen,
So hold
listen,
on,
listen,
Bakanga.
listen,
So
listen.
hold on,
You
Bakanga.
must never stray far enough from what it was designed for, lest you misuse
Bakanga
it.
says who?
That's
Says who?
called misuse. Bro, what is misusing?
Bakanga.
Bro, what is
Bakanga.
misuse? What does it mean to
Bakanga.
misuse something?
Bakanga.
What does it mean to misuse
You
something?
are you obviously aware of logic.
Bro,
So
brother,
let's
answer
remain
my
here
question.
in the
Answer my
logical
question. What
point
does
of
it
view.
mean? What
Let's
does it mean
remain here
to,
in the
what
logical
does
point
it
of view.
mean to misuse something?
Bakanga, I listen to you, sure,
Brother, answer
right?
the question.
But
Answer the question. It's flowing. Okay, don't change the topic. What does it mean to misuse something?
that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, my
Bro, you
friend.
said
It has
if
nothing to
you
do with what we're
asked me
talking about.
that, can you use a tool for more than what it was designed for? I said
Yeah.
yes. But that's called misuse. So I'm asking you, if you don't agree with that definition, tell me, what does it mean to misuse something?
So so understand what creation is, my friend.
Bro, what does
Evolve.
it mean to
No.
misuse something?
Understand, Bakanga.
Bro, tell me,
If
what
you
does it
make,
mean?
no, let
What
me
does
ask
it
you a
mean to
question. Let
misuse
me ask you a
something?
question.
No, don't ask me
Bakanga,
a
if
question,
you
brother.
make
Tell
a
me,
car,
what does it mean?
hold on.
What does it mean to
I
misuse
understand.
something?
If simply mean to misuse. That's it. If you
Bro, you don't
misuse
use a
something,
word
you
to
misuse
define
it.
a word. Bro, you cannot say misuse means to misuse. That's dumb, bro. What does
But I
it
wanna
mean
say,
to misuse?
Bakanga,
Brother,
if you make a
I'm not
car,
gonna progress in this
no,
conversation if you're not gonna tell me what it means to misuse.
Bakanga, stop for a second, man. Stop for a
Brother,
second.
what does it mean
I'm
to
reasoning with you.
misuse? What does it mean to
I'm
misuse
reasoning with you.
something?
I'm reasoning with you. I want to
What
give
does it
you
mean?
a
Bro, no, you're not
scenario.
reasoning with me, bro. You're not reasoning with me. This is
I
not
am.
reasoning.
That's the only reason why I'm here. That's the
What
only reason
does
why I'm
it
here.
mean to misuse something? You're
Answer
just
that question,
dishonest,
Bakanga.
bro.
You
Bro,
asking the
you're just
question.
freaking dishonest as hell, bro.
Oh
You're
no,
just
no, no. I'm
dishonest.
not dishonest at all.
Bro, then
I
how
am
the
not
hell do
dishonest
you
at
not
all.
know what it means to misuse something? When you use it against its intended use
Bakanga,
as designed. Bro, what does it mean when
Bakanga,
you use something to do what it wasn't designed to do? What is that called?
Bakanga, you
Brother,
are
if you
asking
use
a
something
word
to
that
do
I did
what
not
it
agree
wasn't
to.
designed to do, what is that called?
If you use something beyond the purpose in which it was designed to do,
What is it called?
you evolving that product into something else. I give you a
Bro,
definition. I could
bro,
give you a definition.
bro, no,
I can give
relax.
you a
No,
definition.
relax.
I
I'm
can
about
give you a
listen.
definition, Bakanga.
Sorry, I'm sorry about what I'm about to do, bro.
So
But I'm
let's
about to,
reason. Let's reason.
brother. No,
Please,
listen. Relax. I'm about to make your
let's
life a little
reason.
bit. I'm about to make your life a little bit uncomfortable. But if you don't answer this next question, then I want you to stay consistent to your point, okay? So if a
Bakanga,
man,
you have to Bakanga. Are we reasoning,
listen,
or
brother, calm
can we
down,
reason back and forth?
brother,
Can we
calm
reason
down,
back and forth?
brother, calm
Or
down.
even agree to disagree? Can
Brother,
we
calm
agree to
down.
disagree?
Brother,
Yeah.
calm down. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a very uncomfortable question to see if your logic is going to be consistent with what you just claimed. You say it's evolving when you use something against its intended design, right? Your booty hole, was it designed for a man's penis to go into it?
There is what was the question?
Answer the question. If a man decides to put his penis in your booty hole, will you say that's an evolution?
Oh man. Bakanga.
Answer the question.
Bakanga.
Answer the question. I said,
So
bro, I gave you
no,
a disclaimer. Answer the question.
I'm not
Brother,
answering
answer
that.
the
I'm not
question.
answering that question.
Answer the
I'm not
question.
answering that question.
Why not?
That is ridiculous.
Brother, why
That
wouldn't
is
you answer the
ridiculous.
question? Why wouldn't you answer the question?
So Bakanga, you grown man, I'm a grown man.
Of course, and I'm not insecure. I'm not insecure. I'm not insecure about my humanity. Listen, answer the question.
being.
Brother, answer the
No, I don't
question.
have to answer. I don't have to answer that
Okay,
question.
then
It's
we don't have to
ridiculous.
continue the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Yeah, if you think that misusing something is an evolution, you should answer yes to that question that I just asked you. You should say yes. You should say yes. Because I don't think that nature designed a man to be entered. I think it's a misuse. You can do it if you want to, but it's a misuse. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. It's a misuse. And since that brother does not know what misusing is, I had to ask him that question. Listen, this is not a show for children anyway. So if you're a kid, you better leave. And if you're a grown man and you feel a certain way, you're a suspect. In aviation, in the aircraft industry, there is a valve. There's some valves on the aircraft. We call them a check valve. The check valve is only designed to allow air to flow in one direction. The check valve, right? It's a valve. You find them in the air conditioning system, in the bleed system of the aircraft. So the valve is designed to where if air tries to flow in reverse, the valve will close up or it will malfunction. Misuse. That bro said misusing something is an evolution. Hey! Let's get this done with. Yeah, I know. Let me not get my life suspended. For the sake of argument.
All right, Bakanga. Okay. First of all, what's up? It's always a pleasure. Second of all, I feel like one of the guests was giving you a little bit of a unknown territory experience where I don't know how you dealt with it, but I think he was onto something that is quite powerful itself. The fact
That's
of,
because he's not a realist.
I would say,
He lives in Kukugaga land.
true. Realist isn't the only thing that is actually, is a way to approach things. But
Yeah,
I
it
do
is a
want to
way to
say,
approach things when you're talking about real things. So yes, if he claimed that what he's talking about is not real, then I won't even argue with him.
I don't think
But
he
he's
even
trying
made
to
any
make it
claims.
real.
But what I'm trying to get at is that humans have many attributes, right? We have intelligence, we have courage, we have bravery. We should also, and there's a thing called wisdom. And I think what he was trying to get at is that in order for one to be certain of either side, might be someone who's not so wise. And the reason why I say that is because when we understand our intelligence and how finite of a being that we are, right? How vast our information changes throughout history, how fast we learn and accumulate things. I think it's a little bit of unwise to say that it is a certain that something cannot be either existent or the possibility. And I think the probability argument that he was trying to give, that to say for a fact that it doesn't. That's what I think he was trying to get at.
And that's what I'm saying, that people who cannot say for a fact that something which is not, are either willingly ignorant or they just have mental damage, bro, because the way our senses work, it's proven multiple times that we can ascertain and say with absolute certainty when something is not. We can. Just like you right now, you're not a woman. Hassan, you're not a woman.
So as I said, perhaps, which is why sometimes some things,
Let me say, you're not a biological woman. You're not a biological woman, are you?
Yeah, exactly. We'd have to do the definitions of the term that you're using of a woman,
Is
right?
there
But
a
more importantly, I do
possibility?
not
Is there a possibility that you might be a biological woman?
under what definition? Biologically, no, there would not be.
So I guess you can't say
Right,
with
but
100%.
socially,
I guess you can't say with 100% certainty that certain things are not. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but as I said, this you can prove, right? Like you have proof. You gave evidence, right? If I mean, you didn't give evidence, but again, I guess we can verify it with taking your life down. But more importantly, what I'm trying to get at is that I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, you've been
What
bacchanalized
was I
too early,
saying?
your son. Damn.
Yeah, wait. What was I saying prior to this? I don't entirely remember.
God
Do you
damn,
remember?
bro. It's too early, man.
No, seriously. Do you remember what we were talking about? I think it was
Yeah,
about
you made a statement about how he was saying that you cannot know certain things for certain. I cannot say for certain that some things are not there.
Yeah, okay, I got it. No. Yeah, it was regarding you bringing in the five senses, and I do believe that there is 100% a need of humans of other than our five senses in order for us to conclude something. Either those are instruments, or some kind of tools,
But
technology.
we do not utilize those things independent of our five senses. We simply use them to
There are
magnify
cases that we do. No, there are cases that we do
and
for.
extend the reach of our five senses.
Okay, so you and I can both agree that we do need enhancements in order for our five senses to actually be able to function. Correct?
Not necessarily enhancements. We need tools to facilitate how we
Yeah, to support it.
observe certain things. Yes,
Exactly. Okay,
as a
great.
support system, not
Uh,
enhancement so
as
much
a
as a support system. Yes.
okay, I guess enhancement was not the better word. Yeah, so a support to it, something to lean against. Um, so, so all I think the guest was trying to say is that we do not know, and it would be not wise to say that we know for certain that A or Z does not exist unless there's a contradiction, which you have not provided to him.
That's what I said to him. That if he's analyzed the data of gods in the world, he will learn that gods are myths. That's how we know that myths don't exist. Myths are usually imaginary folk
I
tales.
guess he could have demonstrated the
like
more
like like
that.
Superman. See, he was claiming that he doesn't know, and yet he hasn't examined the data that is out there. I'm saying that my conclusion that God doesn't exist is by simply observing the data about God that exists in the world.
But
That
how do you know that
data,
data is correct?
that's what I'm saying. It's not a matter of if that data is correct as much as what that data proves. That data proves that human beings
No, it
invent
does
God.
matter. I mean, if you're
Listen,
spending your time to study something that you don't necessarily know if it's true or false, then you're wasting your
because
time.
I'm studying it from the source of the data, which is the religious people, right? I have to look
And
at
I don't
what the
think that's.
religious people
Mm.
present about God. They're the ones who propagate the idea of God. So I have to examine what they say about God and its practicality and how they derive their information. Hence, when I observe the way religious people invent their gods, it's in the same way that we invent superheroes and fictional characters. There
Okay.
is no
You also deny the.
distinction.
Mhm. Yeah, but you also deny the concept of a deistic God as well. You think that there's no possibility of a God without affiliations with religion.
Yeah, because the concept of a deistic God is literally born out of a theistic God. If not, deists would have existed before theist. Theism is older than
I don't
deism.
necessarily. I don't necessarily think just because something came after something that it came out of it, or there's
You
dependent.
then listen. You know how sometimes you can have like conservatives that are like extremely conservatives and progressives that are extremely
Okay.
progressive, and then you kind of like
There's
have
always an
like
extreme of something. Yeah.
right. So like a theist is just an extreme deist. Okay.
Interesting analogy. I don't
Yeah.
see where that
Yeah, because the theist begins with as a deist. Really, in his belief
theist
system,
begins
when
as
he's
a
born in the
deist.
world, that's already that system. Because as a child, when you first learn that there is a God, you don't really understand a lot of the doctrines that are being taught to you. But one thing that you would understand in the beginning is that there is some almighty power, right? Before you begin
Yeah.
to study the subjective teachings of whatever religious system. Even though as a human being, you don't really begin as a deist or a theist, you begin as an atheist with zero beliefs. Then the moment you get introduced to beliefs, you're first of all introduced to the idea of authority and power and governance. Someone dictating what you should do and what you
How is
shouldn't do.
atheism not a belief?
Because it's a lack of belief. That's the definition of the word. Which is
So
the
a
state in
lack
which
of. So can you elaborate what does?
that's the state in which every human being comes out of his mother's body. You need a fully functioning brain to form a belief.
Well, listen. So you said atheism is a lack of belief. Can you explain to me what a lack of belief means?
A lack of belief means that you do not hold an opinion as to the existence of something positively claimed.
No, no, no. Wait. So lack of belief to you means, say that one more time. Without, it doesn't necessarily have to be in existence or not, right? It could be a lack of
Yeah,
belief
yeah,
for
yeah.
anything.
So you do not hold a positive
Uh huh.
claim as the existence of something.
Okay. So okay. And if I would ask you that atheism is a lack of belief of God, so do you believe God exists or not?
No,
Okay, wait. Yeah, let me make it easy for you. You just said no. I don't think you answered the question. Do you believe God exists?
no,
Okay. So then, therefore, you believe on the contrary.
no.
Okay, explain. How is that not how is that not true? What I just said.
Because I don't need to form an opinion about something which I already know as a fact to be what it is.
But you saying no was a thought process that you
Yes,
claimed that
not
you
based,
think that is
not based on a belief. You
based on
see,
what?
on knowledge,
Based on what?
knowledge,
And where does belief originates from?
opinions, sentiments, and feelings when there is lack of proof.
What's the distinction? What's the distinction between a belief derived from an opinion, rather not from knowledge?
A belief derived from an opinion is when someone doesn't know something, but they make their best guess. So, like a
No, I'm not asking you
hypothesis.
to define. I'm not asking you to define what a belief is derived from an opinion, but rather the distinction between a belief from an opinion to knowledge. How is belief from an opinion not knowledge itself?
Because the belief in of itself is just information, right?
Okay, and how do you gain knowledge without information?
Then you have to back it up with evidence.
That's not what I asked you. How do you gain knowledge without information?
All knowledge begins with information, but knowledge,
Okay.
information that is knowledge, is information that is backed by reality.
Okay, interesting. So, so interesting. So it's a belief till the knowledge is backed up by reality. And
Yes, when there's
bro,
no proof, it's just a belief. But
when there's
once you
no
have
proof,
proof, then it
it's the
becomes
belief.
knowledge. Yes, that's why, listen
Interesting.
carefully. Listen. That is why when you study the definition of the word intelligence, you really get exactly what knowledge is. Intelligence is defined as the ability to acquire and
Yep, and imply.
apply
We've went over
knowledge
this
and
multiple
skill.
times.
So there is a necessity when it comes to knowledge for application. And that
Wait,
application works hand in hand with what skill is. That's how we become
great,
craftsmen. That's how you craft
great.
something. You cannot craft something out of a belief.
For sure, of course, other or unless it won't be that very
So a
useful to you.
belief
Yes.
is only necessary for sentimental
Wait,
satisfaction.
hold up. So there was something that you were saying to the previous guest that you can't false information cannot ever be useful, which I wasn't agreeing with you wholeheartedly. And what you just said to with information, can you? Do you remember what you just said? What's the difference between knowledge? So I have a question. So isn't these okay? First of all, I have a question. The idea of Zeus, Kronos, Bhagavita, all of these things, all of these ideas, concepts, are these a form of knowledge or no to you under your view?
No.
Interesting. Okay, so what do you classify this as?
Fiction.
And is fiction not knowledge?
No.
Interesting. Okay, so nonfiction is knowledge, correct?
Non-fiction, you can be considered knowledge. Yes, sir.
Okay, and sci-fi is not knowledge.
No.
What is so? Okay, now tell me the one difference between nonfiction and fiction that we can use consistently to determine if something is knowledge or not. What is the difference between the two, where one classifies as knowledge and the other doesn't?
Non-fiction can actually influence how you behave in the real world in terms of practicality and
Have you ever
applicability.
read the Magic Bus out? The Magic
Hold up,
Bus.
hold up, hold up. Listen.
Well,
And
I'm just
fiction,
asking. Have you ever read the school Magic Bus?
no,
Okay. Have you ever read Curious George?
no,
Have you ever read The Red Clifford?
no.
Have you ever read fiction? Period. Have you read Harry Potter?
I've watched the movies.
Okay. What have you ever read fiction in your life? Don't
Yes.
say the fucking Bible.
Yes.
Okay, so what fiction have you read in your life?
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet, perfect. I forgot my question. Shit. Romeo. Oh yeah. Okay. At Romeo and Juliet, you know that I was in like 8th grade and I watched and read Romeo and Juliet, and I'm still influenced till this day. Correct? I have done theatrical plays on
How?
that. Wait, hold up. I've done theatrical plays on it. My friends and families came over. We've had photos. It has shaped, it has created experiences. So, I mean, without a doubt, I have been influenced by it. So, is that now classified as knowledge? Because
No,
that's your
not
definition of knowledge, is influence.
not in of itself.
Okay, so let's try again. So, what makes nonfiction knowledge and fiction not?
Because nonfiction tells you about things that don't exist that are just entertainment, right?
Nonfiction or
Now,
fiction, you mean?
no, nonfiction. Oh, fiction. So guess
Uh huh.
what? Something like Romeo and Juliet, you can take that story and with your knowledge of acting, you can try
Hmm.
to replicate that story for the entertainment of the people. But beyond that entertainment, it cannot be applied. So
Why not?
you don't have any skills applying
Wait,
Romeo
why
and
not?
Juliet
Why can't you? Why can't you learn a
because it's
lesson from a
fiction.
fiction? Why not? But
No,
if
no,
we,
no, no,
do
no,
you
no,
know
no,
that?
no,
Wait,
no,
hold on.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no,
what's
no.
up? Go
Listen,
ahead.
listen. That's not what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I did not say you cannot learn a lesson from fiction.
What did you say?
I said you cannot apply.
Why not? You don't think?
Listen, listen.
Why can we not imply scenarios and experiences that fictions create to recreate it?
Because they are hypotheticals
Okay. And what is the purpose of a hypothetical? Do you know?
to lead you towards a theory of a law.
Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Hypotheticals are the whole intended purpose of the hypothetical is to be able to give an if scenario that can logically exist, that what would you do to test your logic. That's the whole purpose of an
Listen,
hypothetical.
listen. There's a reason why it's an if. Because if it was, it wouldn't be an if. So you
Say that
cannot
again. I
ignore.
was sorry, I might
There's
have
a reason why
I
it's
got
an
distracted.
if. Because if it was in fact, it would
Yes.
not be a hypothetical. Right? You
What's
see,
so are
listen,
you saying you
listen,
can't
listen,
learn from
listen.
hypotheticals?
If you understand something in fact, you do not need a hypothetical.
Yeah, you do.
We utilize hypothetical to simplify things for people who are not smart enough to understand them as they
Right.
are.
Well, exactly. So it's useful in a sense, no?
The hypothetical in of itself is not what's useful. Because if you give the hypothetical independent of the original fact which is trying to be explained, the person wouldn't get it. You see what I'm saying, bro? So you kind of, I'll use the word hypothetical. It's like I say, it's entertainment. So you're priming their mind for the main event. It's like a type of hypnosis.
Okay, so brother,
In of itself,
listen. Okay, great. So
in of itself, so independent of
holy
reality,
smokes, you said that too many times.
it's
Yes, I get
nothing.
it. So now if the difference between nonfiction and fiction for you to say one is knowledge and the other isn't is because one is entertainment and the other isn't, I also disagree with that statement. I find a lot of entertainment in nonfiction when I'm reading the fact of how strong a hippopotamus bite is. Right, I find in fact much more entertainment in the natural phenomena of this reality that we exist, sometimes more than fiction.
Alsan, I think I can help you out.
Okay,
Do you know how to fly a spaceship?
do I know how to fly a spaceship
Yeah.
in my imaginary world because I'm a delusional person? Perhaps yes.
Hey man, how about a Jedi? Can you wield a lightsaber like a Jedi?
Would they not have to exist in order for me to
Can
say yes?
can can you wield a lightsaber like a Jedi?
What in the world are you asking me? No, I can't.
Bro,
Of course I can.
with enough practice, can you?
I don't think you can practice something that you can't do.
Okay. Now, with enough practice, can you use a sword like a samurai?
It's possible. Yes.
Okay. So when I asked you, hey, Asan, take this lightsaber and wield it like a Jedi. And here's this is an entire series of Star Wars. Watch this, and you're gonna get the knowledge on how to use a lightsaber. And then I say, hey, Asan, here is some instructions from a samurai. Watch this movie. It breaks down how to use a sword step by step. If you follow the instructions in this movie, you'll be able to use a sword. At least, maybe not
I don't
as a
think that's
professional, but as good enough
I
as
don't think that's
amateur.
intellectually. That's a great point you're bringing up, but I don't think that's intellectually honest, right? That's not the only thing you're gonna take away from fucking watching seven,
No,
eight
no, I'm
series of
trying to
Star
show
Wars. Is
you
how to
the
use the.
context. I'm showing you the context in which the information you get out of fiction in of itself is not so much knowledge as, you know what? Let me do this. Let me do this.
Okay, we're doing it.
So we avoid semantics, okay?
Everyone
So we
keep
avoid
tapping on your screen.
semantics.
Thank you for hearing that, Red Women. I like your shirt, by the way.
Because I know that knowledge does have, there's some flexibility in the definition of the word knowledge. So I'm going to throw you some cookies. I just remember, I thought of something and I was like, okay, let's do this. Okay, listen. Knowledge is a noun described as facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The theoretical or
Great.
practical, listen, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Now, second
Great.
definition is awareness.
Let's stick with one.
No,
because
hold
I'm a
up.
little slow.
No. Listen, all works together. Awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. You see what I'm saying? Now, similar words to the word knowledge is understanding, comprehension,
Great.
grasp.
They all
Grip.
fall under fiction and nonfiction.
Bro,
They're
listen,
all
listen,
practical,
listen.
all theoretical. They're all
Listen,
information.
listen. Let me finish. Similar words are understanding, comprehension, grasp, grip, command,
Hey, yo.
mastery, apprehension, expertise,
I
skill.
don't think giving synonyms is giving any more value to the word itself. If you
Bro,
understand
Hassan, if you slow your brain down, you might just learn something.
it. Interesting.
I'm gonna start over. Listen again. Knowledge.
Oh, no.
Knowledge is, bro. I need for you to listen continuously. Okay.
Okay.
Knowledge is defined as facts, information, and skill. Listen. I'm gonna really detailedly. Facts, comma, information, comma, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Understanding, comprehension, grasp, grip, command, mastery, apprehension, expertise, skill, proficiency, expertness, accomplishment, adeptness, capacity, capability, savoir-faire, know-how, learning, erudition, education, scholarship, letters, schooling, science, wisdom.
Oh, I relate.
It even said science, bro. Weird. Enlightenment, philosophy, familiarity with, acquaintance with,
I speak that language.
conversance with, intimacy with, information, facts, data, intelligence, news, reports, lore, info, lowdown, gen. You notice that the word
Right.
fiction is not a synonym to the word knowledge. I'm just saying, bro. There's a reason why I was reading those synonyms. Awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. Now, this is what I'm trying to explain to you.
So what if fiction wasn't a synonym part of knowledge? There were so many
Fiction-
things that's part of knowledge that wasn't considered as a synonym, but yet it has the attributes that the synonym is providing: awareness, understanding.
Listen, you
It
know
all
what?
falls under fiction.
Before I actually even do that, let me actually read the actual definition of fiction so we're consistent. Slow your brain down so you can pick up all this information, okay? Fiction is defined as literature in the form of prose that describes imaginary events and people. Something that is invented or untrue. Bro, I did not make this shit up. That's literally the definition.
That's fine.
The sub-definition is a belief or statement that is false but often held to be true because it is expedient to do so.
That's fine.
Now,
It's still part of knowledge.
let me look at similar words.
Oh my God. I commend your interest in learning.
Listen, fiction in of itself is not knowledge in practicality. Do you understand?
But
Let me put it that
theoretically
way.
it is.
Let me put
But
it
it
that way.
theoretically is. It's part of the definition.
Not even theoretically.
Yes, it is.
No, listen. Only hypothetically.
Nope. Theoretically, we can.
Bro, listen. There is a
I'm listening.
reason why fiction is at the very best hypothetical. It's literally within the definition. It says something that is invented or untrue. It already
Yes.
carries the characteristics of being untrue. Invented. Now,
Yeah,
it
but
also says,
inventions are always not untrue. They could be true as well.
bro, listen. Literature in the form of prose that describes imaginary events, people, and No, imaginary events,
What's it if you don't like it, cry
imaginary
about
events
it?
and people. So listen carefully, bro. When someone gives you information,
Mm-hmm.
giving you that information in of itself, and
Mm-hmm.
you
Does not depend on
understanding,
if it's true or false.
brother, listen.
Yes.
If I give you information,
Uh-huh.
the information in of itself not being practical, the
Okay.
only relationship that information would have to knowledge is me asking you to regurgitate what I just said. If you can remember
Okay.
what I just said, you can say, I know what he said.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So the act of listening or of being exposed to that information, acquiring
Okay.
that information,
Right.
comprehending that information, though you cannot apply that information, I will give it to you as a half definition. So it's some you can in some context. So you really need to contextualize and you need to be dealing with an educated person because if you're dealing
Wait,
with
I'm just gonna ask you one question,
no,
and
listen,
try
listen,
answering it
listen,
honestly
listen,
after
listen,
you're done, I guess.
listen. Again, I'm gonna repeat myself. If I give you information, you acquire that information, and you understand that information, but you cannot apply that information as acquired. That at the very best, I will give it to you, can only be half considered as knowledge. But you need to be careful when you're communicating with people who are illiterates.
I don't know what the fuck it means for being considered as half knowledge. I don't
I
know
will
what
tell
that
you
means.
why. Because, listen, knowledge
What the long
needs to be able, because I'm trying to make it simple for you, knowledge needs to be
Interesting.
applicable. That's what distinguishes the true nature of knowledge and just junk information.
Let me ask you a question. If you're teaching a child or whatever, an adult, that to play Furlise on the piano takes you to play notes A minor, F sharp, A minor, and the letter G. They know what letters they need to play in order to play the first line of the song, but they don't know how to perform it. Was that still knowledge given to them?
No. That's why if I
That's
put
fucking
it,
crazy.
hold up, bro. If I give you the theory on how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, or little, is it
Right.
Little Star?
You give me the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, yes.
Okay. And then I put you on the stage and tell you to play it, and you can't play it. Can somebody say you know how to play it?
That's not what I made. That's not
No,
the claim I made.
that's what I'm asking you.
What are you asking me?
If I give you the theoretical explanation of how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder where you are.
Okay, you're giving
Come
me the
again
notes.
and go
Okay.
again. Come and
Okay.
pray and pay your tithes. Twinkle, twinkle,
Interesting.
believers, pay your offering every Sunday. Anyway,
Anyways, bro,
if I give you the
give me the
theory,
notes.
if I give you the notes, the theory, I explain everything to you,
Yes.
and then I send you to the stage right after explaining to you without
Yes.
practice. Remember, practice, practicality. Without practice, I put you on the stage, and you're unable to play it. Can we say that you know how to play that song?
Of course not.
I rest my case. Now, if you want to play
Rest your
semantics,
case.
yes. If you want to play semantics,
You
can
know,
play
I don't
semantics.
understand it. It's ironic.
Listen,
It's
listen.
ironic you're saying. It's ironic you're saying if I want to play semantics, yet you literally just fucking changed the idea of the knowledge when I asked you the
No,
question.
I was
pivoted
telling
to-
you about its application. My entire point the whole time was to demonstrate
So
that knowledge
again,
needs
so
to
if
be
you're
applicable.
listen. This is, I guess we just beg to differ. Now, if you're saying a teacher is explaining the whole class, the same thing, the same information of all the students how to find the slope, giving them the formula of mx plus b. 10 students get to actually apply that formula to find the slope to be -2 and the y-intercept to be 3, and then the 2 students who didn't get to, you're claiming that that teacher didn't give knowledge just because there are some students who didn't get to apply the formula. That's absurd.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, which is absurd.
Because the evidence that it was knowledge is the ability of one who has received it to put it into
That's
practice.
ridiculous. So wait, I have one last question for you, Bakanga. Last question for you, my sir.
Yes.
One last question. So one last question. I'm gonna let you go today. I usually take too much time for you. One last question.
You cannot
So
know
everything-
something
wait,
that you
wait, wait,
cannot
hold on,
prove
you're gonna
that
love
you
this
don't
question.
know.
Listen, the information that you just provided me in this whole Okay, Tika, the inf- I'm sorry, the information that you just provided, right? Of all the information that you just provided to me, and I don't get to imply it after this live. So you gave me no knowledge.
What information did I give you?
I don't know. I'm not implying it. So is that no?
No,
Is
no, no,
this
no, no,
now
no, no.
junk?
To qualify if it's knowledge or not, tell me what is it that I give you?
You spoke about various things like what does it mean to be definition of fiction and nonfiction. You told me a lot of information, but I don't
Give me
imply
the
it now.
details. Give me the details so we can determine if it was knowledge or not.
Well,
If
the
it's
detail was the attributes of what the word.
if it's applicable.
Well, the details was the definition of the word fiction and the 10,000 synonyms along with it. The
Okay,
details of the nonfiction is how you can
what did I tell you that the definition of the word fiction is?
imaginary people, imaginary scenarios, or people that was either invented or false.
So if you hear a story, would you at least have the ability to distinguish if that story was fictional or not based on that definition that I gave you?
I don't see the relevance in this question, but I perhaps,
Bro,
yeah.
would you be able to determine if a story is made up, invented, and untrue based on your understanding of the definition of the word fiction which I gave you?
I'd have to read the context to be able to know that.
Okay, I didn't give you any knowledge. Sure. But that has
So,
nothing to do
right.
that has nothing to do with the quality of
But
information I
do you
gave
see
you.
why
That
this
has
is
everything to
absurd,
do with your
Bakanga?
inner listen,
Wait, exactly,
listen.
exactly. It's in my
Sir,
inability of conceptualizing it. Not that
Hassan.
you didn't give
No, you don't
knowledge.
have to conceptualize
It
the
should be
definition.
irrelevant.
You don't have to conceptualize the definition. You only have to understand it. If you didn't understand the definition, of
Exactly.
course,
If listen, bro, if I can
Hold up.
understand how to play the letters, I say I have to whisper. But that doesn't mean that if I understand it, that I can actually do it. You can
Yes, if
tell
you
someone
understand
how
it,
to
you can
drive the
do it.
car. Listen,
If you
exactly. Listen,
understand it, you can
you
do
can.
it.
No, you can't. You can
Yes,
tell
you
someone that
can.
if you step on the accelerator pedal, the car will go forward. And if you turn the fucking wheel on the right side, the car will move right. That doesn't mean someone can start driving.
They wouldn't be able to drive if they didn't understand what you said. But if they understood what you said, they will be able to do it.
Are you ever gonna sit in the fucking car from someone who never drove, but just because I told him how to drive a car and he understands? Are you ever gonna sit in his car?
Not necessarily,
Of course. Why? Because you'll feel unsafe.
unless I was a driving instructor.
Interesting. Yeah, but that
Psych.
wasn't that wasn't this
No.
hypothetical,
You
right?
said to me, "Will I ever?" So I have to answer you honestly.
Are
No,
you a
I would
fucking
not,
car instructor
because
or you're
I'm
a
not gonna
mechanic?
be a driving instructor. But I'm telling you, every driving instructor gets in the car with someone they don't know they can fucking drive, bro. Every freaking driving instructor does that. Shit,
Listen, I'm gonna let you go.
your dad had to get in the car with you the first time he was teaching you how to drive when you had never driven.
No, you don't know that. I could have took an instructor as well,
And
right?
chances is, when I
But
have a
anyways,
son or a daughter one day, I might have to get into a car. So honestly, I'll only have right.
yeah. Well, okay, bro. Again, I
Or
have to
maybe
go now.
I'll have my wife do it. One of my wives.
Inshallah, as they say.
Or
All right,
Asana,
man. Take care, dude.
I'll have you get into the car with my future children and teach them how to
Oh,
drive.
I'm good. Nah, I'm
Theoretically.
good, brother. Nah, I'm good. I'll
Thank
pass
you.
on that.
Thank you for your time, Hassan. Okay, I guess your kids are
No,
never gonna learn how to drive, huh?
no problem, Bakanga. No, not from you.
Why not for me?
You're gonna sit there and say, "Well, I'm giving him knowledge. He needs to imply it." He's gonna be like, "Wait, what? Come again?"
Listen, Hassan, this is not for the illiterate. Okay, most illiterate people don't understand definitions and the real meaning behind the need to define words. It's
Mm,
application. First and foremostly communication, but it's only to facilitate action taken, right? So if I give you information which you can understand, but you can't really do anything other than just understand and then see how you feel about it, that's entertainment, right? Like, I don't need to be able to sing a Beyonce song to go to a Beyonce concert and listen to her sing and enjoy those songs. But everything she's saying in the song, I could care less about it. She might even have a message in it. I could care less about it. Now, if I am a craftsman, a carpenter, and my master is telling me how to polish wood, he's not telling me regardless of what I do with that information. He's telling me so I can do something with it. That's knowledge. And that requires understanding, comprehension, And that comprehension is what will allow me to be able to put it to practice. Put that all together. It's called skill. 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 Any knowledge which does not facilitate skill, any information which does not facilitate skill is fictional, made up, or just for entertainment. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, it's not like whatever you're saying is not true. I just think that you're not looking at the full scope, because the definition of word knowledge is
Hassan,
not just
you're
it's
trying to be
dedicated to you.
sympathetic. You're trying to sympathize with uneducated people, Hassan. You understand what I'm saying? Some
Right, I'm
people
speaking
don't
back from all
freaking
my
know the
uneducated friends.
freaking meaning of the words that they speak, bro. People think that they get to make up meaning for words as they go. That's why that dude came and said to me
Well, that's
that
in philosophy,
misuse,
man. It's
bro.
not even that. It's,
Bro, that same guest that we're talking about literally said misuse means misuse.
listen, it's not even that they're not uneducated. It's not even that they're uneducated. In philosophy, you get very privileged and you get the freedom of understanding this idea that you can define words and like subjectively, right? So that's where the issue derives from, right? You're not only supposed to be, you're not in what's it called, dependent upon the Oxford Dictionary for us, for our perception. So is why it gets like that, because that's true. Like the meaning of good could mean various things, right? You can mean one thing, I can mean another. So defining the
But
word to
it is not
continue an argument
independent of
is
a
vital.
standard. It's not independent of standard, and it must be contextualized, right? If the philosophical meaning or the generic meaning, for example, the word theory, the standard definition of the word theory is not the same as the scientific theory, right? But
I mean, of course, that's where there's a difference in the word itself.
exactly, you naturally contextualize, or you even add a new word in front of it to point people in whatever context you're trying to mean. But I like the fact that you brought up philosophy, bro. Philosophy is the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. A particular system of philosophical thought, a study of the theoretical basis of a particular branch of knowledge or experience. So we see that knowledge is not a simple thing. It has a nature as it relates to reality, existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. Some people don't know the difference between knowledge and belief. You know, is there any school of thought that studies belief in the same capacity as philosophy studies the nature of knowledge?
They might all claim to be, but
Imagine we had to invent something that studies the nature of beliefs. Bro, we'll be
imagine if you had a
freaking.
what?
Bro, what I'm saying is philosophy is the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge. Is there any Sophie, right? Philosophy. Anything that ends with a Y. Let me put it that way. Any ism that studies the nature of beliefs.
That doesn't study the nature of belief, you mean?
There
Because they all
actually is.
do. I
There
mean,
actually is. Ooh, look at the way I just.
atheism, maybe, under
No,
your view.
no. Look at the way I just freaking psych myself.
Right, you did.
This is the
The
definition
only
of
person who can
psychology.
defeat but conquers himself.
Listen, this is the definition of psychology. Actually, I'm answering my own question. There actually is. In a nutshell, psychology is the scientific study of the human mind and its functions, especially those affecting behavior in a given context. Do you know anything that affects behavior more than beliefs in the average person's head?
That affects what? Your actions.
Psychology is the scientific study of the human mind and its functions, especially those affecting behavior in a given context. You see,
Your actions.
most people actions and behavior is affected by the beliefs that they conjured up in their head rather than knowledge that was acquired through facts. You see what I'm saying?
Belief comes from belief.
Psychology actually studies that. That's why we have psychopaths and crazy schizophrenias out there. Psychology studies that discrepancy.
Some issues are genetic, though, that didn't get a chance to utilize information
Hey, bro,
that was given.
that's what I'm saying. So they operate based on beliefs alone, right? Like Jeffrey Dahmer, he wasn't going based on facts. He had some fucked up beliefs. No one gave him that
No, I
fucked up
would just say
knowledge.
that not all
Where
facts.
did where
I
did
would just say
Jeffrey?
that all facts are not preferable.
That's right. I'm back and that's myself. That was crazy. Anyway, yeah. Psychology. It can be said in a certain context that it study beliefs, because beliefs do affect human behavior a lot. The
Okay,
mental
so I guess
characteristics
you've
or
ended the
attitude of
case
a
yourself.
person.
Is it? Clip it. Bro ended the case for himself. Rest your case now, sir.
So psychology is
He's
also defined
resting.
as the mental and emotional factors governing a situation or activity. Beliefs
Okay.
are always at the center of emotional reactions.
Yes, which could be true. So why don't you end the case now?
Though
End the
knowledge can
case. Rest the
inspire,
case.
knowledge can also inspire emotional reactions. Don't get me wrong. The more you study,
Love this guy, bro.
the more you study
Like
about
everyone, keep
slavery,
tapping on your screen.
the more you study about slavery,
Excuse
the
me?
more emotional you get as a black man. Unfortunately,
Exactly. It doesn't mean that it's not true anymore.
that's what I'm saying. Beliefs affect behavior and emotion. So does knowledge, but most of the time, it is beliefs. That's why most people are irrational.
Again, I feel like I'm
That's
just
why most people
taking.
can't make logical decisions all the time, bro.
Hey,
If it was
Bakanga,
just
my
strictly
friend, listen. I
knowledge,
feel like I'm
bro.
taking away from your life. Of course, you what you do is excellent. You're trying to put more importance and significant. You're trying to signifying people not to make fallacious beliefs. I know I'm trying to defend a little bit of an erratic idea, but again, I'm gonna let you go and continue bankagalizing because people are sleeping.
In
So
a
I don't want
nutshell,
to kind of.
son, before you go, being able to acquire knowledge in of itself and put it to practice is a skill. Understanding and speaking English is also a skill that requires practice. Okay, careful practice.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
I feel like
discipline. It's a
these are
discipline.
steps. You
It's a discipline.
speaking English is the destination. You're gonna need knowledge, which is dependent upon information that you're gonna then have to put in use and practice, right? Just because I've been given the knowledge of that information of what the letter A sounds like, but I can't make the sound, doesn't mean that I wasn't given the knowledge. I think that just takes away from responsibility. That takes away. That just I just can't agree with that. I'm sorry. I'll never will. I just feel like people given the law, people telling them that,
Information
hey,
acquired through experience or
wait, I have another
education.
question for you. No, seriously, I have to whisper. I have a really good question for you. Let's say someone does something on accident, randomly. He does the results what someone else was told to do so. Does that person now have knowledge just because he ended up doing it? No.
The word is coincidence.
Right. So, okay, because of coincidence, just because someone implied something or got to utilize it doesn't always mean knowledge, right?
No, it
Just because
doesn't mean,
someone's
especially if it's unintentional. Like the application of knowledge is always intentional
exactly. So I think
to be knowledge.
you are isn't that inconsistency?
How is that inconsistent?
At sometimes you're saying
You
even if
cannot you
someone
cannot be
does
accidentally knowledgeable, bro. That's why knowledge is acquired through education or experience, bro. You don't just accidentally acquire it. You cannot be
no, exactly. What if
accidentally.
somebody just accidentally punches you in the abdomen where he cuts your oxygen, and someone who was told the exact spot to punch? No, seriously, and someone who was taught exactly where to punch them in the uppercut
That's
misses.
why it's a coincidence. That's why it's random. And the person
Yeah,
who misses,
but
the
your
person.
definition of knowledge wasn't about the information given, but yeah, they're utilizing it. That's why I'm saying there's a defect in your definition.
The person who was given the information and failed to apply it is not knowledgeable. You cannot be
That's
considered to be
crazy. And then the
knowledgeable.
person who punched in that correct spot in the abdominal where he cuts the oxygen is
It
knowledgeable?
was random. Can that person do it continuously over and over?
No, he can't because it was a
Okay,
mistake.
exactly. So that specific act is a coincidence. It doesn't necessitate that you have any specific knowledge. You can randomly do
So what
things
did he need to
that
do
end up
to? So
working.
what does he? Okay, so wait, hold up. So the person who did end up doing it, what else does he need in order for it to be classified as knowledge? What is
He
it?
needs to know exactly what he did, know exactly where
Okay,
he
perfect.
is, know exactly what
And then the
happened,
first person was
and
known
be
that.
able, hold up, and be able to replicate it.
Okay, so you need both. You're saying that's, I guess, is agreeable. So you need both.
Application, practicality. That's at the core of any discipline. That's at the core of
One
any
more
discipline.
question. One more question. What if someone constantly learns the wrong notes on an instrument? He learns this information, he reads it wrong, and he plays it over and over again. Is that knowledge?
If he learns the wrong chords, as long as he has a system, he can still be considered to be knowledgeable if he can replicate it over and over and it still sounds like the song. For example,
Right.
that's why on the piano there's a tool called transpose. So I can take a sound from the C chord, right? C major, and I can transfer that to B. I can even transfer it to B minor, just like that. I can move the sounds along the keyboard.
You probably got a phone call.
And then with a
All right,
guitar,
y'all. Oh, I'm gonna let him know this is his last thing, so someone else can come up.
with a guitar you can use a capo, right? You know how to play guitar?
I had the same.
I can play guitar.
Notes.
I play guitar. I play drums, and I play piano. The way you
I was a percussionist.
the way you transpose on the guitar is by using a capo, right? That little thing that you pinch the guitar with, in order to change the sound, right? Some people cannot play in different positions on different strings
Yeah, well, you gotta sync
in
it.
different ways with different chords and different notes. So they use a capo. On the piano, on the keyboard, on the piano you can't do that. You have to be skilled on the piano to be able to do it, because most pianos don't have transposes. Most grand pianos, but a keyboard would have a transpose. Transpose means you transfer the position of the sound. So what would be C? What would be C? The chord, the C chord, you can move it right to A, and it'll be the exact sound. So if you're memorizing just the sound and going based on the sound, that's really how I play, bro. Honestly, I play by ear. I can't even read music. I don't know my chords though, but I cannot read like traditional music.
Well, that's beautiful, but I specified. I didn't just say going off of sound, but I said that they wrote down the wrong notes and they kept practicing that same information repeatedly. Would that be classified as knowledge?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the piano, you can't really have a wrong note as long as you have a sequence.
Yes, you can. The treble clef, right? Well, if it's on the space, it would be F, the first space, right? The second would be A. I'm saying that what if accidentally they probably did the opposite?
Not if you transpose. If you do it, it's called transposing.
Bro, I'm talking about like multiple notes in a different sequence, like different sectors, right?
Yeah,
Just because
that's
they
called
made
transposing.
some errors.
That's called transposing.
Bro, you're gonna change your name to Semantic King.
It's called transposing. I literally just explained to you on if okay, think about it. If you teach me Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, started in C major, and then I played in maybe G, it's still Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. You still be able to identify that I'm playing the right song, even if I didn't know I was playing in G. As long as the notes follow. Unfortunately, with instruments, with instruments you can switch that way.
Okay, what if someone tells you to go to an hospital called M, and then you Google the directions to the hospital called N, and you end up arriving in an N hospital rather than M hospital? Was that also knowledge that you end up utilizing to get to?
No.
But why? But you were given information that you actually end up doing.
And that information was useless because you didn't end up where you were intended to go.
So purpose you need now.
Knowledge has to be practical. You couldn't put that knowledge to practice.
He practically went online, gained information that he needs to take 2 lefts.
Yeah, but the
and
information
then take
has nothing to do with what he was told. So he found different information.
He just wanted to. No, he wanted to go to hospital M that he should have took 2 rights instead of 2 lefts. He Googled information how to go to N, and it said take 2 lefts, and then he went on his card and he took 2 lefts.
Yeah, that's 2 different things.
Is that knowledge?
No.
Why wasn't it knowledge for him to see
because
where to go to N?
Because the information he was given about hospital M, which is where he was intended to go, at the end of the day, when he tried to apply, he ended up at hospital N, right? So the knowledge and the information for hospital M was useless information to him.
Wait. So independently going to N was knowledgeably given and it was true, but it was now not considered as knowledge because he was intended to do something different, correct?
Yeah, because he doesn't know how to go to hospital M after all. Does he?
Okay, and how do you know what you're intended to do?
As prescribed and instructed.
No. In your life, Bakanga, how do you know what you're intended to do in your life, with your life?
In my life? In my personal life?
Yeah, exactly. How do you know what you're intended to do?
Based on my needs and whatever skills and talents and whatever problems I need to solve.
Because it seems like you can do things practically, but if it's not intended for you, you still don't consider it as knowledge. But who gives you this intended purpose? How do you know what you intended for? How can you prove it?
My problems. Everyday life is literally solving our problems. Number one problem being money.
Yeah, I can feel on that. Well, okay, again, bro. I just wanted to give you some
Any
questions to think about.
information which is not practical is useless information. Throw that shit away or entertain yourself and then come back to the real world.
That's crazy.
That's
That's
why going
crazy.
to
That's
church
crazy.
and sitting down and listening to a pastor lie can be really entertaining. Because they really be acting, bro. They really, especially TD Jakes.
Can you
And the
can,
Lord said, today is your day. Bro, imagine you go to church and a preacher says to you, the Lord said today is your day. Is that knowledge?
I'm not answering the question. Of course, no. Name me one person that was name me one person that was successful without messing up.
That's the point. Try and error
Right.
is part of the process of how we acquire knowledge. But the end product in
So,
of itself is knowledge. So try
so
and
if you
error is the
can't do some,
process.
so if you can't do out of some, if you can't do something out of the things that you learned, doesn't mean that it was now useless just because you couldn't do something, right? What if you were giving me the knowledge and I can't do anything out of it, and I give it to my friend or a girlfriend, a child, they got to make something out of it. It was still useful, even though if I didn't get to do something out of it.
There's a reason why you can't make something out of it. If it's fictional, not even your friend will be able to make anything out of it.
Till it's done, right? Have you ever heard the phrase "you're delusional till you
Yeah,
actually do it"?
I'm pretty sure that nobody in this world is ever gonna be Superman.
Well, you don't know that. We can
I'm
make
pretty
serum
sure
that gives
nobody in
us the
this world is gonna be
capability.
Spider-Man.
We can get an ability. Yes, you do understand that fiction is a way to again increase
Good
our
job.
IQ, right?
Yeah,
You
good
don't.
job.
But you don't think we can create you don't think we can create those gadgets that Tom
Good
Holland
job.
Spider-Man did at least, not Tobey Maguire's, to create web
So
shooters?
you're
Are you
gonna create a
crazy?
person. You're gonna claim, bro. I don't care how impervious you are to steal. I don't care if you can fly into the sun. If you're not from planet Krypton, you're not Superman.
That depends on how you define Superman. Interesting. So
Superman
what
is
if
the
there's a plot?
entirety of the character. It's not just piece and pieces. That's why for a Christian, Jesus is not Jesus if he wasn't God. That's why they can't get along with the Muslims. Because the Muslims are actually making Jesus a human being, which is realistic. There's
No,
nothing.
even Christians believe Jesus was human. They just say that it's three in one. They believe in the Trinity. They believe God
No.
was in man form. Yes,
Listen.
they
Jesus
believe
couldn't.
Jesus was a man.
They don't really believe that. They just claim it, but they don't really believe that Jesus was a man.
Okay, but under their view, right now, we're giving an internal critique, right? Under their view, they believe it's a man.
Under their view, they say he's a man, but they don't believe it.
Well, why don't you bring a Christian up and convince him that?
What they
Not
believe
me.
is that Jesus is God.
Yeah,
That's what's
in
observable.
a man's flesh.
Yes, but God cannot be. That's a contradiction.
Exactly. Well, okay. Again,
That's
that's
why
a
I'm saying to
contradiction
you
in their
that they
view, but
can't
that's what
believe
they
both.
believe.
Though they make both claims, it's literally logically and humanly impossible to believe both.
3 in 1
Yeah,
special, baby.
so if you're smart and you observe what they're doing, the Muslims are the ones who believe that Jesus was a man. The
Well,
Jews
are
are
you
the ones
saying
who
an
believe
egg
that
is
Jesus
not
was a
an egg
man.
because it has the yolk and the white part and the shell?
Everything about how Jesus is described is about how he's God. How much of Jesus' humanity do we see?
Well,
This
how many
dude
do
wasn't
we
even
see?
born, bro. He wasn't even born
Exactly.
from a man, bro. This dude was put in his mother's stomach as a virgin, bro. Like, what the heck? That's not a man.
Yeah, it's a miracle, brother. The
Bro,
works
that's what
of
I'm saying to
God's.
you, bro. That's what I'm saying to you, bro. Like, any person which doesn't have a father and a mother, a human father and a human mother, is not a human being. It might
Yeah, he
look
wasn't. That's why
humanoid.
he's God. That's why
That's
he's
what I'm
God.
saying. That's what I'm saying. The moment you claim that Jesus was born of a virgin, he's no longer a man, anyways, because he might as well
Yeah,
be a
that's what they're
robot.
saying. He's not just a man, but he's a God. That's
He's
why he was
not,
born out of Mary without a father.
bro. So a robot, that is the Tesla robot, is not just a robot. It's also a man, just because it looks like a man, right? It's shaped like a
They're
man.
humanoid
It has
robots.
the humanoid form, right? Literally, the Tesla robots are in the form of a human being.
Do they have flesh?
No, they got mechanical flesh. That's because
Do
they're
they have
robots.
blood? Do they bleed?
Yeah, they have engine oil.
Okay. Do they have taste buds?
Of course, they have sensors.
Okay. Can they reproduce on their own?
Jesus himself did not reproduce.
He chose not to.
The robots are choosing not to.
Could they if they choose to otherwise?
Yeah,
Do they have metabolism?
Yeah, they have software.
That's fucking cap.
No, it's not cap. They have software. A Tesla robot is designed to be an independent AI that can rewrite its code and produce
Do
a
they
clone of
grow?
itself.
Do they grow?
They grow in production, but they grow at a quicker rate.
Okay, and therefore then you just prove that AIs are humans then. Okay, well they fit the definition
No,
of a
no, that's what
human.
I'm saying. Listen. That's why I say when you play that game and you go out of standard, you can make anything human, bro. I can make a gorilla a human being.
Well, again, if your definition of human is
I
just
could
that,
make a
then
gorilla. I could make a gorilla a human being based on Jesus being a human being
you're
after
crazy,
being born
bro.
of a virgin. I can ask you, bro. All those questions you ask me about a human, gorillas do that shit too, don't they?
Yeah.
Even chimpanzees, they all have human characteristics, bro. They have emotion, they have boobs, they have vaginas, penises. They fuck doggy style, missionary style. They do everything we do. They got babies. You know what I'm saying?
Well, again, bro, it depends how you define the word. You
Bro,
know
that's
what I
why.
mean?
Listen, if it doesn't
That's
have a
what the
human
Philo
father and
bros
a
always
human
ask you.
mother,
What does it mean
listen,
when you
if
say
it
human?
doesn't have a human father and a human mother, it can't be considered human. By that definition, you
Ah,
might
so
as well
that's
make
your
apes
definition of
humans.
human. Interesting, but Bakanga, you don't answer the question. How do we know that their parents are human? You run into the same issue. Now,
They
if
will,
you
they,
go in the infinite, huh?
listen, they will have the genetic code of their parents.
Okay, but and so do the AIs have the genetic code of their
And
quote unquote
they
ancestors.
will not disclaim the existence of their parents, right? For example, let me give you an example, bro. Tell me any part of the human body which a gorilla doesn't have.
Any part of a human, any part of a human body that a gorilla doesn't have?
Yeah.
Interesting, good question. The tailbone, right? Or no, our skulls are very independent to us.
Our what?
Our skulls,
A gorilla has a
the
skull.
size of the size of our skull is very
All human
unique to
beings don't
all
have the
human.
same size skull. Do you see the size of my head? My head is literally like the size of the gorilla's head, bro. I have a big head.
Okay, humans are. I don't know. Actually, I can't give you any attribute that only humans have. Yet the
Yeah,
gorillas doesn't.
exactly.
Our skin tone,
Gorilla has
our
melanin.
melanin.
You ever shave the skin of a
Yeah,
gorilla? He black as hell. He even blacker than we are.
yeah. No, but I'm saying that we have Caucasians. We have lighter skinned people. Gorillas
Yeah, have you
don't.
never seen a white gorilla, bro? White skin
No,
gorilla?
no.
Yeah, there's white skin apes out
Otherwise, they
there.
have some kind of some kind of disease.
Bro, there is white skin apes out there. There's a species
Yeah,
of gorilla,
that's
bro.
something's wrong with them.
No, it's not
That's not
something.
normal.
It's a genetic diversity, just like we do in the human race.
I guess, bro. What was your point of asking that?
By your definition of making Jesus Christ a human being, though he didn't have a human father, you might as well add the gorillas to that divine club. That's all I'm
Yeah, it
saying.
wasn't my definition. Again, we were going under the Christian worldview.
Yeah, Muslims believe that Jesus was born of a virgin too.
Yeah, they believe he was a prophet.
Born of a virgin.
Yeah.
Like a gorilla.
I mean, if Jesus Christ existed today, if we did his ancestry test, we would have instantly figured out who his father was. But
Oh, we're gonna find out that he never existed. Such a character
oh wait, you don't
cannot
think
exist.
Jesus existed?
No, a person born of a virgin? Bullshit. From the beginning of the story, you can already know it's an imaginary character. It's fiction, literally, bro. Fiction is imaginary character, imaginary events, imaginary people. A person who was born from a virgin? That literally is the definition of an imaginary person. How not smart do you have to be to believe that shit?
But I thought there were historical
Bro,
evidence.
that is
in order to
literally
prove that Jesus existed.
fiction. The moment you claim that the dude did not have a daddy, that the dude's father is a spirit, like goddamn invisible force, now you're in the realm of bullshit.
But see, what's the contradiction of
The
God
virgin
being able to do
birth
it?
does Jesus no good. It would have been better that he was born from Joseph. Joseph should have put some sperm in there. But I've always been suspicious because, listen, bro, do you know that there's a real possibility that Jesus wasn't actually born of a virgin and that Mary cheated on Joseph with a black guy called Tyrone instead?
We would
Yeah,
have seen
think about it. She was promised to Joseph to be his bride. But
Jesus
then,
wouldn't have been white then.
bro, listen. She was promised to Joseph as his wife. Then she was found pregnant, bro. In 2024, what the fuck do you call
That's
that?
sad.
Somebody fucked her. And it wasn't Joseph. And then she lied and claimed that it was the Holy Ghost. She went to the old man in the temple and said, "Yo, can you play along with me?"
Okay. Anyways, I think we're going. It's getting out of hand.
Joseph is not the only guy whose wife was impregnated by another man.
I guess it's pretty common.
I'm just telling you, bro.
But
That's
I
what
don't know
comes.
why they're all getting classified
That is
as
the
God.
only
Huh?
way in which that story could be true. She got
From now on,
horny.
all
She
the
got
women should start
she got
saying,
horny at
"Wait,
the wrong time." And listen, bro, it makes so much
in the
sense.
wrong place with the
Bro,
wrong person."
Mary was
Women
apparently
nowadays should
16.
start giving birth to Jesus Christ. They
Bro,
should start saying that we have.
Mary was apparently 16 years old, and Joseph was already in his 50s. He was an old man already. So it's very highly possible that she was already in love with someone younger than him. You know?
Yeah. Anyways,
Thank you for your time, Hassan.
alright, bro. It was fun, I guess. At the end, take care, bro.
When your wife comes and tells you that she was pregnant by a virgin, don't send her away.
No, we don't say that it's God now, right?
She ain't gonna tell that it was Bakanga, but all I'm telling you is that if your wife come and claim that she was pregnant from a virgin, and you know that you didn't sleep with her,
She's giving birth to God now.
she's giving birth to the Bakangalizer. When that baby comes out with a big black head, if that baby comes out with a big black head, and that baby likes to talk, you know who the daddy is.
If you don't like it, cry about it. He'd be saying to me, bro.
That's right, bro. Thank you for your time,
All right,
son.
bro. Take care.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. Thank you for your time, y'all. Have a good night. I've been online for 5 hours. I've been online like 2 weeks, so today was what it is. This is not a show for children. So if you're a child, get out of here. If you're younger than 18, get out of here, y'all. And if you're here older than 18, I know I use some strong language. I use some crazy analogies, but that's only considering the fact that you're all grown-ups and none of you are insecure about your sexuality, your mentality, your belief system, or your philosophies, okay? So it is okay for us to have these conversations as we are. If it's too much for you, then you're in the wrong place. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for the gifts. I wasn't really hard on the likes, but hey, I appreciate everyone, man. We still got to 113,000 likes. I appreciate you guys and your kindness. See you guys soon, y'all. I will, man. DH1EO.